The Demon in Konoha. Chapter 1: The End Valley where everything begins. A fiery red fox as huge as a mountaintop was rampaging in the mountain forest with towering ancient trees. 9 fluffy tails swayed behind it like flames, and a slight shake caused the mountains to shake, and the thick trees that several people could hug broke and fell in pieces. The rumbling of the earth and the crackling of the broken trees combined into a sound called destruction. And fighting against it was a wooden man of the same size. The wooden man looked like the ferocious guardian in the ancient temple, and a long wooden dragon was wrapped around his body. With every move, the wind surged, and even the thin clouds that blocked the bright moon were dispersed by it. Uchiha Madara, who was famous in the ninja world and was called the Shura of the ninja world, was standing on the head of the 9-tailed demon fox, glaring at him. And standing on the wooden man opposite him was the first-generation Hokage, known as the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. This pair of good friends who ended the chaos together and changed the pattern of the ninja world, eventually ended up loving and killing each other because of differences in beliefs. The 9 tails spewed out a tailed beast ball as big as a house. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails tailed beast ball is also the strongest. The tailed beast ball destroyed the wooden dragon entangled with the 9 tails with one blow, and then crashed into the Senju Hashirama in the distance with undiminished momentum. But the Senju Hashirama standing on the wooden man didn't care. He and Uchiha Madara were too familiar with each other, and they knew such moves by heart. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and shouted, and the huge wooden man became more burly in the blink of an eye, and directly reached out to hold the flying-tailed beast ball. He actually held the tailed beast ball and smashed it on the head of the 9 tails. Just when the tailed beast ball was about to hit the 9 tails' head, the azure chakra quickly wrapped around the 9 tails' half-body, forming a layer of mighty chakra armor, blocking the tailed beast ball in the wooden man's hand. The difficulty of the beast. The huge explosion caused by the tailed beast ball erupted in this mountainous area, and the flames shot straight into the sky. The power of the explosion spread rapidly in a ring shape, and the range was as far as several kilometers. The flames, the loud noise, the shock wave. It was like a small-yield nuclear bomb explosion. The ground caused a landslide. In a very far place, a ninja wearing blue armor and with white hair was pointing his sword at the ground, closing his eyes and sensing the battle between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara in the distance. This person was Hashirama Senju's younger brother, Tobirama Senju, and he was accompanied by Hashirama Senju's wife Uzumaki Mito, as well as some ninjas from Konoha village. Hashirama Senju and others were naturally worried that their eldest brother would fight Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama came with the intention of dealing with Uchiha Madara and getting rid of this hidden danger if there was a chance. However, facing such a fierce battle, even getting close was impossible, and they could only wait anxiously for the result. It is now the 9th year of Konoha. The whole world has entered the era of the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages because of the alliance between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The Warring States era has ended. But what the people of Konoha did not expect was that Uchiha Madara, who left Konoha village for unknown reasons in the 4th year of Konoha, would appear again. And as soon as he appeared, he challenged the first generation of Hokage. Because the two joined forces, the whole world entered a new era. The strength of these two people is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That is the level of a humanoid self-propelled atomic bomb. And today, the two powers are fighting. No matter who wins in the end, the final result is unacceptable. The ninja world is bound to undergo a major change because of this. But the people of the Uchiha clan are very extreme. Their emotions were so sincere and abundant that they were so resolute after falling into darkness. It can be said that, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Since Uchiha Madara has decided to take action, there is no room for redemption. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, in the end, let alone the opinions of other people in Konoha village, even the people of the Uchiha clan began to think that their head of the clan was not mentally normal. As a powerful and top 2 tsundere in the world, how could Madara bear this? He wanted to smash everything and rebuild himself. And Senju Tobirama, who knew the nature of Uchiha, had been on guard against Uchiha Madara for a long time. But now, we can only wait for the two to fight out the winner. The Azure Chakra armor wrapped the huge Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails' power suddenly increased a lot. It was like Charmander evolved into Steel Tyrannosaurus. It was like Garen suddenly got 6 divine equipment. Fierce momentum. He actually used Susanoo as armor and put it on the Nine Tails? This guy Madara is very creative. Senju Hashirama laughed. At this time, the Susanoo wrapped around the Nine Tails transformed into 2 giant hands and slashed down the huge chakra blade in his hand. However, this slash that seemed to cut the earth was caught in the palm of a pair of huge wooden hands, the real empty hand to catch the white blade technique. Would release Kaiba bag technique. Hashirama Senju put his hands together, and several huge wooden hands 6 or 7 meters thick stretched out from the ground and grabbed the Nine Tails. But then the 2 newly generated hands of Susanoo cut off several of them with one sword. Hashirama shouted, "Bada, stop it! Do you want to make all our previous efforts come to nothing? Our fight is meaningless, and this fight will only hurt the village and companions." Hashirama didn't want to fight his best friend. He didn't even know why Madara suddenly came back to fight him. But given Madara's usual neuroticism and tsundere, he didn't care. He was even happy that his friend came back again. But Madara had his own ideas. He said with embarrassment, "Are you preaching to me?" "Yes, that's right. Madara is so difficult to deal with. Don't talk to me, I won't listen." Hashirama shouted, "I don't want to kill you." Hashirama's words angered the proud Madara. Madara gritted his teeth and said, "You mean, you can kill me at any time?" Hashirama, "No. We are friends. Madara, I have already abandoned these things." The nine-tailed beast controlled by the eternal Mangeki under Madara's feet began to roar, and the air waves formed a hurricane that broke countless trees, and its momentum rose again. Hashirama Senju's face turned ugly. "It seems there is no way. Immortal technique * would release * true thousand hands * Buddha on the top." The huge thousand hands wooden statue rose from the feet of the wooden man like a mountain. It was like a skyscraper dozens of stories high rising from the ground. Countless wooden arms spread out behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. Madara also took out all his strength, and Susanoo formed a complete form that was not inferior to the true thousand hands. His face was like a tengu with a long nose, he was covered with armor and had wings on his back, and he had 4 arms. Hashirama shouted with a serious face, "I'm going, Madara." Madara was even more dissatisfied. "Come on, Hashirama. Both of them, wow." The morning star gradually dimmed, and the east was already bright. Unknowingly, the two had been fighting all night. The place that was once a rolling forest had turned into a large basin and valley. Just before the sun came out, the panting Uchiha Madara finally fell on his back. His armor was broken and scarred. He closed his eyes. In the end, it was the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who dragged down Madara with his extremely strong physique. Hashirama's armor had long been broken and his body was covered in blood. At this time, facing Madara who had no breath, he knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Senju Tobirama, who had the ability to sense remotely, sensed the situation on the battlefield all night. At this time, Uchiha Madara's chakra suddenly disappeared, and his elder brother's breath was extremely weak. He immediately knew, the battle was over. And it was almost the same as he predicted, both sides were injured. The Konoha group leaped and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. From a distance, Senju Tobirama saw Uchiha Madara lying on the ground and his elder brother kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. Is the sun out? Everyone subconsciously looked up. No. It's not the sun. At this time, a huge golden meteor appeared in the sky like the sun, breaking through the hazy sky and rushing down. What is that? The disciples behind Senju Tobirama were so surprised that they couldn't speak. It's not that they haven't seen meteors before, but they have never seen such a big golden meteor. It's like the sun fell from the sky. The group just stood there blankly, watching the golden meteor fall in the distance, and for a moment they forgot about Senju Hashirama, who was kneeling on the ground. Senju Hashirama knelt on the ground for a long time with snot and tears, and found that no one paid attention to him, and he was surprised. These people just watched me kneeling here? No one said to help me? Sure enough, good friends are true love. What wife and brother, they are all unreliable. Unreliable. Thinking of this, Hashirama couldn't help but feel sad, and his tears couldn't be suppressed. Hashirama, my good friend was beaten to death by my own hands. Ah! Chapter 2: A Boy Who Fell from the Sky. Xingluolin also ate a bowl of porridge with fish meat with a wooden spoon, and then sat on the tatami obediently without crying or making a fuss. Traveled through time to do something amazing? Forget it, my Jiji almost didn't survive. He is now white and tender, about 4 or 5 years old, and it is already very difficult for him to use the small wooden bowl and wooden spoon. But it is still very convenient to eat by himself, and it is very easy to coax without crying or making a fuss. After a while, Aunt Nanako Senju, who was sent to take care of him and had a great heart, cleaned up the house with a smile, then knelt in front of him and hugged him. Xiaolin, do you want to pee too? Xingluolin also shook his head quickly. Even if I hold it to death and pee in my pants, I will never need your help to pee. Really? Nanako's eyes were full of tears. All doting. She also likes the fair and tender baby Xingluolin very much. Shake head, shake head, shake head. Shake head 3 times. Then Auntie will go back first, and come to take care of you in the afternoon, okay? Pat head, hug, kiss. Under the pressure of the towering snow-capped mountains, Xingluolin couldn't breathe and nodded quickly. Nodding is also a bit difficult. What a cute and good child. Auntie Nanako Senju, who took care of him, left and went home. That is, next door. Lin also began to think about his own affairs. I heard that he was picked up by the Hokage's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, and is currently placed in Senju Tobirama's home, and neighbors are invited to take care of him. Even the name Xingluolin was given by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama himself has met several times in the past 2 days. He is a more serious and deep person, and always looks serious. It seems that something has happened in Konoha village now, and he is very busy, so he doesn't come back much. Xingluolin sat in front of the corridor at the door, looking at the exquisite Japanese courtyard in front of him, and he still couldn't come back to the feeling. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? 3 questions in life. How did I suddenly become Xingluolin? How did I suddenly run to the Naruto world? What the hell did I do? Now that I think about it, everything seems to be caused by that inexplicable icon on the computer desktop. It was a weird game with no name, no developer, and no origin. It just appeared on my desktop inexplicably. At that time, I thought it should be the messy stuff that was bundled when downloading pirated games. This kind of thing is the most annoying. If I had money, I would have played the genuine version a long time ago. So I dragged it into the recycle bin and emptied the recycle bin, all in one go. Refreshing. Look again. Oh my god! Why is there still that icon in the original position on the desktop? I pulled it into the recycle bin again and found an icon in the recycle bin. There were 2 icons in the original location. Can you split yourself? The more you delete, the more you have. Then it was awesome. What 360 guards, Penguin Butler, none of them can do anything about this icon. After several forced uninstalls failed, 360 guards General and Penguin Grand Chamberlain were both killed. It was actually crashed by an unknown software. Don't you feel ashamed? Hey, I have a bad temper. Let me do it myself. Just click it and take a look. Even if it is a virus, I will admit it. At most, I will reinstall the system. Anyway, the precious teaching resources of all teachers are in the network disk. What am I afraid of? So I clicked it. Then what happened? The whole screen suddenly lit up, and when I regained consciousness, I felt like I was flying in a daze. Flying. The kind that is very fast. There is also a sense of weightlessness. And it seemed that while flying, I hit a ball of golden flame, and then the world began to spin, the flight path was no longer straight, and then I plunged into a strange white hole. When I woke up again, I was already lying in this room, and I was given a name called Xingluo Linyi. I came to the Naruto world just like that. Here, the Time Travel Affairs Management Bureau reminds the majority of netizens, there are thousands of internets, and the genuine one is the first. If everything is pirated, your loved ones will shed tears. This is the Naruto world. The dead ninjas are connected head to tail to make a human centipede, which can circle the earth 3.5 times. Especially in the later period, there are 6 paths everywhere, and the cage level is worse than a dog. The 5 cages joined together are no match for the impure world Madara, who did not get back the Samsara Eye, and they were beaten to a breathless state. Or the 2 sons of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, who always refused to die, and they are endlessly reincarnated. This world is not enough for them to toss. When I was young, I saw this animation on Star TV. I thought it was a journey of a loser's inspirational counterattack. In the end, I found out that the protagonist is not a loser, but an invisible second-generation official. Several apprentices taught by the protagonist's master, 2 Hokage. 1 protagonist, 1 protagonist's father. The remaining 3 are awesome villains. The protagonist's master's master is a Hokage, the master's master's master is also a Hokage, and the master's 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 eldest brother is also a first-generation Hokage. The woman who almost became the master's wife is also a Hokage, and even his second teacher is a Hokage. His best friend has the Samsara Eye, his wife has the Byakugan, and he has the most awesome-tailed beast in his belly. His last teacher and friend is the younger brother of the Raikage, and he is also a powerful human pillar. Another good friend is the Kazekage. In addition to a young lady of the Hyuga family, those who like him include a daimyo of the land of vegetables, a princess of the land of snow, the leader of a female ninja organization, a Miko of the land of demons, a human pillar of Zero Tail, and a queen of the land of Lulan, Inok Li Leila's fat cat leg. Give me back my feelings, bastard. This is really a world where ordinary people can't survive. Hey, what should I do? Xingluo Reinyi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a bright and sad face. Reinyi looked up at the cliff in the distance, where a huge human head was carved. It was the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Fortunately, it's still early now. Senju Tobirama hasn't become Hokage yet, which means that this is a few years after the establishment of Konoha. I can survive for a few years anyway. And I still have a golden finger, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Xingluo, right? Reinyi silently read the attribute bar, and a semi-transparent floating frame appeared in front of him. This thing is invisible to others, and Reinyi has secretly tested it in front of Nanako. Name, Xingluo Reinyi. Level, 2. Race, Human. Title, Son of Heaven, D-Level. When facing some insiders who know your origins, your charm attribute +2. Faction, Human/Fire Country/Konoha Village. Attributes. Strength 0.7. Constitution 0.6. Agility 0.6. Intelligence 1.3. Spirit 1.5. Perception 1.4. Charm 1.3. Skills, none. Ability, Primordial Fire, SSS, Level 1, 3 Body Star Transformation Perfect Version Venom Symbiote Colonization Suit, S. Level 1. Items, none. Evaluation, acting like a spoiled child, acting cute, and pretending to be a child are your true way of survival. Not being able to travel through time and space to the Love Development comics is Reinyi's greatest misfortune. Fortunately, he brought the standard cheat code for traveling through time and space, the system. Without a system these days, you should know that you are at most a supporting role, or even a minor role, the kind that can die at any time. His system has a detection function that can detect information about other targets. However, this function has limitations. The closer the relationship, the more information you get. Through these 2 days, Isaiah pretended to be well-behaved and cute to improve Aunt Nanako's favor, and he did get some useful information. For example, in terms of attributes, although Nanako is a member of the Senju clan, she is not a ninja, and her 6 attributes are all around 1. In other words, it is very likely that the average value of each attribute of a normal person in this world is 1 point. Of course, if it is a ninja, it will definitely be stronger. For example, the attributes of Senju Tobirama. Name, Senju Tobirama. Level, Level 52. Race, Human. Title, Faction, Human/Fire Country/Konoha Village. Chakra. Attributes. Strength 5.4. Constitution 6.8. Agility 7.9. Intelligence 3.8. Spirit 4.2. Perception 5.7. Charm 3.3. Skills. Abilities. Items. Evaluation, he can beat 100. The information of Senju Tobirama can only see the level, attributes and camp, which shows that he is still wary of Xingluo Reinyi. After all, he is a resourceful and cautious second-generation Hokage, and he must be worried about Xingluo Reinyi, a child who fell from the sky. Probably just like many scientists are wary of aliens, right? When Reinyi saw this attribute, he was shocked. Is there such a big difference between ninjas and ordinary people? Even if Senju Tobirama is a cage-level strongman, the gap is too big. Xingluo Lin also looked at the character column that had not changed, and opened the log again. You fell from the sky with golden flames, and were witnessed by many people. Some people in Konoha village knew your true life experience, and you were awarded the D-level title, Son of Heaven. You were taken back and adopted by Tobirama Senju of Konoha village in the Land of Fire, and you automatically joined the Human/Land of Fire/Konoha village camp. You completed the B-level task, Where to Hide. You gained 200 experience points and got 1 chance to draw a lottery. You were promoted to level 2, and you got attribute enhancements, Spirit 0.1, Perception 0.1, Charm 0.1. There has been no lottery for a long time, and the system automatically draws. You have obtained the S-level ability, 3 Body Star Transformation Perfect Version Venom Symbiote Colonization Suit. Chapter 3 Princess Senju. After all, he has only been here for 3 days, and Xingluo Lin has not yet figured out how to spend the rest of his life. But I have the system and 2 abilities that sound impressive, so I shouldn't die quietly in some unknown corner, right? And I still feel a little guilty. Lin raised his hands in front of him and focused his attention on his palms. Wow! After about 20 seconds, his white and tender little hand began to emit a faint golden light, and then a golden flame appeared in the palm of his hand. The flame was only about the size of a burning match, but the color was very pure gold. Very dazzling. This flame was the original fire. Lin also felt that this golden flame should not be given by the system. After all, it was not written in the log. He still remembered that when he was flying like a dream, he seemed to hit a ball of golden flame, and then he fell into this world. Otherwise, who knows where he would fly to? He also tested this golden flame briefly. It looks like a golden flame, but in fact, this golden flame only has light but no heat. Not only will it not burn itself, but it can't even light other things. I haven't tried out the specific function yet, so it must be more than just for lighting, right? As for the 3-body star transformation perfect version Venom symbiote colonization suit with a very long name, it should be very powerful, right? Xingluo Linyi looked at the other palm, and a ball of black jelly-like thing appeared. Damn! This is a rip-off. The names are awesome, but the effects are worse. Did you buy it on TV shopping? Primordial Fire, SSS, Level 1. The inexplicable energy generated at the beginning of the universe has a magical effect. Note: mysterious source, please explore it yourself. What magical effect does it have? Can you explain it clearly? Trisolarian Perfect Version Venom Symbiote Colonial Suit, S, Level 1. After comprehensive transformation by Trisolarians, it has become an alien symbiote life that has become a growth-type colonial suit. Although it has lost some of its initial power, it can evolve to be more compatible with the host and grow with the host. Note: so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, I'm really hungry. The function of this primordial fire gold flame is still unknown, but judging from the appearance of this small flame, it is probably not very useful. Let's wait and see when the level is raised in the future. And what about the Venom colonial suit that Linyi is looking forward to? It's just a little bit. Is this a loss of some initial strength? This is simply deprivation. Venom is in Marvel next door, and he is also a well-known character with his own independent movie. Why did he become a ball of slime when it came to me? Do I have to upgrade Venom little by little? How many levels is it? It can't be 100 levels. Well, it's not as bad as Xingluo Linyi complained. Although because Xingluo Linyi's own attributes are too low, the Venom colonization suit is also relatively weak. But at least it can wrap around one of Linyi's forearms, greatly enhancing his physical fitness in the combined state. Now it seems that after the combination, Linyi's 7 attributes will all get +1, and his defense and healing abilities will be greatly enhanced. In the non-combined state, the 7 attributes are +0.1, and the body's recovery ability is relatively strong. Under Linyi's control, the fist-sized black jelly stretched out and wrapped around his right hand in 5 seconds, from the fingertips to the back of the elbow. Looking at the thin layer of Venom colonization suit that couldn't even cover the whole arm, Isaiah sighed. The Venom colonization suit has been conveying a desire to eat, and it is likely that it needs to eat to grow. But in the current situation, I dare not act rashly. I am a child who was picked up. What if the Venom colonization suit is discovered and I am beaten to death as a demon? I hope you can eat enough and grow up a little in the future. I don't ask for anything else, at least it should cover the whole body like in the movie. When Isaiah was talking to himself, the gate of the courtyard in the distance rang. Someone came. The Venom colonization suit on Isaiah's arm quickly penetrated under the skin. Who could it be? In the past 2 days, only Tobirama and Nanako have come to this courtyard. Although Nanako's home is not far away, she only comes to take care of it during the 3 meals a day. After all, she also needs to take care of her own family. Could it be that Tobirama is back? While Isaiah was guessing, the footsteps were approaching. The voice didn't sound like an adult. Sure enough, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old ran over from the front yard, ran across the small wooden bridge over the pond in the yard, and arrived in front of the main house. Are you Xingluo Isaiah? The little girl put her hands on her hips and was full of vigor, with a crisp and sweet voice. Isaiah nodded cautiously. The little girl in front of him was not very old, about 4 or 5 years old, with light golden hair tied in 2 small tufts on the left and right behind her head, a white dress with small flower patterns, and a faint red face. She looked very lively and cheerful. Could this be? My name is Tsunade, I'm your sister. Call me sister. He. She opened her mouth and laughed triumphantly. It's hard for her to be so cheerful even though she is missing a tooth. It's you. The legendary big fat sheep. No, it's a little fat sheep now. Little lamb. Call me sister, call me sister. Little Tsunade was jumping and shouting, and excitedly asked Reinyi to call her sister. Reinyi smiled shyly, Abba, Abba Abba Ababa. What a joke! Being your brother means your life is in danger. Tsunade of Konoha, known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep, can be said to be a star of destiny. No matter it is grandfather, second grandfather, father, mother, same clan, brother, lover, there is no one who can't be killed. If it weren't for the two protagonists of Konoha village in the end, what is Gai and Naruto, who suppressed the luck, it is estimated that Konoha village could not hold on. In fact, Konoha village has been wiped out by Tendo Pain because Tsunade became the 5th generation Hokage. So, Reinyi, who didn't want to be Tsunade's brother, but couldn't refuse clearly, pretended to be dumb very cleverly. Xingluo Leinyi, I am so smart, how can I be so smart? Just this sudden inspiration of mine is worth at least 7 or 8 recommendation votes. Ah! You can't talk. Little Tsunade was inexperienced and didn't know how treacherous people are. It could also be that Leinyi's acting skills were outstanding. In short, Tsunade believed it and her tone softened a lot. Leinyi nodded and lowered his head pretending to be very sad. In fact, he was already laughing in his heart. Tsunade comforted, brother, don't be sad, the great-grandfather and the second grandfather are very powerful. They will definitely be able to cure you. Xingluo Leinyi's face turned pale, I'm not a younger brother. I don't have one. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. The kind-hearted little Tsunade thought that her new younger brother was sad because he couldn't speak, so she quickly took out her big treasure and tried to cheer Leinyi up. That is Dice Cup. Leinyi looked at little Tsunade blankly, what do you want to do? I told you I'm still a child. Come on. Let's gamble. Gambling is fun. Once you gamble, you forget all the sad things. Let's gamble. You're addicted to gambling at such a young age. You legendary little fat sheep. Come on, I'll make you cry. The sound of shaking the dice came out in the quiet and elegant courtyard. Tsunade, big. Oh. Tsunade, small. Damn, it was almost there. Tsunade, haha. I got 5 this time. I'm sure to win. Ah? What happened? You actually shook a leopard. Tsunade, I lost everything. Reinyi easily achieved his goal and made the legendary little fat sheep cry. For the first time, he found out that it was so difficult to let the water go. He wanted to lose a few times and play a little longer to get information. But he couldn't lose. I didn't even try hard, and you cried. Looking at the tearful and pitiful little Tsunade, Reinyi pushed back the handful of copper coins and a few small silver medals he won. But little Tsunade didn't appreciate it. No. I, Tsunade, am willing to accept the loss. If I lose, I will never admit it. I will never take it back even if I die of poverty or lose everything. At that moment, Tsunade was full of heroic spirit. She seemed like Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars sect, who had drunk several jars of good wine. However, Reinyi still wrapped up the copper coins and silver, stuffed them into Tsunade's little hands, and smiled at her gently. Well, I'm still playing the role of the dumb brother now, so I won't say anything. You can understand by looking at my smiling face. Sure enough, little Tsunade understood Reinyi's meaning. Brother, are you comforting me? You are so sad, but you still want to comfort me, you are so nice. He put the money away. As expected, imagination is the way to go, and the truth is the truth. Lin felt that it was almost done, and used the probe on Tsunade. Name, Senju Tsunade. Level, 3. Race, Human. Title, Tsunade-sama, Sea Level, when facing people from the Konoha camp, the charm attribute is +5. Affiliated Camp, Human/Fire Country/Konoha Village. Chakra, 24/24. Attributes. Strength 0.9. Constitution 0.8. Agility 0.5. Intelligence 0.7. Spirit 0.7. Perception 0.6. Charm 1.1. Skills, Chakra Refining Technique, B, Level 1. Ability, Senju Bloodline, A, Level 1, Lose Every Gamble, S, Max. Item, Wood Release Dice Cup, E, a dice cup made of wood release. Evaluation, at such a young age, she has already reached the pinnacle in gambling skills. Sure enough, in just a short while, Rin has already raised Tsunade's favorability to a very high level. All attributes are clearly visible. Is it true that she is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju? At such a young age, all attributes are close to those of an adult. The Senju bloodline is indeed extraordinary. At this time, the wooden door of the outer courtyard rang again, and Nanako walked in. I was wondering how I heard the voice. It turns out that you are here, Tsunade-chan. Then Nanako saw the dice and the dice cup. Tsunade-chan, you are not allowed to teach Reinyi bad things. Nanako held Izaya in her arms like an old hen protecting her chicks, and looked at Tsunade vigilantly. Tsunade stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Izaya once again faced the oppression of the towering snow-capped mountains. At this time, the door outside rang again, and Senju Tobirama walked in. Tsunade quickly put away the dice and dice cup, and whispered to Izaya, "Tomorrow, sister will come to gamble with you again." Chapter 4 Memories of Senju Tobirama. The future second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama has silver-white hair, a handsome face, phoenix eyes, and 2 red lines on his cheeks. He is estimated to be in his 30s, but he looks like he is in his early 20s. He is a very imposing handsome guy. However, Senju Tobirama is more serious and always has an indifferent and scrutinizing attitude, which makes people in awe. However, in the original work, this strong man sacrificed himself to lure away the strong enemy in order to protect his disciples and for the future of the village, and even died. It can be seen that he is not really indifferent, but a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Just when Izaya was thinking about this, Senju Tobirama had already walked in. "Oh, Nanako and Tsunade are here too? Then let's eat before leaving." Senju Tobirama's voice was a little cold. "Okay, okay. I want to eat at my second grandfather's house." Tsunade cheered. When Tobirama saw this, his mouth corners also rose slightly. "I'm afraid Tsunade has inherited the temperament of her eldest brother." Nanako saluted slightly. "I'll go and prepare it now." Tobirama nodded and looked at Xingluo Izaya. "Is Izaya still used to living here?" Izaya nodded quickly and said, "I'm used to living here, Aunt Nanako takes good care of everything. It would be better if you didn't always think about helping me p." Tobirama nodded. "Something happened in the village these days, so I can't go home often, but Nanako will take good care of you. If you feel bored, let Tsunade take you around the village. Konoha village is very prosperous now." Speaking of Konoha village, Tobirama's tone was obviously a little proud. Ending the chaos and creating a village is undoubtedly an admirable feat. At this time, Tsunade pouted, "So you can talk, Rainya? You lied to me? You stinky brother." When Rainya saw that he was exposed, he hurriedly said, "I haven't left this yard yet. Tomorrow, I'll trouble Tsunade to take me around." Tsunade was easy to coax, and her attention was diverted at once. When she heard that Rainya wanted her to take her around the village, she was so excited. "Leave it to me. I know the village best." She patted her chest, looking very heroic. Tobirama was a little helpless, because her elder brother doted on Tsunade too much, causing her to run rampant in the village, and there was no place she had not been to. "By the way, second grandfather. Tsunade suddenly thought of something. I haven't seen Grandpa and Grandma for several days, where did they go? Tobirama sat cross-legged on the tatami, opening a scroll in his hand and reading it carefully. Hearing this, his expression did not change, and he said without raising his head, "Oh, nothing. Big brother was injured a few days ago, and now he has recovered." Tsunade was very surprised. Grandpa will also be injured. In her impression, she heard stories about her grandfather being invincible, and she never thought that her invincible grandfather would also be injured. Tobirama nodded. Well, he was a little careless. But it's okay now. Xingluo Rainya was thoughtful. Now that Konoha village has been established, Senju Hashirama is the first-generation Hokage, which means he has reached the peak strength. Who else can hurt him at this time? Unless it is his good friend Uchiha Madara. That is to say, the Battle of the Valley of the End broke out 2 days ago. Rainya has been thinking about his situation for the past 3 days since he woke up. He learned from Nanako that this is Konoha village. He was picked up by Senju Tobirama, and the current Hokage is Senju Hashirama. But what he didn't expect was that he actually appeared at this critical juncture of the Battle of the Valley of the End. From what Senju Tobirama said, Senju Hashirama is fine at the moment. But as far as I know, although Hashirama won the Battle of the Valley of the End, he died soon after. The far-sighted Madara used the forbidden technique of the Sharingan Izanami. Although he lost an eye, he was resurrected and bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh during the battle. Damn! He bit people, so mean. Xingluo Lin was also complaining about Madara in his heart. Senju Tobirama's eyes were dull. Although he posed, his eyes were not focused on the scroll in his hand. He was also thinking, Big Brother's injury has hurt the root. Although he looks healed, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. And the body of Uchiha Madara that he had hidden disappeared silently. It's really disturbing. Soon, Nanako prepared lunch and put a large square table on the tatami with a lot of dishes on it. The two before God, when Izaya and Nanako were eating, it wasn't so rich. But since Tobirama Senju and Tsunade were there, it must be different. Tobirama Senju is the actual manager of the Senju clan and even Konoha village. His brother is a carefree person. And Tsunade is the little princess of Konoha village, so her daily diet is still very rich. Nanako is a very meticulous woman. She cooks very well. Each dish is delicious, but the quantity is a little small. It's the style of Japanese cuisine. Seeing the food, Xingluo Izaya also became hungry. So hungry. This is not only Izaya's own feeling, but also the feeling of the venom colonization suit in his body. I don't know how the three-body aliens transformed this symbiote, but it is obvious that this thing needs to grow. And growth requires energy. This venom colonization suit is not like in the movies and comics. It has its own consciousness and can talk to the host. But it can also convey some of its own basic senses, especially hunger and eating, which are the most basic needs of all creatures. The Senju clan inherited the body of the Six-Path Sage, and their physical fitness surpassed that of ordinary people, so naturally they had a big appetite. But compared to Xingluo Rainya, it was still not enough. Before Tobirama had even finished one bowl of rice, Nanako had already served Rainya the third bowl. Tsunade looked at Rainya eating in surprise, and murmured, "He can eat as much as Grandpa." Xingluo Rainya, misunderstanding. It's the venom colonization suit that needs energy to grow, not me who can eat. Give me another bowl. Senju Tobirama looked at Xingluo Rainya, who looked like a starving ghost. And was not surprised at all. He had heard Nanako say that Rainya had an unusual appetite. In his opinion, this was normal. After all, this was a child who fell from the sky, so naturally there would be something different. Besides, his eldest brother was a super glutton, the kind that could eat 10 people at once. It was nothing new. Seeing that Izaya was eating happily, he couldn't help but think of the scene that night. Just after his elder brother and Madara decided the winner, his group saw the golden fire meteor that streaked across the sky. For others, this might just be a strange meteor. But Tobirama, who was not far away at the time, went to check it out. He has a very strong perception ability and can sense the target from a long distance. After the meteor passed, he felt a very subtle vibration under his feet. This shows that the meteor did not burn out in the air. Something fell to the ground. After 2 hours of running, he came to the place where the meteor fell. But the scene in front of him shocked Senju Tobirama. If I remember correctly, there were a few small hills here. Because it was rarely visited, it didn't even have a name. But what about now? A valley. A deep valley burning with golden flames. This valley is winding and rugged, at least 5 or 6 kilometers long, and the widest crack is 2 kilometers wide. It dug up those hills and tore a hole in the ground. This scene was similar to the completely changed landscape of the End Valley. It was even worse. Now, there was a strange golden flame swaying and burning in the valley. The flame was not strong, but it was everywhere, on the fallen trees, on the stones, on the soil, and even in the small puddles. The flame had no heat, and did not burn anything, just swaying and shaking like that. The burned things were deforming little by little, and even began to turn into other substances. It felt like sand was burned into glass, but it was far more magical than this change. He took out the scroll and wanted to use the Uzumaki clan's fire seal to seal some golden flames and go back for research. But the chakra that flowed out of the scroll formed a seal mark, and when it touched the golden flame, it turned into nothing. Since it was invented, the fire seal that had never failed in 200 years failed. Tobirama didn't dare to approach and waited for 3 hours. The golden flame gradually extinguished and disappeared. He carefully separated a shadow clone and went down to the valley. In the deepest part of the valley, he found a child. Later, he brought the child back and named him Xingluo Linyi. Chapter 5 I propose to open a school. After dinner, Tobirama was writing something on the scroll in the study, and Tsunade also picked up the brush and scribbled on the white paper with relish. Don't say, the painting is very realistic, and it looks like all kinds of slugs. Little common sense, this is pronounced Kwayu. Not Sheu. I just found out. Read novels to learn knowledge, you deserve it. It is now the 9th year of Konoha, and productivity is very low. Most products are purely handmade. For example, paper. The best paper in the village is still very expensive, but for the eldest lady of the Senju family, is it a big deal to waste 2 pieces of paper? Linya looked at the books and scrolls that filled several bookshelves in the Tobirama, and could only sigh. You said you wanted me to understand Japanese directly. Why didn't you just let me recognize characters? This system is notoism. Xingluo Linyi finally became an illiterate again 5 or 6 years after graduating from college. Although he had long realized that he was gradually returning what his teacher taught him, he never thought it would be so fast. After a while, Senju Tobirama noticed Linyi's state and realized that this child who came from the sky was illiterate. Nanako, can you please teach Linyi to read first? I will find an enlightenment teacher for him in a few days. Nanako, who was wiping the furniture on the side, naturally agreed. She found a thin booklet on the bookshelf and prepared to teach Linyi to read. Little Tsunade gloated on the side, stinky little brother is also going to learn to read. Roar, if he doesn't learn well, I'll hit his palm. Menshi? Do I have to hire a tutor for me? Rin couldn't help but ask curiously, how do other children learn to read? Rin hadn't thought about this question before, but now it seems that there are probably not many intellectuals in the village in the 9th year of Konoha. Tobirama put down the brush and explained to Rin. At this time in Konoha, knowledge and power were still in the hands of various families. The children of those families all had special teachers at home to teach them to read. Those ninja families even mastered chakra refining techniques and many ninjutsu, and started to train their children very early. In other words, there is no place to teach children and ninjas. Rin asked this, and Senju Tobirama was suddenly stunned. This question coincides with what he has been thinking about. Now is the era of ninja villages, no longer the previous Warring States period. At that time, the survival model was based on families, but now it should be changed. The concept and authority of the family should be weakened, and the concept of the village should be cultivated instead. In fact, Senju Tobirama realized this problem very early, which is when the family and the village are put together, which side is more important. If each family is an isolated small group, then the village is just a pile of loose sand. However, both knowledge and power are inaccessible to ordinary people, and these need to rely on those ninja families. Whether the family is a large and famous wealthy family, or a small and poor family trying to rise. Senju Tobirama has always wanted to change this situation, which can be seen from his many disciples. His current 6 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akimichi Tofu, and Uchiha Kagami, are all children of ninja families. And Shimura Danzo, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en are children of poor families and civilians. Senju Tobirama is setting an example and working hard to improve the status of civilian ninjas and poor ninjas. But he also realized the power of the ninja family. Even though he has put in a lot of effort, he can only take 6 disciples. And how difficult would it be for a civilian ninja to have no teacher and family support? However, Xingluo Linyi's words today made Senju Tobirama, who had been thinking hard, suddenly realize it. Perhaps, the direction of previous thinking was wrong. Since we want to change, we should abandon the original method and seek a more efficient and suitable training method. I can set up a place to teach young people knowledge and ninjutsu, at least so that they can keep up with the family ninjas in the initial stage. As for the future, the village will further train talented ninjas. Senju Tobirama smiled and nodded to Xingluo Linyi, saying, "You are right. Maybe it is possible to set up an institution to teach children. As for the details, I need to think about it again." Looking at Senju Tobirama, who had fallen into deep thought, Xingluo Linyi was a little confused. "Well, you haven't thought of setting up a ninja school yet, right?" "I proposed to set up a ninja school? Am I pushing the wheel of history?" Little Tsunade saw that her second grandfather was lost in thought again, so she didn't bother him. She said hello to Nanako and pulled Izaya out of the yard. Nanako's voice came from behind, "Be careful, don't cause trouble, and don't gamble." Izaya had long wanted to see Konoha village, but he didn't dare to be too active because he had just arrived. Now that little Tsunade is a shield for him, it couldn't be better. Tsunade's popularity can be seen along the way. Many people greeted her when she left the yard, and even saluted from a distance. Looking at the family emblems on their clothes, these should all be members of the Senju clan. Some wore Konoha forehead protectors, and some didn't. It seems that the courtyard where he lives is in the middle of the Senju station. The street is very wide, but it is not as prosperous as in the comics. Most of the houses are wooden houses, and only some buildings that look tall are made of stone. After all, it is the 9th year of Konoha now, and everything is in the ascendant. The only thing that looked familiar to Xingluo was the Hokage office in the distance with a big fire written on it. It was a rare 3-story building in the village, and it was painted red, which was very eye-catching. Then there was the Hokage cliff behind the village. At the beginning, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara sat there and imagined the future. Now only Hashirama Senju's head is carved on it alone. As the tyrant of Konoha, Tsunade has already dominated the whole village, and the Senju clan is a wealthy family among wealthy families. So Tsunade is quite impressive wherever she goes. Eat whatever snacks you encounter on the street. Try whatever restaurants you pass by. Buy anything good you see. Having money means being willful. If Tsunade doesn't gamble, her daily pocket money is enough for 10 children to live a carefree life for a month. The venom colonization suit in Izaya's body is growing. It's really a bottomless pit. Eat, eat, eat. When she is not full, she eats from the street to the end of the alley, and even eats 3 streets. Later, she really couldn't eat any more. If she continued to eat, she was afraid that the onlookers would think she was a monster and hang her up and beat her to death. Isaiah finally put down the chopsticks in his hand that had killed countless lives. Let's do this for now, we'll eat again later when we have a chance. Rainya wiped his mouth. Tsunade was so full just by looking at it that she kept burping. Burp you, burp. You are not a glutton. You are just a rice bowl. Burp. Rainya waved his hand very modestly, you are too flattering, I am just a small rice bowl at best. After walking around for a few times, Rainya found that the current Konoha village is not that big. There are less than 10 streets in total. Most of them are deserted streets with few shops. Although villagers have begun to move into the village, they have been here for a short time and the number is not large. At present, the most common family in the village is the ninja family. The establishment of Konoha village was inseparable from the alliance with the Senju clan and countless large and small families. So later when electing the Hokage, everyone unanimously recommended Senju Hashirama, and no one even looked at Uchiha Madara, which deeply hurt Uchiha Madara's self-esteem. After being tired of strolling around, Tsunade wanted to take Isaiah to see Senju Hashirama. I haven't seen Grandpa for several days. I miss him so much. Let's go. Let's go and gamble with him. You mainly want to gamble with him, right? Isaiah had no choice but to deal with this little gambler, but he really wanted to meet the god of ninjas. The first generation Hokage who could defeat 10,000 people and pacify the troubled times. Tsunade took Isaiah to the Senju station and soon came to a large courtyard. It was not far from the courtyard of Senju Tobirama. After entering the courtyard, Isaiah found that the courtyard was very large, but it was not as exquisite as the courtyard of Senju Tobirama. There were no ponds, bridges, or rockery. Some unknown small trees were planted around the courtyard, and then there was a large vegetable garden. Opposite the gate was a large 2-story wooden building. The structure was complex and the scale was huge, and it looked very imposing. When Isaiah came closer, he found that there was no trace of splicing and inlaying in this house. Between the beams and the wooden boards, there were dead wood. This couldn't be made directly by using wood release. This is really convenient. Before Tsunade and Isaiah walked to the front of the house, a deep laugh came from the house. Ha 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 ha, it's little Tsunade who came to see me. Come on, let's have a bet. As the voices were spoken, a big man walked out of the house, and behind him stood a graceful woman. Chapter 6 God of Ninja. The people who came were Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. Hashirama Senju was tall, and his skin was not as white as Tobirama Senju, but a little darker. His face was a little square, his expression was very gentle, and he looked like he could smile at any time. He gave people a very easygoing feeling. At this time, he was wearing loose clothes, strode out, picked up little Tsunade, and laughed. Ha ha ha! My dear granddaughter! Then his dear granddaughter grabbed a lock of his hair and said, hurry up! Give me the money, I'm going to kill everyone today. And Rainya next to him was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the Venom colonization suit, which had been silent all the time, and only knew hungry, eating, actually reacted when facing Senju Hashirama. It was a huge sense of crisis, just like a cat arching its back and getting its hair standing on end when it feels dangerous. At this time, the Venom colonization suit also reminded Rainya very clearly that the man in front of him was very powerful and very dangerous. The Venom colonization suit also had a little reaction when facing Senju Tobirama, but it was not serious. When facing the two people, the feeling shared by the Venom colonization suit to Rainya was completely different. Probably. When facing Tobirama, it was like a primary school student facing the world boxing champion. He was definitely defeated, but he also had a kind of ambition of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. But when facing Hashirama, it was like a little mouse facing a big wolf dog. They were totally on different levels. But at the same time, the venom colonization suit also conveyed a feeling of wanting to eat. It felt like eating Hashirama Senju. It will definitely grow up. Rainya, Mataru only dared to take a bite. You want to eat it all? You are so bold. At this time, Uzumaki Mito, who was standing in the corridor, shook her head helplessly. She was wearing a decent kimono, without any jewelry on her body, and looked very simple. Only a hairpin with long talismans on both ends was inserted in her fiery red hair. At this time, she was looking at Xingluo Rainya gently. "Who is this child?" she asked. Tsunade rushed to shout, "His name is Xingluo Rainya." Xingluo Rainya bowed slightly, "My name is Xingluo Rainya, meet Master Hashirama, Master Mito." Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "You are Xingluo Rainya. Just call us grandpa and grandma like little Tsunade. Come in and sit down." Then she took Rainya's hand and led him into the house. Her attitude was very gentle, not like a woman from the Uzumaki family at all. Senju Hashirama, who was standing by, looked at Izaya curiously, "So you are Izaya? Great! Come on, let's have a gamble. Let's see what your talent is like. I'm telling you, I'm the man known as the god of gamblers in Konoha." Then in less than 10 minutes, the title of god of gamblers in Konoha was inherited by Xingluo Izaya. "Izaya, Hashirama, aren't you saying that Uzumaki Mito also has the title of god of gamblers in Konoha?" After Hashirama lost all his money, he slapped the wooden floor hard and said passionately, "In terms of gambling skills, no one who has fought with me is better than you. I, Hashirama, would like to call you the strongest." Izaya turned his head and glanced at him, "You can take a break. I can't lose even if I deliberately let you win. And the strongest? I'm so embarrassed. I know who Tsunade inherited her gambling luck from." Hashirama and his wife invited Izaya to eat at home in the evening. After seeing Izaya's appetite, Hashirama was moved and didn't know why. "There is a feeling that I am not alone in my path." After dinner and chatting until late, Hashirama and his wife sent someone to send Rainyi back to Tobirama's home. Senju Tobirama had already told his brother and sister-in-law about Xingluo Rainyi's situation. He also made it clear that he wanted to adopt Xingluo Rainyi, an unusual child. Hashirama and his wife can be said to have seen and eaten, and they have seen the world. Even if this child fell from the sky, they didn't care and took care of him as their own nephew. It can be said that they are amazing. After Rainyi left, Senju Hashirama's eyes were filled with tears. "Tobirama is already an adult, but he doesn't want to find a wife. I am the incompetent eldest brother. Now I finally adopted a child. Woo woo woo." In the evening, Senju Tobirama returned home and found Xingluo Rainyi, who was still learning to read by himself. "Rainyi, I already have an idea for setting up a place for children to study. It will take some time to organize it. But training cannot be delayed. Now I will teach you the key to becoming a ninja, chakra refining. You have to listen carefully." According to Tobirama, chakra is the physical energy extracted from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, plus the spiritual energy generated by thinking activities. Mixed in a certain proportion. It can travel through the meridians of the human body, strengthen the body, and use ninjutsu with the mobilization of hand seals. Wait, 130 trillion cells in the human body? But I remember that people only have 40 trillion to 60 trillion cells? Fuck, no. We are not the same species, right? And the chakra of this world comes from the chakra god tree. As an outsider, I am not sure whether I have it. It's over." Xingluo Rainyi suddenly thought of these, and his heart was chilled, fearing that he could not refine chakra. From then on, he became a trash time traveler who relied on his golden finger to dominate the world, pretend to be cool and slap people in the face, and became a stud for an era. Gods and Buddhas bless you. This must not be a useless novel. What I didn't expect was that he actually extracted chakra very smoothly. And the speed of progress surprised Senju Tobirama a little. Senju Tobirama grabbed Isaya's hand and sensed the chakra in his body. Tobirama, I did extract chakra, in such a short time. This kid is a genius. But this chakra is a little different. Senju Tobirama didn't say much, just said, you are still young now, you can't extract chakra too much, otherwise it will hurt your body and affect your future development. From today on, you will extract chakra for 1 hour every day. When Isaiah heard that it would affect his future development, he secretly reduced the daily chakra extraction to half an hour. Strength is important, but it is not as important as the development of little Gigi, right? However, since he has come to the world of Naruto where everyone dies, Xingluo Linyi naturally does not have a fluke mentality. He is eager to master the power and save his life. Now the role of the Golden Flame is unknown, and the Venom colonization suit is still immature, so he can only rely on ninjutsu to support the appearance. Chakra extraction is on the right track. In addition, Xingluo Linyi needs to take 2 hours of cultural classes every day. After all, as a ninja, illiteracy is not acceptable. In addition, he set himself an hour of physical exercise every day. Although as a 4 or 5-year-old child, his strength, physique, and agility are more than half of that of an adult, which is already quite amazing. But in this world, ordinary adults can't really be used as a unit of measurement. According to the original work, even a 11-year-old genin who just graduated can beat 7 or 8 strong robbers with the blessing of chakra as long as he can get over the psychological barrier. This is just relying on physical skills and weapons without using ninjutsu. As for the great fireball technique that failed to kill a single enemy in the entire comic, how can ordinary people bear it? It is not surprising that a large area of burns in an instant can directly cause death. A well-made mouth spray can kill more than a dozen people. The combat power of this sprayer is really unimaginable. Exercise. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. Even Rock Lee, who can't use ninjutsu, can have a place in the ninja world. Hard work will not lie. Physical enhancement is the most fundamental and direct enhancement. Running, squats, crunches, push-ups. Although 1 hour of training every day will make you exhausted, the Venom colony has a very strong recovery ability, and it only takes a few dozen minutes to become energetic. Finally, it's a little useful. Xingluo Linyi sighed. Not to mention in the comics, Venom's performance in the movie alone is very powerful. Even better than Spider-Man. Single soldier firearms basically can't hurt the host, one hand can lift a car, run to chase a helicopter, super fast regeneration, shape change, eat living people. Except for being sensitive to temperature and lacking tolerance to sound, Venom basically has no disadvantages. However, the Venom in Linyi's body is different from the Venom in the comics and movies. Linyi has tried metal knocking and other sound waves, and the Venom colony has no discomfort at all. It is not afraid of fire, at least ordinary flames have no reaction for 1 minute. He seemed to understand, so that's it. Although this Venom colony suit cannot directly turn an ordinary host into a Superman like the Venom symbiote. But its various weaknesses have disappeared. And according to the training situation in the past 2 days, the description of grows and evolves with the host is not a lie. Every time I exercise, I can clearly feel the activity of the Venom colony suit. It can become stronger with me. More than 10 days have passed, and Xingluo Lin has been wandering around the village with Tsunade these days, in order to get familiar with the environment. But this morning, the two were sweeping the snack stalls in Konoha on the street, but saw many ninjas walking towards the Hokage's office. Judging from the costumes, most of them were still senior ninjas. In just 10 minutes, Xingluo Lin only saw more than 20. It's a pity that there are no familiar ones. It's too early, and I don't know them. He asked Tsunade curiously, what happened today? Why are there so many ninjas going to the Hokage's office? Tsunade said while eating a string of octopus balls, today is the end of the month. The Jonin need to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. It turns out that the current rule of Konoha village is, if there is no urgent task or it is really impossible to get back, the Jonin in the village need to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting at the end of the month. Including the patriarchs of the major ninja clans. Some issues such as task allocation, personnel transfer, and material application will be discussed and decided on this day. The Jonin can fight against 100 people and are the backbone of the ninja village. Hashirama Senju originally stipulated, if more than 2/3 of the Jonin in the village vote in favor, even the Hokage can be driven out. It can be seen that the status of the Jonin is high. Even in Konoha village, the number of Jonin now is definitely not more than 50. At this time, in the large conference room of the Hokage's office, all the senior ninjas sat on chairs around the conference room. The long conference table in the middle was occupied by the clan leaders of the major ninja clans and the heads of various departments. Hashirama Senju, who had not appeared for several days, was now sitting in the main seat in a Hokage robe, and a bamboo hat with the word fire written on it was placed on the table on the side. He saw that almost everyone had arrived, and said, before the meeting starts today, I need to announce an important decision. Chapter 7 You should leave the group, the first generation. Half a month ago, Uchiha Madara, who had long gone away, suddenly came back and fought a desperate battle with the first generation Hokage. In the end, Uchiha Madara died, and the first generation recuperated for several days without showing up. Now the place where the battle took place has completely changed its terrain, from a mountain forest to a valley, and is now called the Valley of the End. During this period, the first generation has never shown up, and it was Tobirama Senju who was in charge of the work. Although it was said that Hashirama Senju was the hands-off shopkeeper in the past, and Tobirama Senju was responsible for specific affairs. But everyone knows that Konoha has the god of ninjas behind him, so they feel at ease. Now, the Battle of the Valley of the End has frightened these people. After all, that is Uchiha Madara, who is known as the Shura of the ninja world. The first generation has not appeared for more than 10 days, and it is obvious that he has suffered serious injuries. Even if Senju Tobirama said the first generation is fine, but everyone is also panicking. Senju Tobirama looked at the dozens of senior ninjas and clan leaders present and felt relieved, and his heart was heavy. Although the eldest brother is not very reliable, his position in everyone's hearts is unparalleled. As long as the eldest brother is still there, Konoha will be as stable as Mount Tai. But now the eldest brother's health. Ha ha ha. I know I made everyone worried a few days ago, I'm really sorry. Senju Hashirama touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. The people below didn't say anything, but even the most serious people had a little smile on their faces at this time. This is Senju Hashirama. Although he looks very unimpressive, no one will feel pressured by the sight of this ninja god, and they are happy to follow him. Actually, there is nothing important today. I just feel that I am not competent enough as Hokage, so I want to step down from the position of Hokage. Ha ha ha. Why are you looking at me like that? Ha ha. Hashirama had a silly smile like Luffy, and when he smiled, his mouth was so wide open that you could see his tongue. Everyone present, except for a few ninjas who knew about it in advance, showed a surprised look. But then they were relieved. The character of the first generation was a bit off the track, and he was not suitable to be a Hokage. So all along, the affairs of the Hokage were handled by Senju Tobirama. Now that he wants to step down, instead of being greedy for power and occupying the toilet without doing anything, it is in line with Hashirama's character. Moreover, as the founder of Konoha village, whether he is the Hokage or not, he is the spiritual leader and pillar of the village. This will not change because of his identity. Besides, if Hashirama abdicates, who else can take the position? That is Tobirama. No problem. The ninjas below whispered to each other for a while, and finally an older elder of the Hyuga family spoke. In this case, I recommend Senju Tobirama to succeed the second generation Hokage. It must be said that the old ginger is more spicy. The old elder of the Hyuga family expressed his opinion at the first time and won an impression point. No one below had any objection, and under the leadership of the Hyuga family, they all raised their hands in agreement. The transition between the first and second generations was very smooth. Konoha was the strongest and most united at this time. There was no intrigue between the third generation and Danzo later, and the mutual restraint between the Hokage and the advisor. Everyone trusted and was willing to establish a foothold in the ninja world under the leadership of the Senju brothers. Senju Hashirama stood up, with a rare seriousness on his face. Then, Tobirama, Konoha will be in your hands from now on. He solemnly put the Hokage hat on his brother's head. Well, leave it to me. Tobirama nodded and sat in the main seat, while Hashirama sat in the seat before Tobirama. Tobirama Senju still had a calm expression on his face, without any change due to the change of identity. He said, I will make 2 proposals below, please vote. First, this time Uchihamadara stole the 9 tails, which posed a great threat to the village. In order to avoid similar problems, I decided to restart the Jinchuriki plan. When Konoha was just built, Hashirama used his wood escape to capture 7 of the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Except for the 1 tail and the 7 tail, he held them all in his hands. Later, Uchihamadara left Konoha for some reason, and the 5 largest countries also supported their own ninja villages one after another, forming the pattern of the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages in later generations. Although now ninjas rely on completing commissions to make a living, it is not as chaotic as the Warring States period to fight for territory. But the fighting did not decrease much. On the contrary, because the ninja families gathered into ninja villages, the intensity of the fighting became more tragic. Hashirama felt that this was not the result he wanted, so he held the first 5-cage conference in the neutral samurai country, the Iron Country. Discussing to divide the tailed beasts, everyone would be afraid of each other with a big killer in their hands, and would not go to war as recklessly as they do now. Originally, it was going to be given away for free, but was later stopped by Tobirama and sold to the other 4 villages. It should be said that Hashirama's idea makes sense. If the 5 major ninja villages cannot easily go to war because they are afraid of the tailed beasts in each other's hands, it is indeed meaningful for peace. But the tailed beasts are dead and the ninjas are alive. What is really scary is people. Although the tailed beasts were indeed a terrifying existence when the ninja villages were established. But with the development, the major ninja villages have produced many talents, and the threat of this thing has become lower and lower. So much so that later generations began to use the tailed beasts as weapons and tried to fight. But now is the 9th year of Konoha, and it has only been 3 years since the first 5-cage conference to divide the tailed beasts. All countries are still relatively honest. Jinchuriki is a concept proposed by Senju Tobirama. He originally envisioned using sealing techniques to seal the chakra collection of the tailed beasts into the human body to provide huge power for ninjas. But before that, there was Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama. What Jinchuriki? What tailed beast? They are all younger brothers. The younger brother among younger brothers. So this proposal was only mentioned by Senju Tobirama, and everyone thought it was unnecessary, so it was not proposed. There was no in-depth discussion. But now it is different. Uchihamadara died, and before he died, he severely injured Hashirama Senju. Although Hashirama Senju looked alive and well, his hidden injuries were too severe and it was difficult to recover. Hashirama Senju didn't know how long he could hold on, so he insisted on giving the position of Hokage to Tobirama to avoid his sudden death and cause turmoil in the village. Tobirama Senju knew the physical condition of his elder brother. He was worried about his elder brother and the village at the same time. Once Konoha lost Hashirama, it might arouse the ambitions of other ninja villages that had been suppressed for a long time. Therefore, a way to increase combat effectiveness is urgently needed now. And the Jinchuriki was remembered by Tobirama again. Senju Tobirama continued, the Nine Tails has a huge power and its chakra is extremely violent. Ordinary people cannot bear it or control it. For safety reasons, I propose that my sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are close relatives. The Uzumaki clan has a very strong vitality and huge chakra. Especially proficient in sealing techniques. The sealing technique passed down by the ancestors of the Uzashio village is famous in the entire ninja world. Everyone naturally has no objection. The first generation family made such a sacrifice for Konoha, and everyone was in a heavy mood. How could they have any objections? However, when others raised their hands to vote, they inevitably looked at the guilty Uchiha clan leader. The current Uchiha clan leader is considered to be Uchiha Madara's cousin. He is sitting on the chair now, as uncomfortable as sitting on a tiger bench. Although no one said anything about the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara's act of betraying the village is there. The Uchiha family simply doesn't know how to stand. The plan of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was passed. As for how to proceed, it was the business of the specific personnel. Tobirama continued with his second proposal, you all came from the Warring States period, and now the pattern of the ninja world has completely changed. Although peace is hard won, it does not mean that peace will last forever. On the contrary, because the battle has changed from the previous ninja clan against ninja clan, several united ninja clans against other united ninja clans, to the current country against country, ninja village against ninja village. The intensity of the battle will undoubtedly become more and more intense. We must be prepared. Chapter 8 Report to the Hokage. Yes, 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 there are monsters. Everyone nodded after listening to Tobirama's words. As the top ninjas, they have a deep understanding of the huge changes in the scale and method of battle. In the past, a ninja family often had conflicts in tasks with other nearby families, and then fought endlessly. The reasons are nothing more than snatching territory, conflicting tasks, and other issues. It's just a small scene. After all, even if it is a big family, there are only 20 or 30 ninjas at most. For example, the number of ninjas in the powerful families like Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga is less than 50. But in recent years, conflicts and battles between ninjas have become disputes and competitions between major ninja villages. In the past, at most 20 to 30 ninjas would fight each other, and the losing side would die and retreat. But now, a large-scale mission may involve several villages and dozens of ninjas. And the losing side will often be wiped out. In the past, every battle was a familiar face and old rival, but now you can see ninjutsu you have never seen and families you have only heard of in rumors. Even some secret techniques and blood limit have appeared one after another. And the party that suffered a loss will record the incident in a notebook. Report it later. It's like people who have been fighting between villages have suddenly stepped onto the international mercenary battlefield. Whether in terms of scale or intensity, it is not comparable to the previous small fights. It is now the 9th year of Konoha. In these 9 years, even in Konoha, the largest village in the ninja world, nearly 100 ninjas have died. Among them, the vast majority are Chunin and Genin. In the Warring States period, this would have wiped out several families. Seeing that everyone was deeply touched, Tobirama continued, in order to prepare for a rainy day and deal with the possible ninja world war. We still need to strengthen our strength, and we need to create a training method suitable for the current ninja village pattern. I have been thinking about how to change the traditional family training of ninjas, but I can't figure it out. And more than 10 days ago, my adopted child, Xingluo Reinyi, suddenly reminded me. Maybe we should establish an institution to train children to learn basic knowledge and conduct basic training, and conduct centralized education. So, I propose, Establish a ninja school. The 6 young men aged 16 or 17, standing by the wall in the distance, couldn't help but look at each other when they heard Xingluo Reinyi's name. That Xingluo Reinyi, is he the child who fell from the sky? These 6 people are the disciples of the second generation Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Utanen Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and Akimichi Tofu. They are now special Jonin, and as disciples of Senju Tobirama, they are qualified to participate in the Jonin meeting. On the night of the Battle of the Valley of the End, the 6 of them accompanied Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and others, and watched the Battle of the Valley of the End from a distance. War. They knew their teacher went to explore the place where the meteor fell, and then brought back a child. And their teacher said, "This child fell from the sky." Tobirama proposed the concept of ninja school and explained his idea in detail. Many families frowned secretly at this proposal. Just as Tobirama considered the balance between the ninja clan and the village, each ninja clan would have similar considerations. Should the village be placed before the family, or the family before the village? If something is good for the village but not for the family, what choice should be made? What if it is the other way around? However, those who can sit here are those who are willing to believe in Senju Hashirama and are willing to follow the Senju brothers. Didn't they unite to establish the village in order to bring peace? Moreover, the ninja school does not completely deprive the family of the right to train ninjas, but only selects a few children from each generation of the family and trains them in the ninja school. This will also help the family integrate into the village. In addition, Tobirama had already informed some close families in advance, so after the Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi and other families raised their hands first. Other families also agreed one after another. Both proposals on Tobirama's side were passed, and the next step was the reports and proposals of the heads of various places and departments. First, a ninja who was nearly 40 years old and had a few shallow scars on his face stood up. He sat at the table in the middle of the conference room, and his identity was not an ordinary ninja. "I, the captain of the Konoha Outer Guard, Yamada Fujiro, report." The man's voice was a little hoarse. Senju Tobirama nodded, "Go ahead." Yamada Fujiro opened a small notebook he carried with him and began to say, "Starting from a week ago, some violent wild beasts began to appear in the mountains and forests outside the village. These wild beasts have a strong desire to attack, and their size has increased dramatically, and their strength has become stronger. Some parts of some animals have even mutated. In the past week, some gathering points and villages near the village have produced more than a dozen violent wild beasts injuring people. 16 people were injured and 8 people died." At this time, another senior ninja asked, "The size of the beasts has increased? How big has it become?" Yamada Fujiro opened his hands and stretched them to the extreme. "Yesterday evening, we shot and killed a mutant wild boar with fangs that increased dramatically. The body length is probably larger than this. Yamada Fujiro is about 1.7 meters tall, and his arm span is about the same. It is larger than this, which means that the body length is almost 2 meters. Everyone couldn't help but grin in surprise. "Is this a wild boar? You mean an elephant without a nose?" Senju Tobirama frowned slightly. Yamada Fujiro was a reliable ninja, and he personally promoted him to the position of captain of the outer security team. He said it was this big, so it must be this big. In the ninja world, it's not that there are no animals this big, but they are very rare. Generally, they are beings that have awakened chakra naturally. When encountered by ninjas, they will be subdued as summoned ninja beasts. But according to Yamada Fujiro, just around Konoha, more than a dozen were found in just 1 week. Tobirama asked in a deep voice, "Jiro, how strong are these mutant beasts?" "The strength varies. The weaker ones can be dealt with by a single genin, but 10 ordinary people may not be opponents. The stronger 2 or 3 genin are very dangerous." The jonin present were all surprised. It can actually reach the level of genin. This is not ordinary. Such beasts are the god of death for ordinary people. And Yamada Fujiro continued, no chakra was found in these beasts. Instead, some strange energy was found. I suggest that we increase the security forces around the village, and if necessary, we should carry out a major cleanup. Tobirama nodded, send a sensory ninja to conduct reconnaissance and assessment. We need to know the number, tribe, and strength of this beast. After the reconnaissance results come out, we will decide whether to clean it up. The meeting in the Hokage's office is still going on, while Tsunade and Izaya ran to the training ground on the edge of the village to play. The results of recent training are significant, and Izaya wants to try shuriken throwing training. At his current age, he cannot get in touch with ninjutsu. The only thing he can get in touch with is a simple blade. In fact, in order to ask for these blades, Izaya also wore out his lips and asked Tobirama for 3 shurikens and a kunao. After all, he and Tsunade are still young and not suitable for holding such dangerous weapons. Duo duo duo. 3 crisp wood collision sounds, 3 shurikens were stuck on the wooden stake. However, none of them hit the target, but simply hit the wooden stake. And the force was not enough, barely hanging on the wooden stake, and it came down with a slight pull. In the original work, the people of the Uchiha family all played with the shuriken in a variety of ways. But when they really tried it, they found, this thing is so difficult. Linya has been training for 2 days, and can only guarantee that he can barely hit the wooden stake at a distance of 3 meters. From this point of view, it is difficult to hit the bull's-eye without a month of practice, let alone the arc, refraction, secondary change of direction and other tricks that appear in comics. Sure enough, there is no simple thing in this world. Linya looked at the chakra attribute in the attribute column, 12/16. This is a column of attributes that appears in the system after refining chakra. Now that I have chakra, I can use chakra to strengthen my body, and I also have the venom colonization suit to provide super recovery ability. I can exercise recklessly. Although I can't do the life-threatening training of Kai and Xiao Li, I have to work harder. I am working hard for my own life now. Linya still remembers what his elementary school physical education teacher said, if it's the college entrance examination, those who don't pass the undergraduate line will be shot. Everyone will definitely pass. Now it's good. The gun is against the back of my head. I have to fight for my life. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's blood boiled. He took a deep breath, put his hands to his mouth, and shouted to the forest outside the training ground, "Try hard struggle." Tsunade was counting a string of copper coins in her pocket. She was startled by Lin Yi's sudden crazy shouting and murmured, "I really don't understand you." At this moment, the bushes in the distance suddenly shook and made a rustling sound. There is something. Chapter 9 Huge Beast. Rustle rustle rustle. The thing in the forest is approaching here, very fast. Xingluo Linya suddenly became alert. The venom colonization suit in the body also sent a strange perception reaction. It was a perception that had never appeared before. Damn it! I was careless. Xingluo Linya regretted it all of a sudden. He originally thought that the current Konoha village should be very safe and there should be no danger. But he forgot that this is the world of ninjas. The world of ninjas cannot be guessed with common sense. I hope it's not some enemy ninjas, but just some ordinary beasts. Otherwise, I will definitely not last more than 3 minutes. No, I will die in an instant, right? It is now the 9th year of Konoha, and the scale of the village is far from the huge scale of Konoha in the 60th year of Konoha when the original plot begins in the future. Konoha village is built on the Hokage Rock, facing north and south. With the Hokage office as the center of the circle and the Hokage Rock as the bottom line, a semicircular village is formed. In the future, Konoha village will have nearly 100 streets and more than a dozen areas. But the current Konoha village is actually not big. In addition to several straight streets scattering outwards with the Hokage office as the center point, there are 2 curved streets that cross the entire village at different distances from the Hokage office. Rin also calls it the first ring and the second ring. The residence of the Senju clan is just west of the second ring of Konoha village. This location can be said to be quite remote. This is the Senju clan's unwillingness to occupy a more prosperous and lively place in order to show their righteousness and modesty. It is also to show that the Senju clan is willing to defend Konoha village from foreign enemies. But now, this choice is definitely a pitfall for Xingluo Linyi and Tsunade. The Senju clan's base is very far away, and the training ground is even further away. This is already the edge of the village. Further out is the forest. Once something happens here, support may not be able to arrive in the first time. The nearest guard point is also 1 kilometer away, and the fastest support will take 3 minutes, right? What's over there? It is obvious that Tsunade also noticed that something was approaching in the forest. Although she is young, as a descendant of ninjas, she is still very vigilant in this regard through words and deeds. Seeing that she also held the only kunao in her hand tightly, Izaya hurriedly said to her, "Tsunade, stand behind me, let's retreat. If something rushes over, you run immediately. I'll buy you some time, you have to call someone. Do you hear me?" But before Tsunade could say anything else, the noise suddenly came to the bushes beside the woods. A very vicious roar came from the bushes. Izaya was somewhat relieved. At least this is a beast, not a ninja. If it is a beast, it shouldn't be a problem for me to hold on for a while with the kunao and venom colonization suit in my hand, right? Perhaps because of vigilance, the beast did not rush out of the dense bushes immediately. And because of the mottled shadows in the dense forest, Izaya and the others could not see what the beast in the bushes was. "Back off slowly, don't turn around and run away, don't provoke it." The 2 of them backed off in small steps, but just after a few steps, the bushes whooshed, leaves flew, the wind surged, and a black shadow rushed out. "Run! Run!" Linye grabbed the Tsunade, pushed away and rushed towards the shadow. Tsunade was pushed down, her skirt was covered with dirt, but she didn't care about the pain and ran towards the village without looking back. "Rinyi, hold on!" With a loud bang, the thin wooden door of the guard post of the Senju training ground was knocked open, and it fell against the wall and cracked. "Quick! Save Rinyi!" The training ground, at the training ground. Tsunade couldn't hold on any longer, and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The 2 Senju Chunin in the duty room didn't have time to ask questions. After looking at each other, one rushed out of the door and ran towards the distant training ground, and the other wanted to pick up his little princess. But Tsunade held back her tears and pushed the other away, grabbed the kunao that she had never dropped, got up and ran towards the training ground again. Another Chunin from the Senju family held her under his armpit and started running towards the training ground. It took Tsunade nearly 2 minutes to run from the training ground to the duty room. While the first Chunin who rushed out took less than 40 seconds to get from the duty room to the training ground. Tsunade and Izaya have been coming to the training ground to play every day these 2 days, and the Chunin of the Senju family naturally knows this. The child adopted by Master Tobirama must not be harmed in any case. He rushed out in a flash and landed in the training ground, but the scene in front of him made him at a loss, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with the shuriken between his fingers. Within 10 seconds, another Chunin arrived with Tsunade. The 3 of them were stunned for a while. Tsunade was the first to react, and she shouted, "Izaya!" Izaya had been thrown to the ground at this time, and his hands were trying their best to support himself, not letting the long kiss get close to his head and face. At this time, he was already panting and was about to give up. But he still yelled, "Don't come over! It's too strong. I can't hold on for long." The background of the 2 Chunins and Tsunade turned black and white, and a gust of wind blew, and the 3 petrified and shattered on the ground. A crow flew over. "Fool! Fool!" The scene at that time was, a 40-centimeter-long half-grown puppy rolled into a ball with Zingluo Isaiah, licking his face vigorously. Isaiah, don't lick. Stop licking. Not there. The last two Chunins of the Senjua family accepted the apology of Tsunade and Isaiah with twitching mouth corners. It's all my paranoia. The bushes were actually very noisy at the time. And Zioba's barking was super fierce. So, hee. I'm sorry to the two seniors. What else can the two Chunins say? In front of them are the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the clan leader, and the child adopted by the clan leader's younger brother, the second Hokage. I can only give up. Senchuan, if this was my naughty kid, I would definitely beat his ass. After the two Chunins left, Isaiah grabbed Hachi's face and pulled it into a round shape. It's all your fault. You almost scared me to death. Still smiling? You, don't give me such a sweet smile. You're just an Akita dog. Pull. Hachi is the name Isaiah gave to this puppy. This puppy is cute yellow, with a round face, and looks like it's always smiling. It looks like the Akita dog I saw on the internet in my previous life. Suddenly, Isaiah felt a surge of murderous aura. He turned his head and saw Tsunade with a completely black background. Countless black smoke and flames rose behind the unattainable Tsunade. Seeing. Luo. Lin. Yet. Gritting teeth, you've done me so much harm and you even made my new dress dirty. I'm going to beat you to death. In the end, the guilty Linya had to cheat and lose 50 Wen to cheer up the runaway little Tsunade. However, what Linya didn't expect was that after such a shock, little Tsunade actually developed an ability. Before, Tsunade only had two abilities, the Thousand Hands Bloodline, A, Level 1, and Lose Every Gamble, S, Max. Now there is one more. Giant Strength, A, Level 1 born with huge strength, able to burst out even more powerful power. How did it also stimulate little Tsunade's talent? This must be much earlier than in the original work. It seems that little Tsunade's future achievements are limitless. Isaiah smiled and said to Tsunade, Tsunade's performance just now was so firm and decisive. She is worthy of being the little princess of Konoha. She will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Humph. Of course. Ha 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 ha. Little Tsunade put her hands on her waist and laughed proudly. She looks like the first generation. Isaiah looked down at Hachi who was circling around his legs and sticking out his tongue. An unspeakable melancholy surged in his heart. It's not surprising that Tsunade has awakened her great strength talent. But what's the matter with Hachi? Who can explain to me what Inuyagami is? Where did the monster come from? Chapter 10 Ding your gold finger has been received. Name, Hachi. Level, 6 RACE, Yokai/Inuyagami. Title, None. Faction, None. Yokai Power, 78/78. Attributes. Strength 1.8. Constitution 2.2. Agility 2.1. Intelligence 0.9. Spirit 1.3. Perception 2.2. Charm 1.3. Skills. Friend of children, C. Level 2 Hachi is unexpectedly popular with children, and he also likes children. Mysterious sense of smell, B. Level 3 Hachi has a magical sense of smell and can smell a lot of unusual information. Ability. Yokai, B. Level 2 Hachi is a yokai with magical abilities belonging to yokai. Inuyagami, B. Max Hachi is an Inuyagami with magical abilities belonging to Inuyagami. Items, none. Evaluation, cute and charming Akita Inuyagami Hachi, here. Attributes are higher than Rinya. People are not as good as dogs. Rinya, please explain it to me clearly. I know about monsters, and I have heard of Inuyagami. But this thing should not appear in the Naruto world, right? Zioba, you also traveled here? So we are brothers in distress. Zyoba, I am not, I don't talk nonsense. Inuyagami is a kind of monster unique to Japan. As Rinya has some research on Japanese comics, he naturally knows it. According to legend, in Japan, Inuyagami is the soul of a dog that lingers in the world after death. It can attach to a person, causing fever, hallucinations, and mental disorders. In some places, Inuyagami is inherited by a family. But this thing should not exist in the Naruto world, right? Rinya hugged the obediently smiling Zyoba in his arms, and watched Tsunade rub its face flat and round. This world is wrong. At this moment, Zingluo Rinya really felt the malicious smile of the terrifying black shadow behind this world. Director, yes, it was me. After the false alarm, Izaya didn't plan to continue training. Let's go back today, just in time to adopt Hachi. But when he and Tsunade carried Hachi to the edge of the training ground and were about to enter the village, Hachi in his arms suddenly turned into a puff of green smoke and appeared at his feet. What happened? It was still a physical body just now, and it turned into green smoke in an instant. When Izaya first saw Hachi's attributes, Izaya confirmed that Hachi was a physical body. But I didn't expect it to turn into green smoke. What's wrong, Hachi? Don't you want to go back with us? Izaya asked. Tsunade was also stunned. She had never seen a dog turn into a puff of green smoke. Is this a shadow clone? Hachi also knows ninjutsu? Hachi whimpered a few times, fluttered and jumped there, trying to walk towards Izaya and the others. But it was like there was an invisible rope tied to it and an invisible wall blocking it. It couldn't move forward. You. What's going on? Izaya asked. Hachi, can't you leave? Woof. Hachi nodded humanely, looking very frustrated. Is that so? Okay. Then we'll come to see you tomorrow and bring you some delicious food. Just stay at the edge of the training ground and wait for us, okay? Woof woof. Hachi was very excited to hear that Izaya and the others would come tomorrow, jumping around. Sitting on the ground and watching Izaya and Tsunade disappear into the village in the distance, Hachi turned around and returned to the forest. Ahahaha! Tsunade and Izaya are back. Come in and gamble with Grandpa. As soon as I entered the yard, I heard Hashirama's laughter. It turned out that Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito were also at Tobirama's house. Entering the main house, I saw Hashirama sitting at the table very casually, while Tobirama was sitting upright and looking at a scroll. This is... As soon as Izaya entered the room, he saw Tobirama wearing a red and white Hokage robe, and the Hokage hat was placed aside. Hashirama, on the other hand, was wearing loose casual clothes and looked unkempt. When Izaya saw this detail, he noticed it the first time and explained, from today on, Tobirama is the second-generation Hokage. Speaking of which, it seems that Tobirama was doing the work of Hokage before. I am really a bit unworthy of the title of Hokage. Scratched his head. It turns out that Tobirama has been replaced as Hokage. Maybe Hashirama also realized that his body could not support it for much longer. Izaya checked Hashirama's attributes when they first met. What a shock that was! All attributes are above 10, and the constitution has reached an astonishing 18.6. Chakra is 4254. There are too many skills to count. Various ninjutsu can be written in a separate chapter. Abilities include, Thousand Hands Bloodline, S, Max, Kekii Genkai * would release, S, Max, would release Senjutsu, SS, Max, Sage Body, SS, Max. However, Hashirama, who can be called the little Superman in the Naruto world, has a -16 behind his physical attribute. If I guess correctly, Hashirama had already suffered irreparable fatal injuries in the Battle of the Valley of the End not long ago. Or he used some forbidden technique that damaged his essence. It was only because of Hashirama's sage body and super strong physique that he did not die on the spot. But now it seems that Hashirama has given up the position of Hokage, and I am afraid that the situation is still getting worse. Alas! Izaya sighed in his heart. Hashirama is a man without airs and carefree, but he makes people relax. In just 2 weeks, Izaya felt this unique charm. But he has no way to deal with Hashirama's current situation. Come on, drink water. Hashirama poured tea for his granddaughter and Izaya very servilely, and said, I heard that little Izaya is training to be a man every day. Great job. Hashirama showed his big white teeth and raised his thumb. A bright light flashed. So dazzling. It turns out that Might Guy and Rock Lee all learned from you. Speaking of training, Tsunade was more excited than anyone else, slapping the table and shouting, We are so awesome today! We are so awesome! She told him about meeting Hachi at the training ground. Hashirama and Tobirama were not surprised at all, because the 2 Chunins from the Senju family had already reported it. Really? Tsunade wants to have a cute dog? No problem. Hashirama is very spoiled to Tsunade, and he won't give her anything she wants. Izaya shook his head when he heard this. I'm afraid it won't work. Hachi is not an ordinary puppy, it can't leave that forest. Tsunade rushed to say, Yes, yes. Hachi turned into a puff of smoke and ran to his feet. Just like the shadow clone of my second grandfather. Hearing this, Tobirama, who had been looking at the scroll, turned his head. After a moment's hesitation, Izaya said, I can feel that Hachiko is not a normal creature, but a more magical existence. Hashirama asked in confusion, Is it a ninja dog trained by the Inyazuka family? Tobirama put down the scroll, No. I'm afraid it's the mutant beast that Fujiro mentioned at the meeting today. So there are already so many in the village. He murmured. Mutated beast. Izaya was stunned, monsters are already too much. Don't give me any more trouble. Tobirama didn't treat Izaya as a child. He said, Many mutant beasts have been found around the village. They don't have chakra, but they are extremely powerful. Some even have some magical abilities. Don't go to the edge of the village recently. After dinner, Izaya came to the small practice field in the backyard, where several training wooden men and targets were erected. This training field is a bit small for ninjas, but it is enough for Izaya. He took out the few blades he had and planned to continue training in throwing techniques. The fancy shuriken of the Uchiha family in the original book are so cool. Wait, this kunao. Ryan-yi took out his own kunao and looked at it carefully. This is his own kunao, yes. But why does it feel different? He knocked the shuriken with the kunao, and the ding-ding-ding sound was very crisp. This sound is much better than before. A good kunao is a good one. Ryan-yi hurriedly checked. Reinforced fine steel kunao. D-level weapon. Dagger/throwing weapon. Armor piercing, D-level, +3 armor penetration. Evaluation. After strengthening, the texture and sharpness have been greatly enhanced, and it has a certain armor-piercing ability. Reinforced. What? When? Wait. Is it at that time? At that time, Zioba came with a hurricane of vicious dogs, and Ryan-yi also took out 100% of his energy to deal with it. In addition to mobilizing chakra to strengthen the body and activate the venom colonization suit, even the golden flame was used. Although I don't know what it is for, it is normal to squeeze out all the power you have at the critical moment of life and death. At that time, I was holding a kunao in my hand. Could the power of the golden flame be able to strengthen items? Ha 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 ha. My golden finger has arrived. Chapter 11 Partners on the Road of Ninja. Rin was really excited. All along, the only thing he could rely on was the venom colonization suit that was castrated by the 3-body aliens, but the current level of the venom colonization suit is still very low, and the role it can play is very limited. This made Rin, who was full of crisis, very anxious. Those predecessors who traveled to the world of Naruto either graduated at the age of 5 or became Jonin at the age of 10. Basically, there is no one who has not reached the level of Kage at the age of 16. And I am so green, it's not far from taking off my skirt. This is why Rin has already started to do hard training every day even though he is only 4 or 5 years old. Because I don't feel safe. I don't have confidence. But now, Jin Yan, who has a higher S rating than Venom's colonization suit, finally understands the role. This undoubtedly makes Lin Ye relieved. Hamahahe Super Saiyan Transformation I am Zirui. Lin Ye held the kunao, his face flushed, and he roared like constipation. But the golden flame, which was only a few points bigger than the flame of a lighter, was still lazily roasting the kunao, and it didn't work for a long time. Looking at the system's detection, the kunao did not change at all. No. Is it because I opened it wrong? Is it because it has been strengthened once, so it can't be strengthened again? Lin Ye took a breath and frowned. This golden finger does not come with an instruction manual, which inevitably makes people a little upset. Try it with the shuriken first. Carefully hold the shuriken, hamahahe. 2 minutes passed, and there was no change. Instead, Isaiah felt tired. No. What's wrong? And using this golden flame seems to consume my physical strength. Isaiah sat in the corridor, thinking hard. The house and the courtyard of the door are very exquisite. The house is in traditional Japanese style. There is a long corridor outside the house, and the whole house is 1 meter above the ground, suspended in the air. Isaiah's 2 legs drooped on the edge of the wooden board in the corridor. While thinking about the problem of the golden flame, he unconsciously tapped the wooden floor beside him. Ah, headache! What's going on? There is no instruction manual, no portable grandfather, and no tutorial for beginners. It's simply a 3-no golden finger. Speaking of which, this solid wood floor is so thick. Konoha village is indeed not short of wood. There are forests everywhere. Wait. Wood? Is it because of the material that there is no change? At that time, I thought my life was threatened, so I subconsciously pushed my potential, so Jin Yan performed beyond his normal ability and strengthened the kunao. But now, in my normal state, I can't strengthen the metal weapon at all. Maybe the current Jin Yan is too small and too weak. I need to upgrade it. Since metal can't be strengthened, I'll change to a simpler material. Isaiah jumped up, ran to the front yard without wearing clogs, and fished for pebbles barefoot by the pond. Tobirama was writing a ninjutsu scroll. Seeing Isaiah poking around in the yard, he smiled knowingly. After all, he's just a child. After working for 10 minutes, Isaiah's experiment failed again. Now Jin Yan can't do anything with stones. Isaiah went to the backyard to find a wooden stick. There are changes. What Isaiah didn't expect was that the shape and appearance of the wooden stick actually changed a little. Its texture changed. After a while, Isaiah couldn't hold on any longer, and he put away the golden flame panting, and looked at the stick again. Compressed hardwood stick. E-level weapon. One-handed stick. Toughness, E-level much tougher than ordinary sticks. Evaluation, although it is just an ordinary stick, it has been strengthened, and both its strength and toughness have been greatly improved. Isaiah looked at the shorter but more dense stick and smiled proudly. It seems that not only Tsunade has awakened the talent of giant strength, but I have also gained a lot from this little accident. Zyoba is really a lucky star. I should have called him Lifu earlier. The training of the golden finger should be gradual. Let's start with the wood. A ninja school. Yes. The proposal to establish a ninja school has been passed. Enrollment should begin in 2 months. I hope you and Tsunade can participate. Ah, I see. I will definitely work hard. Thinking of the conversation with Tobirama in the morning, Isaiah smiled bitterly, I am asking for trouble. But it's good this way. With professional teachers to teach, I should be able to improve faster. I am about to start my elementary school career again, physical education teacher. Hey! It's time to call it a day. An hour of throwing training has ended, and it's time to go back for some physical training. Hachi, I'm leaving. I'll see you tomorrow morning. He smiled and patted Hachi's head. Woof! Hachi smiled happily. Tsunade has etiquette lessons today, so Isaiah is the only one to train. Isaiah started jogging, running around the second ring of Konoha village, about 8 kilometers. Because of the strong recovery ability of the venom colonization suit, Isaiah is not worried about hurting his body. Run! While running, Isaiah observed the pedestrians, shops, and buildings on the road, and felt that it was much more prosperous. I heard from Tobirama that more and more people have come to settle in Konoha village. The number of tasks has also increased, especially those related to expelling those mutant beasts. According to intelligence, not only Konoha village, but even the entire land of fire, and even other countries, have experienced this inexplicable animal mutation. Some caravans and personnel have begun to hire ninjas for protection. The value of ninjas has greatly increased. Hey! When Rainya was thinking divergently, he found that there was another little boy jogging beside him. This little guy was about the same age as Rainya, with a dull look in his eyes and thick, wide, and long eyebrows, like 2 pieces of black noodles. He was wearing a training suit, which was soaked with sweat. Looking at his staggering state, he was probably unable to run. Sure enough, because of exhaustion and loss of control of his body, he tripped over his left foot and his right foot, and fell flat on the ground with a pop. Rainya held back his smile and hurried forward to help him. Are you okay? When he lifted him up, he saw tears in the child's eyes, trying hard not to let them fall. I'm fine. The child held back tears. Isaiah, it looks like you fell pretty hard. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. The child tried to hold back tears. Isaiah, hey, my clothes are all dirty. Will I be scolded when I get home? Wow! The child couldn't help it, the tough guy cried. Isaiah, you are really not a human. Isaiah despised himself in his heart, but the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. Don't cry, how can a man cry? I ask you, what's your name? Isaiah asked. The little boy was very strong and wiped his eyes quickly. My name is Might Die. I didn't cry. I just sweaty eyes. Might Die's expression was very resolute, and he answered with a crying voice. That's right. Sweaty eyes. Okay, okay. Your eyes are really amazing. But are you also exercising? Isaiah waved his hand. Of course. I want to be a ninja. So I have to do hard training. Might Die replied. Not bad. You have a clear goal at such a young age, that's amazing. Wait. What's your name? My name is Might Die, and my dream is to become a ninja. Might Die pursed his lips and clenched his fists, answering decisively. Although he was young, his expression was very resolute. Linya didn't react at once, and after careful consideration, he realized why he had a familiar feeling. Isn't Might Die the father of Might Guy? He is also a big man who opened the 8 gates. In order to save his son and 2 other children, he opened the 8 gates and killed 4 of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. The last lotus blossomed, which was extremely gorgeous. At this time, a middle-aged man with a beard ran over and gently swept the dust off Might Die's body. Die, are you okay? Father, I'm fine. How can I be knocked down by falling if I want to become a ninja? Ha 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 ha. That's right. Come on, said the bearded man. Might Die, right? My name is Xingluo Isaiah. If you don't mind, let's train together tomorrow. On the road to becoming a ninja, you can't do without companions. Isaiah stretched out his hand. Might Dai had never seen anyone other than his father who was so serious about his dream. He held Isaiah's hand with joy and sweat in his eyes, and nodded vigorously, "Yes. I didn't expect to meet a celebrity just by running." As Isaiah entered the yard, a ninja from the Senju family was walking out. The other party nodded and Isaiah bowed slightly in return. This person has been here several times. He should be a subordinate that Tobirama values. Entering the main house, Tobirama was thinking about something in front of a piece of wood on the table. "Master Tobirama, I'm back." "Well, go wash up, we'll have lunch soon." "Yes." Isaiah saw a piece of wood on the table and asked, "What is this?" Tobirama was rarely discouraged, and he let out a long breath, his voice a little tired. "Hey, the strange trees found by the tribe in the forest outside the station. Now not only animals, but also some plants have mutated. Like this tree, it grew more than a foot taller overnight." Chapter 12 Mighty Dai. Looking at Tobirama, who seemed a little tired, Isaiah smiled and said, "It seems that being a Hokage who shoulders the burden of the village is not easy. Please take care of yourself." Tobirama smiled rarely. "Are you starting to worry about you? Don't be too proud, kid. I'm in good health." Isaiah picked up the leaf with green leaves on the table. "Is this tree growing around the village?" Tobirama: "Yes. In the family's plantation. The Senju family runs the timber business of Konoha village and is well known throughout the Land of Fire. They have extraordinary talent and rich experience in plant cultivation, and have been in this business for more than 200 years. So after the establishment of Konoha village, the Senju family has also been engaged in the timber business. There are several large plantations and continuous hills. After all, they are the first wealthy family in Konoha, and they are not joking." "Hey!" When Linya observed the branch, he found that although the appearance was not here is something different, but it turns out that this thing actually has properties. Mysterious branch. E-level material. Wood. Chakra sensitive, D-level, will also react to subtle chakra. Evaluation: a mutant species that has never appeared before, it has completely deviated from the scope of the original species. It is very sensitive to chakra and will produce corresponding changes. "What's wrong?" Tobirama asked. Isaiah held up the branch and said, "Look." And injected chakra into the branch. The branch immediately changed, and a faint golden flame appeared on the branch. Tobirama was stunned. Golden flame. It was the golden flame that appeared in the valley at that time, which changed matter. "What did you do?" Tobirama asked in surprise. "I just injected chakra." Tobirama passed the branch and tried to inject chakra into the branch. As a result, dense water vapor began to form on the branch, and small droplets actually formed on the leaves and dripped down. Isaiah/Tobirama, different. Both of them realized that the performance of this strange branch in the hands of Isaiah and Tobirama was different twice. Is it because of different chakra attributes? As the current number one in Konoha village's research ability, Tobirama immediately thought of the reason. "My chakra is of water attribute, so water vapor and droplets appeared on the branch." "What about Isaiah's golden flame? Is it a special fire attribute? Or is it for other purposes?" This strange branch seems to have a very keen reaction to chakra, and it varies from person to person. Isaiah's words interrupted Tobirama's thinking. "Well, it seems to be true. The specific conclusion still needs more detailed experiments to be drawn." Tobirama agreed. "I checked the scrolls these days and found that chakra has attributes, and each person is different. When using ninjutsu that matches your own attributes, the power is stronger and the consumption is less. If you can confirm your own chakra attributes through this tree, wouldn't it be very convenient?" Isaiah said excitedly. "That's true. If it's true, it's very valuable." Tobirama suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go check it out. Remember to eat well, Don't read for a long time under the lamp, and rest early. Tobirama walked out. Hey! You haven't eaten yet? Izaya shouted. It's too late. I'll eat in the Hokage's office. Tobirama had already walked to the door, and then two black shadows came out from nowhere and followed him. They should be the men who guarded Tobirama. After a while, Nanako brought up the dinner one by one. It was very rich, with 7 plates and 8 bowls. Hey, where is Lord Tobirama? Nanako asked. Ah! He went to deal with things. It seems that the job of Hokage is very hard. Izaya ate the rice crazily with a bowl. After all, the daily consumption is intense, and nutrition must keep up. Linya thought while watching the glutton beside him. By the way, why do you always cook so much when Tobirama-sama is at home? Linya complained about Nanako while serving rice. That's because Tobirama-sama is very hardworking and needs care. Yes, that's right. Linya, eating like crazy, come on. Only Tobirama, a man destined to be alone, can't see it. On the second day, Linya took the energetic little Tsunade to find Mighty Dai. Mighty Dai's house is very easy to find, in a grocery store on the west side of the second ring road. Mighty Dai's father was a traveling merchant in his early years. Later, when Hashirama established Konoha village, he came here and met Mighty Dai's mother. Later, they got married and settled in Konoha. Their family opened a small grocery store, from needles and thread to oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, bacon and salted fish. Might grocery store, this is it. Rinya lifted the curtain with the word grocery written on it and walked in, and Tsunade followed with curiosity. She had never been to a grocery store before. The store was not big, with a small counter surrounded by shelves, with a wide variety of goods on display. Inside the counter was a woman who looked older than Nanako. Hello, Auntie, I'm Xingluo Rinya, a friend of Might Dai. I came to exercise with him. Ah! It's Dai's friend. Please wait, I'll call him. As she spoke, the kind woman called out to the back, Dai. Come out, your friend is here. As she spoke, she smiled at the two of them. I was worried that Dai's dull and stubborn personality would make it difficult for him to make friends. Thank you very much. Dai's mother poured tea for Rinya and Tsunade, without any contempt for them because they were two children. I'm Might Reina, can I know your names? Dai's mother asked very politely. I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry. I'm Xingluo Linyi and she's Tsunade. Nice to meet Aunt Reina. Linyi smiled. A slight greeting. In fact, only close people can call each other by their first names. Normally, they should call each other by their last names, but Rinya has no common sense in this regard. However, Dai's mother was obviously very happy. She liked Rinya, who was so young but pretended to be serious, and smiled and said, I am also very happy to see little Rinya and little Tsunade. Dai ran out soon and said excitedly, Is it, Rinya-kun? In fact, Might Dai, who has never been able to make any friends, was very concerned about Rinya's training yesterday. Soon the three of them were about to leave, and Rinya said goodbye to Dai's mother. We will go to the west near the training ground of the Senju family and will be back in the afternoon. I have brought lunch, please don't worry. Goodbye, Aunt Reina. He patted the backpack on his back. We will train a little longer today, and we will not go back for lunch, but have a picnic. This was told to Tsunade and Nanako a long time ago. Nanako also prepared enough lunch boxes and food. Dai's mother smiled and said, Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Linyi. Please try Auntie's cooking next time. Watching the three people disappearing at the corner of the street, Dai's mother said to her husband, who had just returned from delivering goods with full of emotion, Dai finally found his friends. Dai's father remembered the child he met yesterday. Ah! That's a very mature child. Linyi looked at the cheerful Might Dai and couldn't help thinking, Mother Dai is very nice, but her physical fitness is only 0.8. For an adult, isn't it too low? Is her health not good? The three came to the Thousand Hands training ground, and Lin Yi shouted Zioba's name loudly. Zioba stuck out his long tongue, happily got out of the bushes, and ran around the three people. Come on, Dai, let me introduce you, this is Zioba. Lin Yi pointed to Zioba with a silly smile on his face. This is Might Dai. He pointed to Might Dai with a silly face. We'll be friends from now on. Ah. Got it. My name is Might Dai, please take care of me. Dai bowed 90 degrees on the spot. Zioba obviously has a good impression of the cute Dai, woof. The man and the dog looked at each other, full of affection. Chapter 13 Gentlemen, I love training. Isaiah clapped his hands. Okay, the introduction is over, we're going to start training. First of all, I want to ask Dai, do you know how to train? Dai's expression was very unconfident, just running, persistence, exercise, and so on. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. That's right. Isaiah gave a thumbs up, showing off his little white teeth in a Hashirama-style way. Isaiah, I'll pass this signature pose to you. Dai, so cool. Isaiah continued, but that's not all. Training must be scientific. Scientific training methods can make the results of exercise several times more effective. Unscientific training not only has poor results, but also damages the body and has a counterproductive effect. Now let me talk about the human body. The human body is composed of 206 bones, 639 muscles and other tissues and organs. Isaiah's fierce talk stunned the young and ignorant Might Dai and Tsunade. Little Tsunade / Might Dai, Isaiah, so strong. You know so much. Little Tsunade, it turns out that the human body is so interesting. It's not just what the eyes can see. So interesting. Might Dai, it turns out that the composition of muscles and bones is like this. It turns out that eating is to provide energy to the cells of the body. Isaiah stunned the two and took the leadership of the small team. Then he instructed Dai to treat chasing Zioba as training. Dai, you have to know. For ninja, a strong body is not everything. A strong spirit that can endure everything is more important. In the past, running had a goal and an end, so we could persist. But chasing Zioba has no end. We have to keep running in despair and denial. So, keep going. Isaiah's serious expression obviously scared Dai. I thought the dog chasing skill was some kind of secret book. I understand. Even if I am desperate and can't see the end, I will keep running. Dai started chasing Zioba, running around the huge training ground. Although he was not very smart, his resolute expression was very touching. But for Zioba, this was just a low-intensity game. Zioba, don't even think about catching up with me. I can run like this for a whole day. Training is so boring. Lin Ye, why don't we have a gamble? Before Lin Ye could speak, Tsunade spoke first and took out the dice cup she carried with her. Shut up! You damn little fat sheep! Lin Ye knew that Tsunade didn't have the strong obsession and goal of becoming a respected ninja like Might Dai. So it was difficult for her to devote herself to very serious training at such a young age. Normally, children aged 4 or 5 should play under the supervision of adults. But this is the ninja world. There is not much affection and warmth and peace here, but more killing and sacrifice. It is pain and tears. It is endurance. In the original work, Jiraiya said, ninja refers to people who can endure everything. How many bitter tears of ninjas are contained in this sentence? With grandfathers like Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, little Tsunade doesn't seem to need to work too hard. But if you don't work hard when you are young, you will be sad when you are old. Perhaps it was because of the superior living environment when she was a child that Tsunade was left behind by the other 2 partners who were also 3 ninjas in the future. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality and ninjutsu. Jiraiya's sense of mission for the child of destiny. This made these two people have great achievements later. And what about Tsunade? The death of her younger brother Senjunaways, the death of her lover Kato Dan, the death of her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, the death of her partner Jiraiya. Too many deaths are actually caused by their own powerlessness. So, exercise. Try your best. At least give it your all and don't give yourself the chance to regret. Even at the last moment of your life, you must be as calm and relieved as Jiraiya. That's why Xingluo Linea has always been full of a sense of crisis and has been eager to pursue power. Because he has already shouldered all the tragedies that will happen in the future. All I want is a happy ending. Rainya looked at the little Tsunade with two small tufts of hair in front of him, with a childish and cute face, and said with a smile, I know that you don't like training, so I will teach you a new way to gamble. Tell me quickly. Little Tsunade couldn't resist the temptation, but you have to call me Sister Tsunade. When Rainya heard this, he held his nose and looked at the sky. Oh! Now that you mention it, I suddenly forgot the new, interesting, super fun, and money-making gambling method. Damn it! Okay. It's Little Tsunade, not Sister Tsunade. Little Tsunade pursed her lips and gave in to gambling. Rainya smiled and took out a wooden barrel nailed half a meter high and as thick as a thigh from his backpack. The gambling game I'm talking about is called pitching pots. It should be okay if it's placed 5 meters away. In fact, Rainya seemed to take something out of his backpack, but he actually took it out from the inventory. After he had chakra, he accidentally discovered that his system had an item bar in addition to the attribute bar, task bar, and log. By consuming a small amount of chakra, dead objects can be put in or taken out. However, the area of the item bar is really small, not much bigger than the backpack he carries. I hope it can grow in the future. For example, buy a membership, spend money to expand the warehouse, etc. Linya watched Tsunade take the enhanced arrows that he had strengthened for several days and threw them into the pitching pot in the distance. This arrow has been compressed and is not light, especially for a 4 or 5-year-old child. And the distance of the pitching pot is also 5 meters away. It is difficult to throw it that far, let alone throw it in. However, Tsunade has the ability of huge force, so there is still hope if she tries hard. Throwing thousands of times, you can always master the skills. Linya looked at the two people who were concentrating on training, and opened his attribute column. The attributes did not change. After all, he had only trained for half a month, and his physical fitness was far beyond the scope for a 4 or 5-year-old child. So it is difficult for the attributes to grow before the body grows up. Now I am just laying a good foundation. However, training is not completely ineffective, because training can increase experience. There is an experience bar at the bottom of the character column. I didn't notice it before because there was no experience and it was transparent. Recently, because of training, the experience has increased, and the purple experience value is still relatively bright. Probably not even 1/10, but at least Xingluo Linya has found a way to upgrade. According to the log, upgrading will increase the attributes. Set a small goal for yourself first, upgrade it to level 100 first. Then come to a medium level, then you will be invincible. Wahahaha. Put aside the fantasy first. In addition to experience, the short-term gains of training also include skills. That's right. Because Isaiah successfully refined chakra before, he gained an extra chakra refining technique, B, level 1. And now, there are 2 more. Basic throwing technique, E, level 1. Basic physical technique, E, level 1. What does this mean? It means that the system recognizes Isaiah's training results and confirms that Isaiah has mastered these 2 skills. Self-taught. Moreover, training can increase skill proficiency. If it is fully increased, it will definitely increase like the level. He began to do some self-weight strength training, and at the same time tried to do two things at the same time, using the tiny golden flame in his hand to strengthen a piece of wood in his hand. This is very difficult. Either the movement is out of shape, or the golden flame is extinguished. However, Isaiah's goal is to train the golden flame, and eventually he wants to be able to use it as naturally as using chopsticks. No one thinks about how to use chopsticks while watching TV, they just need to watch while eating. It was noon soon, and Isaiah wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead with the towel he brought. I have obviously adapted to this intensity of training, but once I want to control the golden flame with one mind and two minds, the difficulty and consumption have increased exponentially. But this is also quite interesting, I will be able to do it soon. At this time, Might Dai has been running for nearly 2 hours intermittently. From the beginning, he was full of energy, but then he became slower and slower. Later, he fell from time to time because of excessive physical consumption. He was covered in dust. At this time, he was like a wandering soul, staggering behind Zioba. Zioba didn't seem to be tired at all. He looked back at Dai after running a few steps, and then continued to run. It seems that monsters are at least very excellent in terms of physical strength. In this game, Zioba won. Okay. Let's take a break. Then have lunch. Lin Ye shouted. I can still hold on. Dai fell down before he could finish. Lin Ye ran over to help him up and took him for a slow walk nearby. Dai, don't stop suddenly after strenuous exercise, it will hurt your body. You should slowly reduce the intensity of exercise to slow down your heartbeat and body. Lin Ye, little Tsunade. You should also take a break. Don't compete with that pot throwing. A little Tsunade raised her hands high, howled to the sky, and roared like a chimpanzee, with raging anger in her eyes. This damn pot throwing always goes against me. This arrow is also disobedient. I'm going to kill it. Ha! With a childish roar, the arrow in little Tsunade's hand flew more than 20 meters away in a parabola and stuck in the ground. Hachi barked, ran over to pick up the arrow stuck in the ground, and wagged his tail to ask Tsunade to try again. Rainya swallowed his saliva. Tsunade's strength, could it be upgraded? If I had known it was so strong, I should have asked you to practice javelin. Chapter 14 Unintentionally Pushing the Wheel of History. Wow! Rainya! This bento is so delicious. Dai held a bento box and ate it in big mouthfuls. After exercise, you need to replenish energy even more. Dai chased after Hachi and ate a cigarette. He ran for a whole morning and didn't touch any hair. He was already hungry. Rainya took out 3 bottles of water from his backpack. Haha, of course. This is made by Nanako. Super good. Delicious. Dai imitated the way Rainya fooled him in the morning, baring his teeth and giving a thumbs up. I didn't expect that Hashirama's signature move was learned by Dai so quickly. Wait. Damn it. No, the iconic moves of Might Guy and Lee are all because of me. There are so many treasures in Isaiah's backpack. Tsunade wiped her face and hands with the wet towel handed by Isaiah, picked up the lunch box, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's still hot." Isaiah didn't expect that Tsunade, who looked carefree like Hashirama, was actually quite delicate. He quickly explained, "Ha ha ha, this is a treasure bag. Very powerful. I'll introduce you to it later." After fooling the 2 innocent and simple children, Isaiah was content to enjoy his lunch, well, just 5 lunch boxes. Seeing that Isaiah ate up 5 lunch boxes at a speed far beyond ordinary people, and enjoyed the fruit after the meal with satisfaction, and then looked at the lunch box he had just eaten half of, Dai's eyes, which were not big to begin with, were wide open, with a dull expression on his face, and his nose was about to flow out. Dai, too strong. He actually ate so much food in a short time. Is this the reason why Isaiah became stronger? I want to eat more too. In the next few days, Dai's mother was surprised. How come Dai's appetite has increased so much that he can eat more than his father? He is so full that he is rolling his eyes, but he still doesn't put down his chopsticks. However, the stubborn Dai found that he really gained something. After more than a week of eating a lot and scientific training, his body has obviously become stronger. He is more determined to be a foodie ninja. The foodie ninja was made up by Rainya, but Dai took it seriously. Not long after lunch, Rainya took Tsunade to send Dai home safely, and then they went back to their own homes. After Rainya went back, he would go running, and after returning home, he would supplement his throwing skills training, and in the evening he would refine chakra. The day was full and fulfilling. In the evening, he did everything he could to get rid of Nanako, and took a hot bath in a wooden barrel alone to relieve his fatigue. Wearing a loose yukata, sitting in the main house to eat. Nanako looked at Izaya who was eating voraciously, and then looked at Tobirama who was dressed in a tight suit, and felt very happy. After eating, Nanako cleaned up the mess and returned to her home. Only Tobirama and Izaya were left at home. The two sat in the main house chatting. Tobirama said, "Izaya, the mutant tree has completed the test. As you guessed, it has different reactions to chakras with different attributes." He paused and continued, "Everyone's chakra has different inclinations according to their different physiques. The different chakra attributes will cause the power of this ninja to change when using incompatible escape techniques. You have read this in the book. But the specific difference will only be discovered when you use ninjutsu one day. The difference will be greater than you think. If a ninja with a fire attribute is determined to use water escape, the result is that the consumption is twice as much as that of a water attribute ninja, but the power is only half. So it stands to reason that everyone should focus on the escape technique that matches their own attributes. But a person's attributes are difficult to detect directly, and can only be felt by using ninjutsu for a long time. But ninjutsu is scarce, and practicing a ninjutsu is also time-consuming. If a person only knows water escape, how can he know even if he is fire attribute biased? So, this mutant tree species is still very valuable. It allows ninjas to know their attribute bias at an earlier age, so that they can have a clearer and more specific plan in the process of growth. Speaking of the benefits of mutant trees, Tobirama's cold face had a little smile, no longer the sad expression before. In this period of time, various mutant plants and animals have brought a lot of trouble to Konoha. Many ninjas need to fight more fiercely. Although this means that there are more commissioned tasks. But it is not a good thing after all. However, this time, Rin also discovered the special effect of the mutant tree species, which turned out to be a good thing. This tree has economic value. Tobirama smiled and said, "Izaya has done a great job this time. Is there anything you want?" Izaya was happy when he heard it. "If I want something, I need more blades, including thin steel wire, 1,000 blades and other uncommon blades. I only have a few shurikens and kunao now, which is very inconvenient for training." "Okay. I'll satisfy you, but you must be careful not to hurt yourself, let alone use it on others." Tobirama agreed after a simple warning. It is said that children from poor families grow up early, and the children of ninjas kill people early. In the Warring States period, it was common for children to participate in battles at the age of 6 or 7. Now that the Warring States period has ended for less than 10 years, the habit of graduating from ninja schools at the age of 11 or 12 has not yet been formed. Even later, the Hitaki and the Woods were evenly matched, and they graduated at the age of 5, became Chunin at the age of 6, and became Jonin at the age of 12. And what about Uchiha Weasel? Graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, opened Sharingan at the age of 8, promoted to Chunin at the age of 10, joined Anbu at the age of 11, promoted to Anbu captain at the age of 13, then opened Manjiki and killed his entire family. He was only 21 years old when he died in battle. Ninjas really can't be judged by common sense. When Izaya heard that Tobirama agreed, he nodded quickly, Don't worry. I will never use it on people. After all, I can beat 10 of those kids with one hand. When Tobirama heard this, his head started to hurt. Isaiah often appeared on the streets during this period, and he did a lot of beating up kids. After all, the children of ninja families at this time were still quite violent. They would fight if they didn't like what they saw on the street. What's more, the silly Dai, who was diligent like a bee picking flowers every day, really made many ninja children dislike him. You are a commoner, wandering around every day, saying that you want to be a ninja, don't you take us seriously? Can you become a ninja just because you want to? So many children bullied Dai. So Rainya would shout when he saw injustice, and soon he got the title of Punch the Konoha Kindergarten. Punch the Konoha Kindergarten, E-level. You are famous among the children under 10 years old in Konoha. Increase the deterrent effect on children. Rainya, in fact, I only beat more than 30 children in these 20 days. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. As long as children fight, ninja parents will never care as long as it is not excessive. In their minds, once you embark on the path of ninja, you will face more dangers and fatalities in the future. If you need parents to step in even for a fight, it is better not to be a ninja. Seeing that Tobirama didn't say anything about him, Rainya smiled complacently. This action was also a test of his position in Tobirama's heart. But now that he can see all of Tobirama's attributes, there should be no problem. That's right. Isaiah suddenly said, since this tree is very useful, the village will definitely sell it for money, right? Tobirama nodded. He recognized Isaiah's economic acumen. Maybe some children mature early, and some have fighting power early. But it's rare for someone like Isaiah to awaken to market economic awareness early. Many times, Tobirama treated Isaiah as a half-adult. In his opinion, the star falling from the sky, Isaiah, if it was an ordinary child, that would be abnormal. Wouldn't the village want to sell the wood directly? Isaiah asked. Tobirama nodded, I do have this idea. That's too crude. Isaiah sneered at this approach. Not to mention that this is too consuming, it's hard to keep it secret. Since this mutant tree has appeared in Konoha, it's hard to guarantee that there are no other places. Even if there are no other places, people can secretly transplant them. Then it won't be a monopoly. It's obvious that Tobirama has also thought about this problem. But he thinks it's good to be able to eat the first bite of crab. What do you think? He asked. Rainya crossed his arms and thought, first of all, we have to throw a smoke bomb, so that others can't suspect the mutant tree. For example, deep processing, more tedious processes, and adding more confusing materials. Considering the cost. Hey! Got it! Rainya shouted, why don't we make it into paper? Add other materials to make paper, and say to the outside world that it is a secret ninja tool developed by the Senju family. In short, it's fine to mix other paper-making materials into the materials. Let them not be able to tell what the secret is. The new product is called Chakra Test Paper. Wait! Chakra Test Paper? Is this thing my idea? Chapter 15 The Beginning of Student Life. Tobirama didn't know whether Rainya's method of making chakra test paper was feasible, but it sounded very reliable. After all, it is not difficult to make paper that retains the characteristics of mutant trees. Once successful, this chakra test paper will become a specialty of Konoha. He had a very high opinion of Xingluo Rainya, whether in terms of talent, temperament, or talent. Many times, Isaiah's casual words can be very inspiring. Whether it is the previous ninja school or this time's chakra test paper. This child always has some very insightful views. Although Tobirama is still observing, he is very optimistic about Isaiah's future. After a few ordinary but fulfilling days, Isaiah watched the experience bar slowly rise, and he was full of energy for training. That day he was sleeping soundly in bed, and suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, the venom colonization suit in his body suddenly gave a crisis warning. Isaiah woke up from his sleep all of a sudden, and the whole person entered a state of full concentration for preparation. The adrenaline was secreted so wildly that every blade of grass and every tree around was reflected in his eyes, and every sound on the left and right was heard. What's going on? This feeling. Isaiah can share the perception of venom. He now feels that there is an extremely huge and malicious energy in the direction of the Hokage's office. That energy was so wanton that in the perception world, it was like a raging sea of fire that illuminated the night sky. And the blazing flames seemed to have consciousness, and one could even see a terrifying long face roaring silently. Seeing that the surroundings were safe, Isaiah hurried out of the house and pushed open the paper sliding door of Tobirama. As a result, there was no one in Tobirama's room, and even the bedding was not spread on the tatami. There was no bedtime at all. Tobirama went out at night. Isaiah walked out of the house uncomfortably, sat on a low stool under the porch, and looked in the direction of the Hokage's office. This world is really dangerous and cruel. What is that wanton huge energy? Isaiah didn't dare to relax and kept waiting quietly. The strange energy lasted for more than an hour before it disappeared. Isaiah was relieved to see that there was no movement in the village. At least it seemed that everything was still under the control of the village. Isaiah returned to the bed and couldn't fall asleep until he heard the paper sliding door of Tobirama's room open and close. It seems that nothing happened. He fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, Isaiah finally made a certain judgment on this matter. That day, he went to visit Hashirama's house under the leadership of Tsunade. Hashirama was still the same, laughing at every turn, and never won a gamble. But when he saw Uzumaki Mito, Isaiah finally knew what happened. When he first met Hashirama, the venom colonization suit had already warned Isaiah, because Hashirama's strength was too strong, and his sage body was even so strong that the venom colonization suit coveted it and wanted to eat it to improve itself. But Mito did not cause any reaction from the venom colonization suit at that time. In the eyes of the venom colonization suit, there are probably only two kinds of things in the world, food and high-quality food. Hashirama belongs to the latter, and Mito should be the former. But this meeting is different. The venom colonization suit actually warned Isaiah again, because Uzumaki Mito. Rainya checked. Name, Uzumaki Mito. Level 53. Race, human/host. Title, Wife of the First Hokage, B-level, Nine Tails Jinkraki, D-level. Faction, human/fire country/Konoha village. Sex. Strength 6.3. Constitution 6.6. Agility 4.3. Intelligence 2.3. Spirit 3.4. Perception 4.2. Charm 3.1. Skills, omitted. Abilities, Uzumaki Constitution, A, Max, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Technique, A, Level 10, Nine-Tailed Jinkraki, S, Level 2. Items, omitted. Evaluation, this woman has a special physique, strong vitality, proficient in sealing techniques, and has a tailed beast sealed in her body. Upgraded by 7 or 8 levels. Has she reached the level of cage? That's it. Was the nine-tailed sealing done that night? Nine-tailed. It was really impressive. The nine-tailed alone is so awesome, and Hashirama and Madara who beat the nine-tailed. Damn it! Why do I feel that my gold finger is not so powerful? Rainya was still thinking about this matter when he went to bed at night, and suddenly he thought of something. It shouldn't be. If Hashirama had taken action, he should have suppressed the nine tails in a matter of minutes. But it took a long time that night. Has Hashirama's health become so bad? Time flows quietly in the prosperity of Konoha. In a blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Isaiah came to this world. That day, Isaiah and Dai returned home after training. Tobirama was working at home. Seeing him, he said, "The ninja school has been prepared." Tomorrow, the whole village will recruit students, and classes will start in a week. You can also sign up then. So fast. Isaiah didn't expect Konoha village to be so efficient. It took only more than a month from the proposal to the completion of the school. Ah, the free time is too short, it's time to say goodbye again. The next day, the news of the ninja school's enrollment spread in the village, and some chunin took Genin to explain the place where the notice was posted at the intersection. The village was talking about it for a while. The major ninja clans knew the news long ago, so they were naturally prepared. The people who really discussed it were civilians. This world is so dangerous. Whether you are a farmer, a businessman, a craftsman, a handicraftsman, or even a local tyrant, a landlord, or a noble, you cannot guarantee safety. You may die in war at any time. Recently, there are even many man-eating beasts, and even short-distance business has become dangerous. But ninjas are powerful and have a high status. How many civilians want to become ninjas and control their own destiny? That number is extremely large. In their view, this is a very difficult opportunity to upgrade the class. Now there is such an opportunity, which is simply unimaginable. Isaiah and Tsunade ran to Matt's grocery store. Dai, have you heard? Ninja school has started recruiting students. The first step of the dream is coming. Dai, wiping nose, clenching fist yet. I will definitely catch up with Isaiah and Tsunade. The registration office was simply crowded with people. The big ninja clans had already reserved the quotas, and they had planned which child in the clan would go to support the store and give the second generation a face. The poor families also learned the news a few days in advance and registered through internal channels. So now all the people who register are civilians. It seems that at least 300 children of school age have been brought here, but Tobirama did not plan to recruit too many students because this was the first batch of students. First, he was still exploring the teaching method and was worried that the teaching quality would not be up to standard if there were too many students. Second, he did not want to stimulate the spirit of the big ninja clan too much. If they recruited hundreds of civilian students at once, they would definitely be nervous. How to control the ratio is also something Tobirama has to consider. Because there are so many people, there must be some elimination. So there was an entrance exam. The exam was about running. Running 10 laps around the playground. About 5 kilometers. This was what Isaiah suggested. For the ninjas, whether they were from a wealthy or poor family, they had already done some physical training and chakra refinement at the age of 5 or 6, so running these 10 laps was definitely not a problem. But for ordinary civilians, it is not easy to complete a 5-kilometer long distance run at the age of 5 or 6. This is a good way to test physical fitness and perseverance. Simple and easy to operate. Of course, Isaiah also had selfish motives. He was worried that the exam would eliminate Might Dai. Although he knew that Dai finally became a ninja, Isaiah felt that according to Dai's situation, it would take several years to enter the school. Then they would not be classmates. After 10 laps, the ones running in the front were all ninja children. And there were less than 30 civilian children who could run the whole course. And Dai was one of the few civilian children who could keep up with the ninja children. He even ranked quite high. After all, physical fitness is definitely Dai's strongest advantage. Just like that, after a whole morning of dust and tears, 93 5- and 6-year-old children from 3 classes were finally admitted and became the first batch of students of Konoha Ninja School. There is no way that the children who can complete the course within the specified time will be admitted. There are so many, but as I said before, this is not only a test of physical strength, but also a test of perseverance. Many children have commendable perseverance. In the end, they still insisted on completing the long-distance run. The ninja who had been recording on the side thought that this child was a plastic talent, so he would record it and pass the exam. When Isaiah was still looking at the hundreds of children to see if there were any familiar faces, a warm current suddenly surged, and he was full of strength and energy. Then the system also refreshed its presence. Isaiah opened the log and saw. You completed the D-level task, enrollment. You gained 100 experience points. You got one chance to draw a lottery. You reached level 3. You got attribute enhancements, Strength 0.1, Constitution 0.2, Spirit 0.1. You completed the D-level achievement, first place. You got the E-level title, Chief. You got one chance to draw a lottery. Chapter 16 Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Isaiah was a little confused. You completed the task just like that? Isn't this too casual? I haven't received the task yet. Now Rainya has no time to look around, and the whole person is immersed in the attribute column. Both eyes are not focused, as if in a daze. As the first enrollment of the ninja school, Tobirama naturally has to be present. He is also the first principal of the ninja school. Of course, he should not manage the specific affairs personally, but just hang a name. Tobirama and other older ninjas sat in their seats, looking at the nearly 100 children in the audience, and the young ninjas behind them were also observing these children. These children are part of the next few years of Konoha village's genin, carrying the expectations of Tobirama and many people. At this time, there were also several people observing Rainya. After all, he was the first in the exam, running in the front. At that time, there were also several children who wanted to surpass him, all of whom were self-esteemed little geniuses. Unfortunately, Rainya led the pace, sprinting with fast and slow jogging for a while, and almost ran out of breath. Everyone thinks this is a bad boy. Very despicable. At this time, several disciples of the second generation exchanged glances with each other. Shimura Danzo, he is Xingluo Rainya, right? The child that the teacher said fell from the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no. It should be him. Although his body has expanded a lot in the past few months, it should be him. But why is this kid staring at me with his lifeless eyes? At this time, Rainya was studying the problem of the attribute column, and the direction he looked at was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his lifeless eyes for a long time, and he kept looking behind him. He always felt that Rainya was looking at something behind him. It made him suspicious. Uchiha Kagami, he may think you look unique. Utanen Koharu, Mito Kado-en, Akimichi Tofu, yes, he may think that you look like a monkey. Tobirama gave a brief speech. The general idea is that the children who stayed behind are all extraordinary in talent or willpower, and I hope everyone will continue to work hard to become a great ninja, etc. After that, they were divided into classes, with about 30 students in each class, for a total of 3 classes. For example, Isaiah, Tsunade, and Dai were all assigned to Class A. Class A is full of the first batch of running, or the strong willpower, and the good seedlings recorded by the ninjas in the examination room. Running does not mean that you will not be admitted if you don't finish the run. There are more than a dozen chunins who record the performance of the candidates. Those children who show strong perseverance and great desire are also admitted. After all, civilians should be given some opportunities. Students of Class A, follow me. A low voice said. Isaiah looked in the direction of the voice. It was a middle-aged man with a plain face and a slightly gloomy look. His eyelids were half drooped, and he looked listless. He was wearing a simple ninja outfit, but when it was still hot in October, he had a long grey scarf around his neck. There are 2 horizontal scars on his left face, which gives people a feeling that he is not easy to mess with. The 20 or so children who were assigned to Class A just now followed him towards the teaching building in a daze. The ninja teacher said nothing, and the students did not dare to speak, and followed him obediently. Turning left and right, they came to a classroom on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. The door plate reads Class A of the first year. Then the teacher spoke, remember this classroom, arrive before 7 o'clock tomorrow. Latecomers will be advised to leave. Then, Without waiting for the students to speak, he said, "Now dismiss and go home. No one is allowed to stay in the school." The students were all confused. "Teacher, don't you say something? Welcome to school, cheer for everyone, etc." Looking at the 20 or so children who looked like idiots, the teacher's pressure was even lower. "What? What are you waiting for? A man of insight is a hero. This teacher of the experimental class is obviously not easy to mess with. Let go." Linya quickly pulled Tsunade and Dai and ran out the door. After the three of them ran out, the remaining children finally reacted and ran away like a swarm of bees. They were scrambling to be the first, as if the last child would bait a teacher took him away like a sacrifice to the heaven. Looking at the child running away, the gloomy teacher's mouth corners slightly raised. Today there is only enrollment and class division, so after getting familiar with the classroom, school is over. Some civilian parents are waiting outside the door, but only the students in Class A ran out as if they were chased by a dog. The other children didn't come out yet. "Hey, are the other classes still communicating?" Linya sighed. Xiao Gang was angry and unconvinced. "This teacher is terrible." Dai Ye rarely expressed his opinion. He held his face with both hands and looked nervous. "Teacher. Teacher is so scary. It seems that he is not easy to mess with. Tobirama has arranged a bad star for these troublemakers in the experimental class." When dividing the class, Linya listened carefully to the names. Many of the surnames of the students in Class A are familiar. In other words, many children of the ninja clan are in Class A. This is why Linya said that Class A is an experimental class. And among these names, there are several that Linya is familiar with, very familiar. For example, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hitaki Sakumo, Kato Dan. Rin is very familiar with these four people. In the original work, Orochimaru and Jiraiya later formed a team with Tsunade and were called the Three Ninjas of Konoha. They are called prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Hitaki Sakumo should not be underestimated. He is the White Fang of Konoha. He is a ruthless person who was in the same period as the Three Ninjas, but he was able to suppress the reputation. Kato Dan was Tsunade's lover in the future, but this kid was obviously not strong enough, and he was not enough for Tsunade, so he died early. But Kato Dan's spiritual transformation secret technique is also very interesting. Have you seen a living ghost possessed? At the school gate, Rin deliberately delayed for a while, and sure enough, he saw Orochimaru with fair skin and a round face. The current little Orochimaru is far from the demeanor of the cold gentleman in the future, but is a group of cute. With long black hair and a kimono, she looked like a little girl. Orochimaru soon saw his parents outside the school gate. It seemed that his parents were ninjas of Konoha. But their ranks were not high. Although his mother wore a forehead protector, she did not wear standard equipment and looked like a genin. His father wore standard equipment and should be a chunin. When Orochimaru saw his parents, he laughed happily and talked about his admission and assignment to Class A. The family of three left happily. Jiraiya, who followed closely behind, also ran out shouting. 5 kilometers seemed not easy for him. This guy was exhausted, but he still laughed loudly. Suddenly he shouted, "Mom? Why are you here? What should I do with the store if you come here?" A short and fat woman hugged Jiraiya. "Great! Little Jiraiya can become a ninja in the future. Your father must be very pleased if he knows." The mother and daughter left soon. Izaya didn't stay long. There would be many opportunities to meet in the future. The most urgent thing was to go home to draw the lottery. After saying goodbye to Tsunade and Dai in a hurry, Izaya ran home and didn't care about the daily throwing training. He said hello to Nanako who was cooking and went into the house. "Auntie Nanako, I passed the exam and got first place. Go back to the room and have a rest." Nanako looked at Izaya excitedly going into her room and said with a smile, "Little Izaya is still a child after all. He must be very happy to get first place." You completed the D-level task, enrollment. You got 80 experience points. You got one chance to draw a lottery. You reached level 3. You got attribute enhancements, Strength 0.1, Constitution 0.2, Spirit 0.1. You completed the D-level achievement, first place in Ninja Student. You got the E-level title, Chief. You got one chance to draw a lottery. This time, like the B-level task where to hide that Isaiah completed when he just crossed over, he did not receive a task prompt, but completed something and was directly prompted to complete the task. After completing the task, he gained 80 experience points. In addition to the training over the past 2 months, Isaiah reached level 3 and gained an increase in attribute points. However, this time was different from the 2-level upgrade in the coma. This time he gained a total of 0.4 attributes. In addition, because I won the first place, I also completed an achievement. I got a title and won a lottery. Equals 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 equals. Trivia. The prototypes of the 3 characters Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru in Naruto are all from the story The Tale of Early Heroes in the Edo period of Japan. In the story, Early uses toad magic, and the villain is Orochimaru who controls snakes. So many materials of a bar with stalks, but we are not familiar with Japanese culture and can't get it. Chapter 17 Lottery. Thanks to the first helmsman Yeliang Mosid. This sudden upgrade made Isaiah have many questions. Why do I get different attribute points when I upgrade? I won 2 draws this time. Can I still get something good like the Venom colonization suit? Wouldn't that be a great success? But then the answer came to my mind. It was a thought that came naturally. It was like I knew it before but didn't remember it. Now I remembered it. It was like I saw the instruction manual of a product. I understood what was going on. The attribute points obtained each time you upgrade will change according to your experience during the upgrade. For example, during the upgrade from level 2 to level 3, I did a lot of physical exercise. So I gained a lot in strength and physique. As for spirit, maybe it was because the hard exercise strengthened my will? As for the draw, not every time you can draw something good like the Venom colonization suit. The rating of the Venom colonization suit has reached S level, which can only be obtained by the lowest B level draw. For example, the range of the D level task and achievement draw is 2 levels up and 1 level down. That is to say, the unluckiest person may draw E level, and the best person may draw B level. It's over. It's all over. Lin Ye slapped his forehead, his heart full of pain and sorrow. I have never been a European emperor in my life, not even once. I can only be an Asian who is neither white nor black. I still hope to win a dish in the lottery. Isn't this bullshit? Look at the E-level title I got, Chief. Chief, E-level you become the chief student among the first batch of ninja students in the Konoha village ninja school. Your skill proficiency is plus 8%. Note, if you fail to get the first place in a final exam, this title will disappear. Note, this may be the first time you are the first in your grade in your life, right? Lin Ye was not convinced. Nonsense. I was the first in grade in elementary school physical education. The physical education teacher also told me not to go to class and learn to cook with him. Then, Lin Ye remembered the information about the title in his mind. The title is obtained because of the recognition of everyone for completing a certain thing or achieving a certain achievement. It can be roughly understood as word of mouth and fame. Titles are graded according to their acquisition conditions, but as more and more people spread them and the scope of their spread becomes wider and wider, they will be upgraded or advanced to higher level titles. As for proficiency, Isaiah already knew this. Skills have levels, such as Isaiah's basic physical skills, basic throwing skills, and chakra refining skills. These skills themselves have ranks, such as basic physical skills are E, and chakra refining skills are B. This shows the level of the skills themselves. And chakra refining skills are many times more advanced than basic physical skills. In addition, skills also have levels. Now Isaya's basic physical skills and basic throwing skills have been upgraded to level 2, but the B-level chakra refining skills have not been upgraded. Skills with higher ranks require more proficiency to upgrade. Only 1 hour of refining skills a day is not enough to upgrade. Skill proficiency increases through repeated training, but the proficiency obtained from each training is not the same. Sometimes, if you concentrate and move well, you will get more proficiency. If your posture is wrong and your condition is not good, you will get less proficiency. This plus 8% proficiency may not seem much, but over the years, it can make Lin Yi's skill level far exceed his peers. Ha! It seems that I will definitely be the chief student. With such a good attribute, Lin Yi can't let go, and even have to be more high profile to raise the title level. But the high morale only lasted for a few seconds, and then it was a long period of depression. Do you want to worship the gods? At least wash your hands. You have to wash your face. Lin Yi muttered to himself while washing his face, rubbing his white hands and cute and charming face hard. Isn't it just a lottery? Come on. Who is afraid of who? Lin Yi returned to the house in a rage. Nanako was actually shocked. Is this kid crazy? Who is afraid of whom? Did he find a competitor in school? Oh. In front of Lin Yi was a device similar to a slot machine, but the screen in the middle was a small frame. Now it showed a big question mark. Above the question mark was written EB level. 3 pure ones, Sakyamuni, Allah, Jehovah, bless me, open. The small question mark frame began to change like a revolving lantern. It seemed that there was some pattern, but the change was too fast to see clearly. You could only see different colors flashing. E level is gray, D level is white, C level is green, B level is blue, A level is purple, S level is orange, SSS level is gold. Blue, blue, blue. The picture gradually slowed down and finally turned into a gray icon. Lin Yi sat down on the tatami. Damn! Is my fair and tender face fake? Even if I can't be the European Emperor, you should at least give me a D-level consolation prize. You actually gave me an E-level participation prize. Endless European dogs to kill, endless African tears to shed. You got the E-level ability, Basic Cooking. Basic Cooking, E ability / business skill, level 1. You can use materials to make basic food. Note, as a citizen of my country of foodies, the word eating cannot be forgotten no matter where you go. This is called not forgetting your roots. Cooking, cooking. Am I going to be a food ninja? Foodies? Others eat, I cook. I. Lin Yi was so angry that he raised his hand and wanted to slap himself, but in the end he was afraid of the pain and didn't do it. Why make things difficult for yourself? People should learn to be content. Isn't it good to be able to cook? Even in a famine, a chef will not starve to death. Lin Yi took a deep breath, eliminated distracting thoughts, silently recited the 8 honors and 8 shames and the core values of socialism, and finally calmed down and started a new round of lottery. Come on, slot machine. Open. You have obtained the C-level skill, Thunder Hand. Thunder Hand, C skill / physical technique, level 1. As powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning. Every punch and palm is accompanied by a shout, or the shout comes first and the palm follows, or the fist comes first and the shout comes later, or the fist and the shout are made at the same time, or there is a shout but no fist. The shout and the palm and fist are rubbed together. The faster the body movement, the louder the shout, and the more powerful it is. Note, it's fine if you win, but you also want to take someone's life. Don't you take me, Wen Tailet, the Thunder Hand seriously? This Thunder Hand is a relatively high-level physical technique. After all, the basic physical technique is only E, and even if there is an advanced physical technique, it is only D. It's already very good for the Thunder Hand to reach C. Of course, it can't be compared with the S-level forbidden technique of the 8 gates. But it's also above average. It's better than elementary cooking anyway. Lin also sensed that this Thunder Hand includes a set of footwork, a set of palm techniques, and a set of fist techniques. The moves are fierce and the moves are swift, which is quite good. However, this note made him a little concerned. As far as he knows, Wen Tailet, the Thunder Hand, should be from Mr. Jin Yang's The Book and the Sword, and is the 4th leader of the Red Flower Society. He is a man of affection and righteousness and a broad mind. The name of the Thunder Hand comes from the lyrics of Xin Kiji's poem, "Today I like to sleep, my energy is like thunder." The name Wen Tailet comes from the Book of Changes, misfortune will be followed by good fortune. It should be very good. But the sentence in the note is from a small role in a movie of Stephen Chow. Is this a hint that I am just a small role after all? Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 18 Class Teacher Izawa Arita. Hey! Good morning, Tsunade. Izaya met the energetic little Tsunade at the school gate. Little Tsunade held her head high and looked proud, as if she was going to the casino with all her wealth. Good morning, Izaya. You look very handsome today. Little Tsunade praised. Little Tsunade was no longer dressed like a child, but was wearing more formal clothes. Izaya was also wearing a fitted suit. This was made by Nanako. After Nanako knew that Izaya was going to the ninja school, she made it a week in advance. The formation is dense and comfortable. The two walked into the school gate and went straight to the classroom of Class A of the first year. The two found that there were already several students sitting there. Dai sat upright with his eyes wide open, his hands behind his back, looking like a model student. Dai, it's so early. Classes haven't started yet, so there's no need to be so formal. Rainya sat next to him and whispered. Oh. Dai was somewhat relaxed. For him, he had never been so close to his dream of becoming a ninja, so it was inevitable that he was nervous. It's okay. I didn't come very early. I ran 5,000 meters, did 100 push UPS, and 100 crunches before coming here. 2 people. Students arrived one after another and found their seats. People like Rainya and Tsunade, who knew each other before, naturally sat together. Rainya observed other students, and many of their surnames were familiar to him. Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inyazuka, all of them. And the little snake Maru, who was wearing a black kimono and was very quiet like a little girl, also sat on one side of the classroom. Soon a carefree white-haired boy came out of the door. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Jiraiya. This guy waved his hand and grinned, and walked in with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Unfortunately, this guy's high profile made many students curl their lips. This guy is stealing the limelight. The boy who spoke had unusual eyes. Normal people's eyeballs are divided into black and white. The black part of the pupil is dark brown, while his black eyeball is red. It looks very unusual. Name, Sunset Red. It turned out to be him. Seeing this name, Lin knew who this person was. At the beginning of the original work, Konoha had a new female ninja Sunset Red, who was very good at illusion. And this Sunset Red should be her father or uncle. I don't think this is stealing the limelight. The speaker, it was a cool guy sitting next to him. This guy had a dark blue turban on his head, a black suit, a long sword on his back, and a cool expression on his face. Name, Moonlight Knight. It should be the elder of the same clan as Moonlight Gale, who died during the exam in the original work. It was said that the second part of the original work was called the Shippuden, and many people swore that the second part was about the resurrection of Moonlight Gale and becoming the protagonist. I think it's very handsome. If I had known, I would have come later and finally showed up in front of everyone. Sunset Shinku admired Jiraiya's behavior. When Jiraiya arrived, it was only 3 minutes before 7 o'clock, and almost all the students had arrived. Jiraiya looked around and sat down next to Orochimaru by the wall. "Hello, I'm Jiraiya. Nice to meet you," he said to Orochimaru, with that carefree expression on his face. Orochimaru looked at him curiously and greeted him in a low voice, "Hello Jiraiya. My name is Orochimaru." Little Orochimaru is still relatively introverted now, and he lowered his head when he spoke. Jiraiya was stunned and said in surprise, You are a man." Little Orochimaru raised his head strangely and said, "Of course I am a man." Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He just thought Orochimaru was a cute girl, so he sat here. "Jiraiya, is it not good to leave now? And there are no empty seats. Why does this guy look so cute?" This classroom is a not so large tiered classroom, and this structure was also proposed by Ryan Yi. After all, children are short, and a normal classroom can easily cause the children in the front to block the view of the back. At 7 o'clock, the sound of shaking the iron bell rang outside. The teacher with droopy eyes and scarf yesterday pushed the door and walked in on time. He scanned the surroundings with half-open eyes and whispered, "Very good, it seems that no one is late on the first day." Then he wrote 4 big characters on the blackboard, "Aizawa Shintaka. Aizawa Shintaka, my name. If nothing goes wrong, I will be your teacher for the next 3 years. Okay, let me introduce myself, starting with you." He pointed to a classmate next to him. My name is Kurama Shion, I'm 4 years old this year, I like painting, and I'm glad to meet you all. This is a shy boy who looks delicate." After introducing himself, he sat down quickly, his face blushing with shame. After he sat down, the people around him continued to introduce. "My name is Shiranui Goro, I'm 5 years old this year, I like food, please take care of me. This is a tall, but thin child. Uchiha Tsu, 5 years old, nothing I like. The cold little loli of the Uchiha family. My name is Nara Shikakage, I'm 5 years old, and I like playing chess. This pineapple-headed girl is from the Nara family, but she looks more energetic, not as depressed as Shikamaru. I'm Yamanaka Arashi, 4 years old, I like flowers, please take care of me." The little beauty of the Yamanaka family smiled sweetly. "I'm Akimichi Toriyama, 5 years old, I like all kinds of delicious dishes. The nutrition and energy of food are the key." The chubby, smiling little fat boy looks very promising. Akimichi Toriyama and Shiranui Goro looked at each other very tacitly. The friendship lasts forever from now on. "I'm Inyazuka Yan, 5 years old, I like small animals. And, its name is Yoshimaru." The little girl from the Inyazuka family has 2 red fine tooth-shaped oil paints on her face. Finally, she raised a black and white puppy in her hand. "Woof. My name is Hinata Akamoto, I'm 6 years old. This guy should be the strongest among the 27 students present. At such a young age, he has the intention of becoming a muscular man." A rare muscular man appeared in the Byakugan family. But he has a headband tied on his forehead. He should be a branch family, right? "I am Ryoma Abarame, 5 years old." The silent child with round sunglasses has a similar aura to that scarf teacher. "I am Hitaki Sakumo, 6 years old, like swords." He is also a handsome boy with white hair. He is one of the few 6-year-old children. The future White Fang does not seem to be the kind of person who is difficult to contact now. I am Kamaya Yalan, 5 years old this year. A shy little girl. Sarutobi Sani, 6 years old, likes Konoha. A confident and precocious big boy. "My name is Might Dai, I am 5 years old this year, and my dream is to become a ninja." Dai said very seriously. Tsunade Senju, 5 years old this year, likes gambling. "Does anyone want to gamble with me?" Tsunade's dice cup is already thirsty. Xingluo Lin Yi, 5 years old this year, likes to exercise. Nice to meet you all. Lin Yi introduced himself in a proper manner. But the students didn't buy it, and many of them glared at him. During the entrance examination, Lin Yi ran ahead and smiled as he ran. Jijijiji, the teacher is the fastest. Many arrogant students were enraged and chased him frantically. As a result, I was out of breath because of Rin's frequent jogging, but luckily it didn't affect the results. And this guy was already the first, but he looked back. He looked down at his defeated opponent. If Rin knew what the students were thinking, he would have to complain about himself. It's unfair. I turned around and played a joke because I remembered the funny day. Later, I was afraid that you would poke me with a stick, so I kept looking back. In addition, the ninja children among the students all knew that Rin was the child adopted by the second generation, so they paid more attention to him. The introduction continued. My name is Sunset Shinku. I like a lot of things at the age of 5, and there is nothing I don't like. Super easy to get along with. Right. The Shinku boy said to Moonlight Knight sitting next to him. The cool little Moonlight boy sighed, too lazy to answer this familiar. My name is Moonlight Knight, 5 years old, likes the night. My name is Kato Dan, I'm 5 years old this year, and I want to be a great ninja. Another mature boy. Lin also poked Dai, look at her, she wants to be a great ninja, isn't that a big step higher than your dream of becoming a ninja? Dai nodded cutely, Kato-san is awesome. My name is Igarashi Kiyoshimo, I'm 4 years old this year, my dream is to make a lot of money. She wants to make a lot of money at the age of 4, a money-loving girl, identified. My name is Haru Yamashiden, I'm 5 years old, I want to sleep. Decadent boy, take off your skirt. My name is Shimura Tanju, 6 years old. I don't want to talk about dreams. You can tell from his expression that he is a problem boy. My name is Cheng Guang. 6 years old, nice to meet you all. A sunny boy. My name is Kiryu Aika, 5 years old, I hope to be as good as my sister. A sister control girl. Hello everyone, my name is Yukino Take, 4 years old, I like bamboo. A cute little girl in green. I'm Yamada Teiyu, 6 years old, I hope to be able to protect the people I care about. Yo! Young and promising boy. He is a strong man with consciousness. Yamada Teiyu is a hero who is on par with the strong man of Hyuga. He is over 1.4 meters tall at the age of 6, strong and sturdy, and he really has good genes. I am Orochimaru, 5 years old, and I don't have any dreams yet. Little Orochimaru is still a confused teenager. My name is Jiraiya. I am also 5 years old, and I will definitely be a great man in the future. Ha ha ha. 27 students are about to usher in their student life. Chapter 19 The World is Wrong. In the morning, it is cultural class. The scarf teacher Aizawa Shintaka teaches mainly some ninja common sense and normal cultural classes. Don't think that ninjas don't take cultural classes. To be honest, ninjas may still be at the level of scholars. In this era, there may not be 1 out of 10 who can recognize words, but all ninjas are intellectuals. Not to mention the advanced ninjutsu research and attribute changes, even throwing requires very advanced mathematical knowledge, such as angles and refractions. It doesn't mean that you are proficient in shuriken just because you have strong hands and throw accurately. The morning class bored these children. 2 consecutive cultural classes mainly talked about common sense and normal knowledge in the ninja world. But all these ninja children knew it before entering school. Just like the knowledge of chakra, the ninja children have basically refined chakra. According to Lin Yi's investigation, there are more than 20 or 30 points, and at least more than 10 points. In the ninja family, children have been receiving special education since they were very young. So these ninja children are very uncomfortable. Listening to some knowledge that you already know for 2 consecutive classes is of course boring. But for those civilian students, these are all new knowledge that they are exposed to for the first time. Like Lin Yat, he brought a notebook to record the knowledge points taught by the teacher. Many people noticed what Lin Yat did, such as Orochimaru. He has decided to buy notes after school. The morning classes were rather dull. After having a simple lunch provided by the school at noon, the afternoon classes soon began. There was only one class in the afternoon, an outdoor class, but it lasted for 2 hours. The scarf-wearing teacher, who looked very gloomy, explained some common sense of ninja combat to the newcomers in the ninja world. Aizawa Shintaka, in combat, ninjas most often use physical skills and blades. Generally, the amount of chakra of genin is small, and it is difficult to support the consumption of ninjutsu. Even those chunin and jonin will try their best to use physical skills or blades to solve the enemy when they are on a mission. Because there is a possibility of danger at any time in the wild. Trying to keep your chakra sufficient is the key to whether you can come back alive. Aizawa Shintaka did not move at all when he explained with a pair of dead fish eyes. And it was quite vivid when he talked about various ways of death. It feels like he can dub horror movies. He scared the students and made them nervous. So therefore, I suggest that you try to improve your physical skills and throwing skills. This is also the content of the exam. If someone fails the exam continuously, he will be expelled. After all, it was the first day of school, so Aizawa Shintaka still had to do a basic test. In terms of physical strength, he already knew it because of the entrance examination. But the blades needed to be tested again. The students lined up, each with 3 shurikens, and took a throwing test. From time to time, there were exclamations. After all, the children of the ninja clan had some training. Compared with the children of ordinary families, their foundation was very strong. Generally, the children of ninja families can hit the target at a distance of 3 meters, and some confidently choose to hit the target at a distance of 5 meters. Throwing one by one, Aizawa Shintaka recorded on the side. Aizawa Shintaka, children from ordinary families have no foundation. In terms of physical strength, some children may still keep up with them by relying on their innate qualities, but they are far behind in blades that they have never touched. We have to find a way to strengthen them and let them catch up. Just as he was thinking about teaching methods, the children suddenly exclaimed in unison. He looked closely and saw that it was Xingluo Rainya. 3 consecutive shots at a distance of 10 meters, each shuriken hit the bullseye. Xingluo Rainya has been trained with blades, and his performance is good. He wrote in his notebook. At this time, Rainya's basic throwing skills have reached level 2, and he feels like he can beat elementary school students. After school, Aizawa Shintaka went to the Hokage's office. The ninja school was a project proposed by the 2nd generation and held great hopes. Tobirama was naturally very concerned. So Aizawa Shintaka came to report on his work. Generally speaking, civilian students have a poor foundation, but those who can enter Class A have good talents. After a period of training, they should be able to catch up. Tobirama nodded. Please support Shintaka at the school. Now there are many changes in various places, and the village is very busy. After Aizawa Arita left, Tobirama picked up a report and fell into deep thought. Just 2 weeks ago, a chunin and his 3 genin subordinates escorted a group of merchants to the land of grass. But on the 4th day after leaving Konoha village, they suddenly encountered an inexplicable thick fog. The Konoha chunin was naturally as if he was facing a great enemy. After all, this abnormal thick fog was generally arranged by the enemy. But after walking cautiously in the thick fog for an hour, the thick fog dissipated. But this caravan found that they had come to a strange place. Where is this? I have been walking on this trade road for 5 years, no less than 20 times, and there has never been a valley here? I have never heard of a village here. The leader of the caravan was stunned. In front of the caravan appeared a large valley and a village. The Chunin took out the map and compared it carefully, and found that the map did not record that there were mountains here, let alone valleys, and naturally no villages. He had been on missions many times. And it was not that he had not walked this road before, but he had never encountered a valley. He cautiously entered the village to inquire about it, and found that the population in the village was not large, with about 40 to 50 households and more than 100 people. However, their accents were somewhat different, completely different from those of the Fire Country. Although they were not incomprehensible, they were definitely not local accents. Looking at their clothes and the facilities at home, this village looked like the poverty of the middle of the Warring States period. Not to mention that they were naked, they were also covered with patches. Ragged clothes. The Fire Country is located in the middle of the most fertile and prosperous part of the continent. No matter how poor the people here are, they can still afford to eat or wear clothes. How could these people be so poor? Many of them were even skinny and weak, and they were obviously malnourished at first glance. The people in the village were also very afraid of the Chunin, claiming that the village was called Ishive village and was the territory of Mr. Gongtian. The local lord surnamed Gongtian was in charge of the taxes of the 52 households in the village. Impossible. The political structure of the Land of Fire does not have the setting of local lords. For the sake of safety, the Chunin led the caravan away in a hurry, and finally returned to the familiar road after walking for more than an hour. Now that Tobirama received the report from the Chunin through the Ninja Eagle, he sent people to explore the village. The village and the valley were indeed there. But they were definitely not there originally. And the villagers didn't know what happened. According to them, 30 miles out of the valley should be Chanjun Castle where Mr. Gongtian lived. But now out of the valley, it has become an endless ancient forest. At this time, there was suddenly an extra place. It was like a piece of another puzzle was forcibly connected to a puzzle. The ninjas of Konoha village have discovered 3 such places in the Land of Fire, one of which is inhabited by many mutant beasts and is very dangerous. Faced with such a mysterious situation, even the resourceful Tobirama couldn't help but have a headache. After all, it's this world that's wrong. Chapter 20 I have a unique way of training, thanks to the helmsman Fallen Bloodwing. Isaiah, what are you doing? Jiraiya came over with a hedgehog head. At this time, Isaiah was flexibly turning 3 wooden balls with a diameter of 3 centimeters in his hands. The wooden balls were smooth and round, which was very pleasing. I saw the 3 wooden balls turning around in my small hands, moving between my fingers, and being extremely flexible. Oh, you are talking about this. This is my unique way of exercise. Isaiah said while sorting out my class notes. It is now a break, and Isaiah is recalling some knowledge points that teacher Scarf taught in class. Exercise method. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he heard the word exercise. It is now the 2nd week of school. In yesterday's test, Jiraiya was very honored to be named the last one. Although he surpassed those civilian female students and younger classmates in physical fitness tests, he was a mess in shuriken throwing. 3 shurikens at a distance of 3 meters, all missed the target. If it weren't for Aizawa Urata's quick reaction, one of them would have hit him on the head. So Jiraiya's shuriken throwing score was 0. This can be said to be a genius in the shuriken world. Even if ordinary people use blindly, they can hit one at a distance of 3 meters, right? How can you say you are a ninja student? Look at Orochimaru, who is also a civilian student, and his score can be considered above average among many ninja children. Jiraiya is brave after knowing shame. He dreams about training, thinking that he can make a splash in the next test and change his image. And since he got in touch with Isaiah, he often pesters Isaiah to ask for training methods and experience. It's funny to say. That weekend, Isaiah took Tsunade and Dai to the training ground and met a group of children on the way. Among them was Jiraiya. This idiot boasted that he didn't feel any pain no matter how he was beaten, and then those children got addicted to punching each other. I say, you little bastards, are you asking for a good beating? You dare to run wild in my territory, Twitch? Linya went up and yelled at them. His expression was a typical Japanese gangster's face. Ah! It's Xingluo Linyat! Everyone run! Those naughty kids wailed and scattered, and two of the slow runners even wet their pants while running. It can be seen that Linya has made great efforts to upgrade the title of Punching Konoha Kindergarten, E-level, during this period. Linya glanced at Jiraiya, who was grinning after being beaten and still forcing a silly smile. Are you stupid? He asked. You are Xingluo Linya from our class. Why did you drive away my friends? Jiraiya asked back. Linya rolled his eyes. Friends? Don't you know whether they are friends or not? Isn't it too stupid to make friends in this way? I. Jiraiya stammered and couldn't speak. His father passed away early, and he was raised by his mother alone. Because of family and personality problems, he could never make friends. Okay, stop wasting time here. Come and practice with us, so that you won't be the last one in the next exam. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Me? Really? Dai, who had been running in the same place without stopping, raised his thumb and grinned with his big teeth. Blink! Jiraiya couldn't open his eyes with a flash. Jiraiya classmate, youth does not allow time to be wasted. Keep up! He said and ran away. Jiraiya looked again, and the three were already far away. He shouted and chased, wait for me! Just like that, they became familiar with each other. Throwing shuriken requires flexible finger movements and hand muscle strength. My negative plasma simulated celestial body orbiting fitness ball can catch many rays and forces in the universe and fully exercise various small muscle groups in the hands. Make your fingers flexible and powerful. It also has a great auxiliary effect on future hand seals. Rainya made a random lie, and Jiraiya was stunned at the time. Is this so powerful? Of course. Then can I? No big deal. Isaiah took out a few other slightly larger wooden balls. Take them and practice. The flexibility and strength of your fingers will be your greatest advantage. You will be the Jiraiya of Konoha in the future. Jiraiya didn't care about Jiraiya and Kato, and took the wooden balls excitedly. Why are they different? Xingluo Isaiah, it's right that they are different. Look at them, dry and rough, not round at all. Play with them. Jiraiya was dismissed, and Tsunade asked, can the wooden balls really help the big fool practice shuriken? Isaiah shook his head helplessly. If Jiraiya's math grades are always like this, even the six-path sage can't save his shuriken success. Unless my elementary school PE teacher is here. However, if you keep practicing, you can really improve the flexibility of your fingers, which will be of great benefit to your hand seal speed in the future. Tsunade heard this and said, get me one too. Looking at Tsunade, who was spinning the wooden ball with great interest, Isaiah was very pleased. In this environment, Tsunade, who has always been incompetent, has also become active. However, the wooden ball in Isaiah's hand was not for training the flexibility of his palm, but for training the golden flame. In fact, Isaiah was using the golden flame to strengthen the wooden ball every moment, but the amount of golden flame was very small, so it could not be seen. These three wooden balls were originally 10 centimeters in size, and now after a week of strengthening, they have become 3 centimeters. And they are as hard as iron and stone, and they make sounds when knocked. It was already November, and even the relatively warm places like Konoha village began to cool down. Pedestrians on the road began to wear long-sleeved thick clothes to prepare for winter. In the Hokage's office, Tobirama was listening to a report from a senior ninja. This senior ninja had just returned from the land of grass. Second generation, the grass country has changed a lot now. Some unfamiliar areas suddenly appeared after the thick fog. Some original plains and grasslands also began to change. Pieces of woods began to appear. Some villages began to be frequently attacked by mutated beasts, and some monsters that I don't know how to describe appeared. Monsters? What kind of monsters? Tobirama asked. The Jonin answered with some embarrassment, it varies. They are often in various forms. Some seem to be deformed ugly humans, and some are simply inexplicably weird. Some are powerful, and some can only play pranks. People in the grass country call them monsters. We encountered one on this mission and killed it after fighting. The body is being stored in the autopsy room. Monster. Tobirama gathered the information and scrolls about these strange changes together and shouted, notify them to temporarily stop accepting commissions from the grass country. A ninja suddenly appeared, said yes, and left in an instant. Now, Tobirama said to the senior ninja, let's go to the autopsy department. On the autopsy bed was a corpse that was not easy to describe. About 1.6 meters long, wider than ordinary people. Slightly humanoid, but with a particularly large head, accounting for 1/3 of the body length. And there was only one huge eyeball on the upper half of the face, with a small pointed horn on the head, and nothing on the lower half of the face except the mouth. The flat and wide mouth was full of sharp teeth, each of which was more than 2 centimeters. The limbs of this thing seemed a little thin, but when it was dissected, it was found that the muscles and bones were very tough and dense, far beyond ordinary people. Even some ninjas couldn't compare. There were sharp nails on the fingertips and toes, 4 toes at the front of the sole, and a long toe at the back of the heel. The skin of this monster was blue-gray, like the color of blue stone. While dissecting with dissection tools, Tobirama asked, how strong is this monster? The Jonin watched Tobirama disassemble the monster bit by bit with an expressionless face, and his movements were skillful. He felt a chill on the back of his head. Hearing this, he quickly replied, at that time, the monster took advantage of our rest to attack us and triggered the trap. We 4 surrounded and killed it. It wore a bamboo hat and held a thick wooden stick as a weapon. Its strength was average, probably at the level of a chunin. But its physique was very strong, and it was not fatal after being injured in more than a dozen places. In the end, it was killed by the lightning escape * ground walk. Tobirama looked at the injuries on the monster's body and began to record them in his notebook. There are no normal internal organs in the body, and the blood is thick and smelly. No vital points were found, but it can be hurt by ninjutsu. No powerful means of attack have been found yet. The battle difficulty is tentatively set at Elite Chunin. This monster corpse without internal organs and blood brought a great shock to Konoha. This was something that had never been seen before. Soon, all Chunin and Jonin received general information about the monster. Tobirama ordered to shrink the scope of the commissioned task. Let's wait and see for the grass country. At dinner that night, Izaya suddenly saw a faint black gas floating on Tobirama's body. The black gas looked sticky and disgusting, not like a good thing. Izaya thought about it and asked, Master Tobirama, did you encounter anything strange today? Chapter 21 Naruto World, you have changed. Thanks to the helmsman Ivanovich driver. Why do you say that? Tobirama asked. Izaya spread his hands, I saw a layer of light sticky black smoke on you. It gave me a very bad feeling. Black smoke. Tobirama was thoughtful. He made a seal with one hand and closed his eyes. Tobirama has the ability to perceive from a distance. He should be the strongest perception ninja in Konoha village. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with his body at first, he soon realized that something strange was contaminated on his body after Izaya's reminder. Tobirama, this is a different energy from chakra, more inclined to some natural energy. But with some malice, it gives people an ominous feeling. Hashirama Senju has Sage Mode, and Sage Mode is a means of utilizing natural energy. Mix a certain proportion of natural energy with your own chakra and enter a powerful mode. It has a strong amplification for the body, ninjutsu, illusion, perception, etc. As Hashirama's younger brother and Konoha's first scientific research ninja, Tobirama Senju naturally knows natural energy. Rinya, Can you see this energy? Tobirama asked. Rainya scratched his head. I saw a layer of black smoke on you that doesn't look like a good thing, but I don't know if it's the energy you said. Okay. Tobirama got up. Come with me. And then took Rainya away from home. Nanako came out of the kitchen with 2 plates, and saw an empty house. Hey, where are the people? Tobirama brought Rainya to a mechanical building. This should be Konoha's confidential department, and civilians are usually prohibited from approaching. What did you see? Tobirama asked. Linya frowned and said, more black smoke is escaping. Linya saw a small amount of black smoke floating out from the cracks in the door and the few small windows. But the amount is very small, and it will be ignored if you don't pay attention. Tobirama closed his eyes and sensed that he could only vaguely sense this malicious energy around him. Because the amount of black smoke was too small, it was no longer possible to accurately sense it. Linya suddenly remembered the system and immediately explored the black smoke. Miasma. A kind of energy with malicious intent, harmful to life. Evaluation. Negative emotions such as jealousy, hatred, greed, etc. will combine with natural energy to become a vicious energy. It is the source of power for most monsters. Linya was shocked. What the hell is this? But what was even more surprising was behind him. Soon he saw the body parked in the basement. What is this? Linya asked in surprise. The corpse brought back from the land of grass, the locals call it a monster. Tobirama frowned as he looked at the monster corpse. When it was transported back before, a rare sealing scroll was used, so there was nothing unusual about the monster corpse. But now, the corpse is no longer the same as what Tobirama saw during the day. It has become a little shriveled and shrunken. Master Tobirama, the black smoke is coming out of the corpse. Izaya saw more miasma coming out of the monster corpse. The result of the system investigation was, the corpse of the monster one-eyed house. Izaya tried to touch the miasma with his hand and found that a small amount of miasma would stick to his hand, but more miasma was like smoke without substance and was not affected. This thing is not a good thing, you have to find a way to destroy it. Izaya pulled out a kunai and tried to chop it, but unfortunately the physical attack had no effect. It's a pity that I don't know ninjutsu yet. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand, with golden flames burning on it. When the miasma met the golden flames, it was like meeting a vacuum cleaner, and the surrounding miasma quickly gathered towards the golden flames. In just 5 seconds, all the miasma in the room disappeared, and the corpse on the dissection bed shrank and turned into a handful of dust. Tobirama looked at the golden flames in Izaya's hand, suppressed his surprise, and asked, "Are you trying to remove those malicious energies?" Although Tobirama had known that Izaya had mastered the golden flames, he was still shocked every time he saw it. After all, the valley refined by the golden flames was so shocking. Even Tobirama's spies there reported that many strange things and specialties that had never been seen before appeared in the valley. The herbs produced there became extremely magical, and the small amount of metal ores seen there were extremely rare, and could circulate chakra without loss. Tobirama had ordered people to seal off the valley. Hearing Tobirama's question, Izaya replied, "Yes, I found that physical attacks are completely ineffective, but my golden flame can purify them." He spread out his hand, and in his palm was a transparent crystal stone similar to a water droplet in shape and the size of a rice grain. Purified yin attribute natural energy particles. B-level materials. Energy crystals / enhanced items. Yin attribute enhancement, C-level, which enables items to obtain yin attribute enhancement. Evaluation. Yin attribute energy in nature that has been purified and refined is difficult to extract and has a wide range of uses. It's just that the amount is a little less. Enhanced items. Energy crystals. Materials. Can I use this crystal to enhance other items? For example, my kunai? Izaya just wanted to try if he could deal with the miasma, but he didn't expect to get extra benefits. And he also knew that the monsters in this world were different. Like Zyoba, there was no miasma on his body. Tobirama took Isaiah to conduct a small experiment and found that the miasma could be eliminated with ordinary fire and salt. Isaiah looked at his hand. He took a handful of turbid salt and said incredulously, "I didn't expect that salt could eliminate miasma." Tobirama was not surprised. He had the ability to stay calm at all times. Miasma? This name is good. Isaiah, you must remember, everything in this world is based on the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Sometimes very ordinary things can be the nemesis of some evil existence. Moreover, since ancient times, there has been a saying that salt can drive away evil spirits and harm ghosts. It seems that it is not groundless. Isaiah showed an open mind. He was a little guilty. He just said the name of miasma in excitement. Fortunately, Tobirama didn't care about the naming rights. Tobirama said with a little melancholy, "This world has become more and more weird. It seems that I have to tell everyone to pay attention to these monsters and miasma in the future. Time flies. Isaiah goes to class and exercises with his friends every day. Seeing the skill proficiency and experience points slowly increase, he is very hopeful. The ninjas of Konoha started to get busy in this gradually cold season. There were more and more sudden appearances in fog and strange areas. And the phenomenon of mutant plants and animals began to increase, and the degree of mutation became more and more serious. So much so that once, Tobirama detected the malicious natural energy, that is, miasma, on a corpse again. But this time it was not a monster, but a giant wolf with serious mutation. This wolf was the size of a buffalo, with tough fur that could even withstand most of the damage from shuriken, and terrible bone spurs grew on its joints. In addition to fangs in its mouth, its saliva was also poisonous. Fortunately, the team led by the senior ninja was on the mission at that time, so there was no accident and the team of mutant wolves was killed. Bring back the corpse. Because there were more and more such incidents, even the nobles of the Fire Country who only knew how to enjoy themselves knew about it. Now these mutant beasts are called monsters. It refers to those animals and plants that have mutated due to miasma. If it were just these, it would be better. After all, the combat effectiveness of the ninja can still be guaranteed. But what is more uncomfortable is those mysterious areas that suddenly appeared. Those areas are mostly in the wilderness, but there is an extra piece of land. It's like your yard suddenly becomes larger, and it takes half an hour to walk from the door of the house to the front door. It's okay. There are even many people who think that the sudden addition of a piece of land is a good thing. But there are a few areas that have appeared, and people exist. Now in some remote lands of the Fire Country, there are several towns. The people in the town dress and live in the same way as they did 100 years ago. What's more uncomfortable is that they often have owners. Small villages are okay, generally more timid. It's easy to deal with. But the lords/guardians/mayors/landlords of those big towns are very wary of their sudden appearance in a strange world, and they are even less willing to give up their rights and admit that they belong to the Fire Country. Now, Tobirama has several tasks on these newly appeared areas, and for a moment he doesn't know how to deal with them. This world has changed. Tobirama said to himself when no one was around. Chapter 22. It is impossible to work. Only the upper class knows what changes have taken place in the world. Ordinary people still live their own lives. Konoha has become more and more prosperous, especially after the establishment of the ninja school. This news spread, attracting many outsiders to settle down. First, Konoha village is the well-deserved first ninja village, safe. Second, if you have some expectations for your own children, Konoha Ninja School is your only choice. Which ninja technology is better? Let you come up with the next sentence. With an increase in population, business will be easier. With easier business, there will be more jobs. This is good news for Yamada Teiyu. Yamada Teiyu is an orphan. His father died in the early days of Konoha, and his mother died last year due to overwork. So the 6-year-old Yamada Teiyu can only rely on himself to survive. Fortunately, Hashirama is a man of affection and loyalty. He thinks that those who sacrificed for the village should give their families more compensation. So Yamada Teiyu can receive a pension every month. Although it is not much, it is enough for him to eat and drink. It's just that Teiyu matures early and knows the principle of preparing for a rainy day. Moreover, after becoming a ninja student, his appetite and other consumption have increased. The pension is stretched. At this moment, it is still the early days of the 5 great nations. The productivity is low and the materials are scarce. A shuriken costs 2 taels of silver, that is, 2 silver pancakes. Silver pancakes are a long oval silver cake, which is the official currency of the Fire Country. An oval coin that is slightly larger than the belly of the thumb. There is a pattern and a fire character engraved on it. 1 silver pancake is exchanged for about 1,000 copper coins, and the specific exchange rate will vary. And a bowl of clear soup soba noodles is only 5 cents. In other words, a shuriken can be exchanged for 400 bowls of soba noodles. What the hell is this price? Ninja is such a high-cost profession. Teiyu's monthly pension can't even buy a shuriken. If the school hadn't issued 3 shurikens, Yamada Teiyu would probably have used wooden shurikens for training. Okay. It's all moved. It's all here. Yamada Teiyu put down the pile of sacks in his hand and said to the merchant. The merchant was very satisfied, counted out 20 copper coins, and settled the bill. Yamada Teiyu was busy sweating in the cold weather. Just now, he transported more than 30 bags of food in one go. He wiped his sweat and looked at his hard-earned money, very satisfied. Suddenly he felt a chill on his forehead, reached out and touched it. Hey, it's snowing. The snowflakes in the sky fell down, bringing a hint of coolness to the village. It's finally winter. People on the street also found that it was snowing, and they were very happy. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. The heavier the snow, the better the harvest next year. Seeing that it was snowing, Yamada Teiyu didn't dare to stay for long for fear of getting sick, so he quickly tightened his clothes and walked home. Suddenly, a child ran past, and Yamada Teiyu felt a tightness on his waist. Oh no! My purse! Yamada Teiyu touched his waist, and sure enough, his purse was gone. Yamada Teiyu immediately chased him, but although he was tall and strong, and had a natural strength in his arms, but speed was not his strong point. Seeing that the thief was running farther and farther, and was about to run around the corner, the thief suddenly stopped. Looking again, it turned out that the child who had just stolen his purse had been caught. Xingluo classmate! Yamada Teiyu shouted. It turned out that the one who caught the thief was Xingluo Linyi. Linyi had already seen him when Yamada Teiyu was carrying a big bag just now. After all, he was the only 2 big guys in his class who were overdeveloped for their age group. It was just that I was worried that Yamada Teiyu would be embarrassed, so I didn't go up to say hello. After all, many people are very sensitive in front of classmates. If they know that they have to work part-time due to family difficulties, they may feel inferior. In Lin Yi's impression, this classmate who is 1 year older than him is silent, steady, and very reliable. He is also very attentive in class and training, but I didn't expect him to be a strongman. After all, not everyone can carry 3 bags of rice at the age of 6. Is Yamada Teiyu working part-time? Is your family in trouble? Find an opportunity to help. Before Lin Ye could think more, Yamada Teiyu's wallet was stolen. Lin Ye didn't care whether Yamada Teiyu was embarrassed or not, and grabbed the child who stole the purse. Let go, let go. Let me go. Let me go. The child who stole the purse was quite wild. While hitting, he actually bit Lin Yi's hand. Hey, you're quite lively. Lin Ye grabbed the boy and pressed him against the wall, and put his hands behind his back to control him. The child was in pain and dared not struggle anymore, but he was still cursing. Like a little wild colt. Lin Ye controlled the child with one hand, and took the purse with the other hand and threw it to Yamada Teiyu. "Here, your purse." Yamada Teiyu caught it, touched it lovingly and put it in his arms. "Thank you, Xingluo classmate. If it weren't for you, my money might have flown away." Yamada Teiyu was not as embarrassed as Lin Ye thought, which made Lin Ye think more highly of him. After all, it is rare to be able to face his difficult situation calmly at such a young age, neither humble nor arrogant. "Hey, why are you stealing things?" Little Tsunade asked dissatisfiedly. "In her world, stealing is very bad, and you shouldn't steal things." The child did laugh sarcastically. "Tisk. What can we do if we don't have food to eat but steal things?" At this time, everyone noticed that the child's face was covered with dust and dirt, his clothes were tattered, and he didn't wear shoes in the cold weather, he was actually barefoot. Little Tsunade was speechless for a moment, she was still young and inexperienced. Reinyi tightened his grip, and the child was speechless because of the pain. "You are making up stories. You can't afford to eat, so you have to rob and steal? Why don't you look at those who make a living with their own hands?" Although he fell into Reinyi's hands, the little wild colt was not to be outdone. "You said it easily. Do you think everyone wants to be like this big fool, who can carry 3 bags of rice at a time? What kind of job can I do? It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in this life." For a moment, Reinyi was speechless. "Hey! Your name is Che Guevara, right? Okay, even if you are right. But you have heard of the winners and losers, right? You dare to mess with Yamada-san, who is born with supernatural powers. Now you are in our hands. What do you think will happen to you?" Lin Ye laughed sinisterly. "Bah! If you have the ability, beat me to death. If you can't kill me, I will steal your rice sooner or later." The little pony is still really unruly. He looks like he doesn't care about life and death. "Hey, I still can't cure you." Lin Ye decided to give him a little pain first, and slowly subdue this kid. But Yamada Teiyu stopped Lin Ye. "Xingluo classmate, thank you for helping me find my purse. But can you let him go first?" Little Tsunade, "Ah? He stole your purse?" Yamada Teiyu smiled. "Isn't it lost? Okay, since you said so, let him go. By the way, don't call me Xingluo classmate, it's troublesome. Call me Lin Ye." Lin Ye let go of the little wild colt. "Then I'm too high, Lin Ye-kun," Yamada Teiyu said with a smile. The little wild colt rubbed his wrist and said with disdain, "Don't think I will thank you for letting me go. Next time I see you, I will steal it. You better be careful about your rice jar." Lin Ye was even more disdainful. "With your 2 tricks, you are still a thief. I guess you will be beaten to death or starved to death. My home is in the Senju base. If you can get in, I will go with you to steal the battery car." "You!" Anamako was so angry that she wanted to fight with Reinye, but was stopped by Yamada Teiyu. "Reinye-kun is the first-year head of the ninja school, you are no match for him. Don't humiliate yourself." Yamada Teiyu's words made Anamako very sour, her mouth curled to her ears. "Isn't it just a ninja student? What's so great about it?" Reinye smiled very modestly. "I'm sorry, ninja students are really great, and they can do whatever they want." Yamada Teiyu ignored the 2 people's quarrel, but opened the purse, counted out 5 coins, and poured the remaining 30 coins into Anamako's hand. "I know it's not good to be hungry, but I hope you can get on the right path. Take this money and buy some food. The weather is getting colder, go buy a pair of shoes." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Yamada Teiyu, who still had to carry a big bag to make a living, actually gave most of the money to this thief. The little wild colt was also stunned. "You, what do you mean?" Yamada Teiyu smiled. "Nothing, I hope to give you some help within my ability." The little wild colt's eyes suddenly turned red. He turned his head and said, "I won't thank you." No one said anything else, and the little wild colt also fell silent. He bought more than 20 steamed buns at the steamed bun shop on the street, and after thinking about it, he made up his mind to buy a small piece of pickled vegetables. Little Tsunade said puzzledly, "Hey, why do you buy so much? It will go bad if you can't eat it." The little wild colt just curled his lips and didn't make any sarcastic remarks. Linya asked, "You didn't buy it for yourself, did you?" The child looked at him in surprise. "Yes." "Why? Is it not okay?" Linya frowned. "Are there still many orphans in Konoha village now?" Yamada Taiyu sighed, "Although it is not the time when the village was just established, the world is far from peace. There are still many orphans who are helpless." Linya frowned even more tightly, and said to the little wild colt, "Please take us to see it." Chapter 23 Establishing Konoha Orphanage. War is not far away from this world. Although it is much better than the chaos of the Warring States period, when the average age of people is less than 30 years old. But even today, when Konoha village has been established for nearly 10 years, there are still wars in the world. In front of Linya and his friends, there are 5 or 6 children under the age of 6. They temporarily hide in an abandoned wooden house outside Konoha village. The current Konoha village only has a wooden wall in front, and the surroundings are still open. Most of them are the residences of some ninja families, and there are also many unowned lands. This abandoned cabin is right next to the unowned forest. War orphans. These children are all war orphans. Ninja is a very dangerous profession, and you may die at any time. But compared to ninjas, civilians are more vulnerable. Whether it is a battle between lords and lords, between daimyo and daimyo, or between ninja villages, the most dead are civilians. During the war stage, no one can guarantee the safety of civilians. For example, the later Akatsuki organization, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, became orphans because of the war. They may even be hurt by rebel ninjas and fleeing ninjas. And there are countless children like them in the world. And most of them are not as lucky as them to be taught by a kind ninja and escape their fate. In fact, at most 1 out of 10 orphans in this world can survive to adulthood. The others died prematurely due to various cruel reasons. This is why the announcement by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, that Konoha village would establish a ninja school and recruit civilian children as ninja students caused such a big response. These are people who have experienced displacement and know the cruel truth of this world. A rare opportunity to struggle. What do you usually eat? Tsunade looked at these people. The dirty, skinny child asked uncomfortably. Beg, steal, dig wild vegetables, whatever you can find to eat. At this time, the unruly little wild colt became deep. He distributed the steamed buns in the bag to the children one by one, and gave each of them a small piece of pickled vegetables. "We want to survive. We must survive no matter what," he said. I. Little Tsunade took out her purse and poured out all the money. "I still have some money here, you can buy food first." Little Tsunade is definitely a rich woman, with 3 silver coins in her purse. "At worst, I won't gamble these days," she said hatefully. "I still have some here." Linya also took out his purse. Dai, who had been staring with wide eyes and never spoke, also took out his purse. But there was only a dozen pocket money. Dai thought about it, and took out 2 rice balls wrapped in a handkerchief from his arms. "The seaweed rice ball has a plum in it. My mom made it, it's delicious." He gave a thumbs up and showed his big white teeth, bling. No one could imagine the shock before seeing it with their own eyes. Looking at several children of the same age as me, huddled together in the corner of the wooden house for warmth. They didn't even have a tattered quilt. Only then did I realize the cruelty and pain of this world. Several people walked into the village, and Rainya stopped walking. He reached out and caught a snowflake. "What's wrong, Rainya?" Tsunade asked. Rainya sighed, this won't work. The snow is getting heavier. With just that simple wooden house, they can't survive this winter. They may even freeze to death in the wooden house because of this snow. Rainya came to this world, and he didn't know what to do, and he didn't have any goals. In addition to becoming stronger in order to survive, he had no other ideas. But now, he has a desire, he wants to help these children. He can't watch them freeze to death. After I go back, I will find the first and second generations, hoping that the village can provide some money and space to accommodate these children. Tsunade hesitated, but these children are not even villagers of Konoha, will the village agree? Yes. It should. But now these children need help, at least they need fire to keep warm and cotton clothes to keep warm. Yamada Teiyu said, let me do it, I can't help with anything else, but I can help find some dry firewood and try to repair the wooden house. And me? I will help too. Dai shouted seriously. Okay. Then we split up. Lord Tobirama, this is the situation now. If the village doesn't help, these children won't survive this winter. Moreover, I believe there are many more children who are homeless and struggling to survive like this. Facing Izaya's words, Tobirama did not comment. It is not an easy task to place a group of orphans, not to mention that the village's finances are not abundant, and there are many places where funds are needed. How can I explain to the villagers that I have to take out a sum of money to support a group of orphans who are not from Konoha? Lord Tobirama, it doesn't matter whether they were from Konoha before. What matters is that they will be from Konoha in the future, and they will regard Konoha village as their home. It only takes a small amount of funds, isn't it suitable? Izaya argued. Senju Tobirama still had that cold face, but they are not Konoha's people after all. And if we take them in, we will risk spies sneaking in. Izaya retorted, can we prevent spies from sneaking in without these children? Just because of such a ridiculous reason, should we push them to the brink of death and let those who could have become our strength die in vain in the winter wind and snow? This is throwing the baby out with the bath water. Where is the will of fire that will burn wherever Konoha leaves fall? Where is the ideal of bringing peace to the world? If we can't even save the area around our own village, what peace can we talk about? Yes, second Grandpa. They are so pitiful. They are so thin, and they don't even have shoes in such a cold weather. Little Tsunade also pleaded. But Tobirama remained unmoved, with a cold expression. Little Tsunade also knew that her second grandfather was very difficult to persuade, so she threw herself into Hashirama's arms. Grandpa, please say something. Hashirama held back for a long time before finally speaking, Tobirama. Stop teasing little Rainya and the others. Brother. Tobirama looked helplessly at Hashirama who was trying to sabotage him. Okay, okay. I am indeed persuaded by what you said. However, we still need a plan for how to do this. After saying that, he revealed a smug smile. Rainya only realized at this time that Tobirama had agreed at first, but he had not given in, so he let himself fight for his rights here. Okay. I didn't expect that you, Senju Tobirama, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do the same to me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? But at this time, Izaya couldn't care about anything else, because he had exposed a lot of things. There are only thieves who steal for 1,000 days, but there are no thieves who guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It's okay to pretend to be a child once or twice, but Izaya didn't know how to pretend for several years. Besides, Tobirama and the others didn't seem to be surprised by his precocity. So he spoke freely. This is what I think. Instead of helping these children, it's better to make it bigger. Gather all the orphans and record them. Tobirama smiled slightly. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Izaya estimated that there must be more orphans in the village and the surrounding areas. Some of them are orphans of the villagers in the village, and at least they have a place to live. There are also many orphans of ninjas, and such children can get pensions. But some of the children who wandered from other places really have nothing. There are many large and small villages around Konoha village, and there are some towns farther away. Many orphans will come to Konoha with the caravan, because Konoha's living environment is relatively friendly. At least there are no gangsters and robbers nearby. Rin also wants to count all these children and build an orphanage. These children will receive basic cultural education, and talented children can even receive certain training, allowing them to attend ninja schools, or be trained directly by the village to become ninjas. In fact, what Rin doesn't know is that Konoha has already had some orphans who were adopted and trained to become ninjas. And most of them are Tobirama's direct subordinates. After all, a Hokage cannot do without his own direct forces. This is a world where strength speaks. Chapter 24 Danzo? Get out of my way. Rin said, I think there are at least dozens of homeless orphans in and around the village. There are still so many. Yes. When Konoha village was established, it was hoped that the children could stay away from war, but now it seems that I haven't done enough. Maybe Madara is right. I am a loser. Hashirama suddenly muttered to himself in frustration. The whole person huddled up, falling into the darkness called sorrow. Brother! You can't waver! Tobirama shouted. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were also there to persuade Hashirama. Could it be that the serious injury has begun to affect the big brother's state of mind? The big brother has become fragile. Izaya sat up straight and shouted loudly, Lord Hashirama is really a bit contemptuous. Others looked at Izaya in confusion. Seeing that he had gradually attracted attention, Izaya continued, if you want to eliminate war, this is definitely not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 generations. Uchiha Madara, who believes that violence can bring peace, is wrong. If you walk on the wrong path, you will never reach the right destination. Being able to pacify the troubled times and make the originally chaotic world gradually clearer. Master Hashirama and Master Madara have created immortal achievements. But thinking that you can accomplish everything by yourself, this conceited idea is wrong. Only by uniting everyone and after generations of efforts can we truly achieve peace. The 2 adults have already made the best start, and the rest is to continue along the path that the 2 have opened up, until there is real peace. Isn't this what we, the younger generation, need to do? Master Hashirama wants to rely on his own strength and wants to take on the tasks of the younger generation. Do you think we can't complete this important task? This is too contemptuous. No one spoke for a long time, and everyone looked at Izaya. Izaya was so dazed, is it because I am too pretentious? It seems that I am like Naruto, not suitable for preaching. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama suddenly scratched his head awkwardly and laughed out loud. Now that you put it that way, I think I am quite great. Ha ha ha. Hashirama suddenly changed from being depressed and low to mysteriously confident. You are right. The road to the future will depend on you to open up. I will leave such a heavy burden to you young people. Hashirama sat upright with a smile on his face. At this moment, he made Izaya see a ninja god who impressed countless heroes in the Warring States period. He said, now, I am going to do something within my ability. Speaking of which, building a house with wood release is the best. Even Madara said that he would like to call me the best in building a house. Everyone, Madara is praising you. Brother. Tobirama opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Hashirama. Ha ha ha, this kind of thing can't bother me. It's settled. I'll set off now, before it gets dark, so that the children can live in a warm wooden house tonight. Senju Hashirama's loving house. Wood release * connecting pillars and row houses technique. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and slapped the ground. A large number of wood as thick as a waist sprang out from the ground, began to deform rapidly, and finally built together to form a whole. In just a few seconds, a row of 4 or 5 two-story houses. The wooden building was formed. Each building has 5 or 6 rooms. Rainya, is this the legendary wood release * 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 2-story building technique? The ultimate dream of the developer. Wow, so awesome! The children were stunned. Although they have heard that ninjas are powerful, they didn't expect them to be so powerful. In just a moment, the children were convinced. Rainya, you don't need to call out the names, why are you so passionate? You waited until these children arrived before performing the ninjutsu. Are you deliberately trying to show off in front of the children? I misjudged you, Hashirama. And Hashirama felt so good when he saw the 7 children looking at him with worshipful eyes looking up to the gods. Okay, you guys stay here tonight. I'll continue to build houses after the ninjas in the village count tomorrow. This area outside the Senju family's training ground will be used to build an orphanage. Ah ha ha ha. Children, he's laughing wildly. At this time, Hashirama turned around and left, leaving these children with a majestic back. When he was out of sight, Hashirama couldn't help but cough twice. The chakra faded more seriously than expected. Hachi! Hachi! Isaiah shouted at the distant woods. Then, under the tree, which was originally empty, a cute yellow Akita dog suddenly appeared. Woof! Hachi stuck out his tongue and ran over with a smile. Hachi should have the ability to convert between spirit and entity. When it left, it walked into the woods and disappeared. When it appeared, it also appeared suddenly. It really is a monster. Come on. Let me introduce you, this is Hachi. He will be your good friend in the future. Hachi, these children will live here in the future. They are your new neighbors. You have to protect them. Hachi was born with a silly and cute smiling face, which was very popular with children. He also liked children very much, so he got along well with these orphans in a short time. The next day, several Chunin brought their subordinates to collect orphans near the village and set up an orphanage near the Senju family's residence. And arranged staff to manage and take care of them. The efficiency of ninjas is still very high. By the time Isaiah and the others got out of school, they were almost done. Isaiah asked incredulously, Master Tobirama, are you going to let that Shimura Danzo take charge of the orphanage? The one with a cross scar on his chin who looks very fierce. Yes. Danzo is more mature, and he is now a special jonin, so it makes sense for him to manage an orphanage. Tobirama answered while looking at the scroll. Linya kept muttering in his heart, letting Danzo manage the orphanage is really a creative idea. No wonder Konoha's orphanage was almost ruined by Danzo later. If it weren't for this guy forcing Kabuto Yakushi to rebel, Madara wouldn't have been able to play in the 4th Ninja World War. Although Uchiha Madara looked like he had everything under control and arranged everything for Obito and Nagato. But in fact, these two people were also outstanding at the time, and they were wary and suspicious of Uchiha Madara. Nagato didn't use the reincarnation technique to revive him, but instead resurrected the group of people in Konoha village who were wiped out by him. Obito was even thinking about becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and presiding over the Moon Eye project himself. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi's impure world reincarnation of Madara, this guy had been preparing for decades for a great cause, but he didn't even have a chance to show his face. So extreme people are actually not that good. If Madara wasn't strong enough, he would really be just a background board. No. Even if he dies, we can't let Danzo get involved in the orphanage. Even if he is less than 20 years old now, he is not the Dark Lord of Konoha who will do anything to get the position of Hokage in the future, even if it harms the interests of Konoha. That won't work. Isaiah looked confused and said, Lord Tobirama said he is suitable, so that should be correct. But that person is really vicious, and his eyes are fierce. He doesn't look like someone who has the patience to take care of children. I wonder if the children will be scared. Tobirama was speechless for a moment. After all, his proud disciple was indeed a little unkind. Isaiah took a look and saw a way. He continued, but that Sarutobi Hiruzen looks very kind. And he seems to be a patient person. Tobirama sighed. Although I don't know why you have a prejudice against Danzo, your vision is not wrong. Monkey, that is Hiruzen, he is very suitable for dealing with children, then let him be in charge of the affairs of the orphanage. The establishment of the Konoha orphanage can be said to be a benevolent policy. Before, Tobirama was known for his wit and intelligence, but now he is also known for his kindness. Taking this opportunity, Tobirama integrated the work of providing relief and welfare for the orphans of the fallen ninjas with the orphanage and put it into the logistics work. There is a proper arrangement for the ninjas' afterlife. No one will worry about their own unfortunate sacrifice. There is no whereabouts for the family. Chapter 25 Final Exam. You are actually a girl. The one who appeared in front of Linya was the little wild colt. But now she was clean and dressed in decent clothes, but she turned out to be a girl. The girl was very dirty before, and she even wiped a lot of dust on her face. She had short hair, and she cut it with a knife. To be honest, it was worse than a dog's. The clothes on her body were even more tattered, and they could not be called clothes, but a piece of tattered linen. She didn't even have a pair of shoes on her feet, and there were many tiny cracks on her feet. In this case, Linya didn't even think of the possibility of a girl. Not to mention the wildness of the wild colt. Even now that the girl appeared in front of Linya in women's clothes, he felt that she might be a cross-dresser. Could it be that under this women's clothing, there is a pure man's heart? What's wrong with girls? What? Do you look down on girls? My name is Katsuo, let me tell you, I will definitely be stronger than boys. The little wild colt, oh no, it's Katsuo, walked away with a strong face. Little Tsunade also said, that's right. Does Rainya look down on girls? Humph. Then he followed Katsuo to help the fledgling orphanage. Rainya, I have to look up to you, look up to you. Women can hold up half the sky. I can't afford to offend you. Katsuo came to Yamada Teiyu, who was carrying sundries and wood, and helped him move the wood. Teiyu felt that someone was helping him, looked back and smiled, thank you for your help, be careful. Yet. Katsuo responded, lifted one end of the heavy wood and helped him transport it. Those orphans were all helping, doing what they could. They didn't know how happy they were to escape from the life of wandering and dying silently at any time, and become villagers of Konoha. Because of Hashirama's wood release, the orphanage was still very simple in other aspects, but the buildings were still intact. However, in order to facilitate placement and management, Isaiah still proposed the layout of upper and lower bunks, 8 people in one dormitory. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future third generation, agreed with this. However, Isaiah always felt that the disciples of Tobirama looked at him strangely. A few days later, the orphanage was on the right track. There were several teachers invited from the village to teach these children certain cultural knowledge. And when each orphan reaches the age of 6, the orphanage will arrange for him to become an apprentice. Or become a clerk in the store, or a technician apprentice, or if he learns cultural knowledge well, he will have the opportunity to further study. Of course. Hashirama also promised the children that as long as these children can pass the entrance examination next year, they can enter the ninja school. Senju Hashirama's declaration at the time was, do you want to use ninjutsu? If you want, I can teach you everything. Go and learn. I put all my strength into the ninja school. Hashirama, I always feel that this declaration is a bit weird. But it's also passionate. Isaiah's words are not bad, ha 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 ha, scratching head. After settling the affairs of the orphanage, Isaiah once again strengthened the intensity of training. In addition to training with his friends at the Senju training ground every day, Isaiah also has to practice boxing and throwing when he returns. Not only Isaiah, but even Dai, Jiraiya, and Yamada Taiyu who joined later will practice more after returning. Dai is because of Isaya's saying the early bird often flies behind. He thinks he is a slow bird, even if he flies first, he will often fall behind. Then you have to be more diligent when others are eating, sleeping, and having fun. Although Jiraiya is carefree, he is more stubborn. He does not allow himself to fall behind too much, he wants to catch up with the friends he has made with great difficulty. Yamada Taiyu is a poor child who has to grow up early. He understood the difficulties of this world early. So he always trains himself in his spare time outside of work and does not let himself be idle. Even Tsunade, driven by these three people, works hard every day. In ancient times, Meng Mu moved 3 times because the environment a person lives in will greatly affect him. When the partners around you are growing diligently, you will subconsciously work hard together. Of course, there are some existences that are far beyond common sense. According to legend, the ancestor of our dynasty once read books in the downtown area in order to exercise his concentration. Completely ignore the influence of the outside world and strengthen self-awareness. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. Because of the orphanage, I have been slack for a few days. I need to work harder to get it back. Linya has a shuriken in each hand, and the sharp shuriken flies up and down between his fingers, and is extremely flexible. His white and tender little hands have a layer of calluses on the sides of his fingers, which is very unusual. These are the marks left by throwing shurikens hundreds or thousands of times every day. There are also calluses on the knuckles, which are the marks left by hitting wooden stakes. Even chakras maintenance and the restoration of the venom colonization suit, but they could not completely erase this trace. No one's success is easy. Now Lin Yi's throwing technique has reached level 3, but he clearly noticed that the improvement of his skill proficiency has begun to slow down. When he first came into contact with shuriken, he could improve a little with each throw, and he didn't even need to hit the target. Later, if he didn't hit the bullseye, he would not have proficiency. Now, you need to hit the bullseye with several consecutive shurikens at the same time to get 1 point of proficiency. Lin Ye guessed that in addition to the high skill level, it might also be because of his low basic attributes. Attributes are too low, just like those people with poor talents in martial arts novels. They can't practice as well as those geniuses once after practicing 10 times. If I want to upgrade my skills easily, I must have 3 physical attributes, strength, physical fitness, and agility, to reach the level of adults. Just this small white hand, I don't know how much trouble it will bring to the throwing technique. The hand is too small, it's not easy to operate. To reach level 4, you need 15,000 proficiency points. This is not something that can be achieved in a month or so. Forget about it before the final exam. However, level 3 is not low. According to the results of Isaya's investigation during this period, most genins throwing skills are around level 3. Only a few chunin can reach level 4. That is already quite proficient in throwing skills. What Isaya didn't expect was that one of his classmates, Uchiha Tsuki, actually had a level 2 throwing skill. But think about the Uchiha family's throwing skills, which are very fancy. They are a family talent. Apart from this, the rest of the classmates are all level 1 without exception. Oh, and Jiraiya is level 0. He hasn't been able to comprehend this skill yet. Isaya feels that he can basically say goodbye to shuriken. It's already December. From the beginning of snow in mid-November to the severe cold in December, the temperature in Konoha village has dropped rapidly. But in fact, most areas of the Fire Country only have a 2-month winter from mid-November to mid-January of the following year. After mid-January, the snow has begun to melt rapidly, and by February, green grass has sprouted in many places. This is the geographical advantage of the Fire Country. This is completely unmatched by the other 4 countries. Among the other 4 countries, the Wind Country is located on the west side of the continent and has the largest area, but most of it is desert, dry, and windy. The Earth country is located on the north side of the continent, with higher terrain and gobi everywhere. Although it is rich in mineral resources, there are few places for farming. The Thunder country is in the east of the continent, with a higher altitude. What is uncomfortable is that the terrain is very undulating, with hills and basins. It is said that there is no 3-foot flat land, and there is no large area of plains. It is all rugged terrain such as mountains, forests, and basins. The Water country is located in the southeast of overseas, consisting of several large islands and a number of small archipelagos. The area is not large, and the location is remote. It can only survive on marine resources. In this comparison, the Fire country is really the daddy. In early December, the final exam that many students of the ninja school have been looking forward to and nervous about for a long time finally came. This is a simple display of the results of 3 months of teaching. According to Raine's suggestion, there will be one every year in the future, and it will be held at the end of the year. Although the students have only studied for 3 months this time, they can already see something. During the final exam, not only teachers and students from the school, but also parents of students and ninjas in the village who have no tasks are watching. After all, the ninja school will be the cradle of Konoha ninjas in the future, and everyone is paying attention. Facing the audience that is several times the number of students, those students are a little nervous. Even some teachers are uneasy, afraid that the students will not perform well and they will lose face. However, Aizawa Arita is still the same as always, as if these audiences are wooden stakes. He weakly lowered his voice. The first final exam of Konoha Ninja School in the 9th year begins now. Chapter 26 Blade Throwing Test. The written test is over, and the results will be announced tomorrow. Students who heard the roll call should come forward and take the throwing test. Aizawa Shintaka drooped his eyes, his long messy hair draped over his shoulders, and the long grey scarf was still around his neck. Seeing Aizawa Shintaka unchanged, the more nervous students in Class A stabilized a lot. The students lined up in a long line according to their names, and threw 8 shurikens and 2 kunao one by one. 1 shuriken is 1 point, 1 kunao is 2 points, and the total blade throwing test is 12 points. There will be a practical test afterwards, and finally the written test results will be added to get the final results. When I learn ninjutsu next year, there should be another ninjutsu test. Linya thought that he should get full marks in the written test. After all, he was a university monk who grew up under the education system of the Celestial Empire, so he was a little confident in his academic performance. As long as I get first place in the throwing test and the practical test, my title of chief will be secure. Shuriken Linya was quite confident. After all, he was the only one among the students. My throwing skills have reached level 3. Although as long as you are diligent and have a little talent, your shuriken performance will not be too bad. This subject is not very good at making a difference. But I am not afraid of actual combat. Except for a few 6-year-old classmates like Hitaki Sakumo and Hyaga Akamoto, the others are definitely not my opponents. And those 6-year-old classmates are more difficult to deal with. The development of children is much worse when they are 1 year apart. For example, Yamada Teiyu, if you say he is now 12 or 13 years old, people will believe it. And the children of those ninja families have been trained by their families for a long time. The gap of 1 year is not small. For example, the future Konoha White Fang, his basic swordsmanship is already level 2. And he was already level 2 when he first entered school, so he should be not far from level 3 now, right? Hyaga Akamoto's basic physical skills are level 2, and there is also level 1 Hyaga Soft Fist. These are all strong opponents. The students here threw targets at different distances in the shortest time. Not only did they have to throw, they also had to move. The audience in the distance were whispering. The Nara family's child is good, he got 10 points, and it doesn't look like he was using his full strength. I think the Hitaki family's child is very capable, there aren't many who got 12 points. That little girl is worthy of being from the Uchiha family, she got 11 points. She's only 5 years old and her shuriken is already at this level. I won't mention the children of those ninja families, but the grades of the civilian students are not bad either, it's obvious that they have worked hard. The second generation's idea is right. Ninja schools are very valuable. Of the 3 existing classes, it is obvious that Class A is the most popular, and the other classes B and C are a little worse. Because Class A is the so-called top class, it is the group of children who performed best when they first entered school. In terms of teaching staff, there is also a gap. Aizawa Arita is level 37. According to Isaya's many comparisons, this should be a higher level among the jonin. At level 40, it is an elite jonin. The teachers of the other 2 classes are only in their 20s, which is considered a chnin, and at most can be called elite chnin. But in fact, Isaya checked the system and saw that the ninjas between levels 40 and 50 were rated as elite jonin. But the system does not have the term elite chnin. It may be that the system thinks that there is not a very obvious gap between chnin and jonin. It is not as huge as the gap between jonin and kage level that requires an additional level. Although everyone is more optimistic about the top class, it is like parents asking about the other people's children in the top class. But many students in Class B and C are not convinced. They are all trying to surpass the students in Class A to prove themselves. The speed of the shuriken throwing test is relatively fast. Each student is slower than 10 seconds and faster than 10 seconds. The teacher standing on the side will give the score directly. Shiranui Goro, 10 points. Moonlight Night, 10 points. Yui Shinku, 9 points. Senju Tsunade, 10 points. Orochimaru, 11 points. Orochimaru-kun attracted a lot of attention. After all, civilian students have not yet received 11 points. Then Aizawa Shintaka suddenly tilted his head and stretched out his hand to catch a kunao shot at his forehead. Even Aizawa Shintaka, who always had a blank expression, sighed very rarely. Jiraiya. Hey, 6 points. Ah. Teacher Shintaka, this is an accident. An accident. Let me do it again? My hand slipped just now. Jiraiya grabbed his white hair in frustration. Hand slipped? 3 meters away, and it slipped onto my head? Aizawa Shintaka said without even raising his eyes, if you slip during the battle, you might die. Next one. Tsunade crossed her arms and snorted coldly, humph. Jiraiya, you idiot, actually made such a mistake. I wasted the wooden ball of Kato Eagle that you gave me, Isaya. Isaya didn't expect that he would make such a big mistake. Originally, his throwing skills were considered to be quite standard, but he actually failed at the critical moment. Isaya shook his head and said, Jiraiya could have at least scored 8 points. I didn't expect him to be distracted. Soon, Aizawa Shintaka called Isaya, next one, Zingluo Isaya. Isaya walked forward. In front of him were 3 targets with 4 lines. Test regulations, at least 1 shuriken must hit the 3 targets, and at least 2 of the 10 blades must be shot from the 8-meter line, which is the farthest of the 4 lines. Normally, candidates should throw 2 shurikens at a distance of 8 meters and then move. As for whether you run to the nearest 4-meter line to throw, or just throw in the middle without anyone noticing. However, the time it takes to throw the 10 blades will also be a factor in the scoring. The same distance, the same ring technique, the faster the throw, the higher the score. Get ready, I say 1, 2, 3, and then we'll start. Aizawa Arita said in a flat voice. But in fact, he was still a little bit expectant in his heart. Because in the past, even if Isaya threw casually, he was at a good level. 1, 2, 3 start. Before the voice fell, Isaya had already started throwing. The left and right blades were tied to his thighs, but he caught 8 shurikens in his hands in an instant. A burst of air-breaking sound. Isaya waved his arms and turned his body sharply, using the rotation of his body to increase the throwing force. After the first circle, all 8 shurikens had been thrown. At the same time, he drew out 2 kunai. Duo duo duo. A series of dense sounds of blades hitting wooden rakes came. It was over. What happened? It ended so quickly. Some civilian parents had never seen a fight between ninjas, and the results of those children before were already very impressive in his eyes. But once Rainya made a move, it was completely different. This speed, this distance, this accuracy, this is a ninja. This is a throw that exceeds the reaction ability of ordinary people. Many ninjas watching were also discussing. He actually threw 10 blades at a distance of 8 meters. It only took 4 seconds, and the accuracy was also very good. This level is already higher than the average genin, right? I heard that he is only 5 years old. As expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not continue, but some insiders knew what he was going to say, as expected of the son sent from heaven. Starfall Rainya, 12 points. Aizawa Arata nodded rarely. Those students were also stunned. Little Tsunade looked even more proud. Jiraiya, who performed poorly, was very unconvinced. Rainya is so good, it must be the training effect of Kato Eagle Ball. I will double my training when I go back. When some students heard this, they couldn't help asking Jiraiya what Kato Eagle Ball training method was. Jiraiya has never been sought after by so many people. With a big mouth, he leaked the Kato Eagle Ball training method that Rainya had fooled him with. And the question that followed was Kato Dan's doubt. I haven't heard that there is a relative named Kato Eagle in my family. This led to a long time afterwards, when the students of the ninja school rolled wooden balls in class. It looked like a middle-aged and elderly fitness ball association. Rainya, ha ha ha. Kato Eagle's wooden ball is a thing of the past. After so many months of training, I am about to start Tony's wooden stone ball training. The golden flame has now been strengthened, and the controllability has also greatly increased. Rainya can hold the wooden ball in his hand and change it into the shape he wants, or make certain changes such as strengthening and compression. So he has planned to use the stone ball to train Jinyan next. It is conceivable that there will be Yamagata-ki iron ball training method in the future. The throwing test took an hour. Most people in Class A can get 9 or 10 points. A few even got a good score of 11 points. As for Class B and Class C, they are a little worse. Most people get 7 or 8 points. Only a few can get 10 points. And the next step is the actual test, which is also the subject with the largest score. Chapter 27 Actual Test. Aizawa Arata still maintains his image of a decadent and low-key man. Let me tell you the rules of the actual test. 2-on-2 battles, 3 classes at the same time, and finally each class decides the top 3, a total of 9 people will fight. If the last 9 people fight 2-on-2, then won't there be a bye in each round? Tsunade said. Jiraiya on the side chuckled. If you have a bye in both rounds, that's good luck. Orochimaru stood quietly on the side without saying anything. Rainya waved his hand. Having a bye may not be a good thing. The purpose of this exam is to show the student's strength. If you always have a bye, even if you can rank among the top, you will probably be very unwilling, right? The actual combat test began. There were 3 venues in total, and the 3 classes ABC fought together. Most of the students in the 2 classes BC were civilian students, and the battles were all standard. It was just a physical confrontation with wooden blades. On the contrary, many students in Class A were elite children of ninja families. Although they were only 6 or 7 years old, they had already begun to refine chakra. A few students even began to get in touch with the family's ninjutsu and secret techniques. Unlike civilian students, they didn't even learn the most basic 3 body techniques. In fact, the second generation has not yet determined what ninjutsu to teach these students. It is definitely not possible to teach them 2 difficult ones. Those civilian students have no foundation in ninjutsu and it is difficult for them to learn. Impractical ones are not acceptable either, because these students have limited resources and can only learn and practice a limited number of ninjutsu. We must find a few simple and practical ones that can be of great use in the tasks after graduation. It would be best if they can help with the in-depth study of other ninjutsu later. Help. There is no three-body technique yet, but Rin has already asked Tobirama for advice on the substitute technique, and Tobirama also thinks that the substitute technique is a very special advantage of Konoha ninjas and should be promoted. In this way, the three-body technique will soon appear. Class A's actual combat is very enjoyable. For example, the children of the three families of Ino, Shika, and Jo have basically begun to refine chakra. With the increase of chakra, the combat power of ninjas will be much stronger. And the children of other ninja clans are also better because of this. The children of the three families of Ino, Shika, and Jo are all very good. A ninja from the Sarutobi family praised. No way, they are a little worse than Sani. Sarutobi Sani is a child of the Sarutobi family. She is very strong and easily defeated her opponent, and she also behaves very generously. Ino, Shika, and Jo are the iron ally of the Sarutobi family. The covenant of their three clans was concluded under the witness of the Sarutobi family. So they have a very good relationship. When the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the throne, Ino Shikacho made a lot of efforts and gave full support. Even now, they always praise each other in business. After getting along for this period of time, Rin felt that Nara Shikakage was a smart and kind child. He was not high profile, but he knew what he was doing. And he was not as depressed as Shikamaru later. He used throwing techniques to force the opponent to reveal his flaws, and then used chakra to enhance his body, easily defeating his opponent in close combat. And Yamanaka Arashi is a gentle and lovely little beauty with big round-framed glasses. She looks kind, but she has a good understanding and affinity for the family's secrets. Yamanaka Arashi's opponent is Shiranui Goro. Although he knows the secrets of the Yamanaka family, he couldn't escape the interference and was defeated. And the last one, Akimichi Toriyama, is a sturdy little fat man. Although he is fat, he doesn't care about others saying he is fat, and he is resolute, humorous, and generous. He has a few styles of his brother. And the multiplication technique is really beyond the scope for students of this period. Although he can't do any multiplication at present, just strengthening physical skills is enough to push the opponent head-on. So his opponent Xiang Zhenhong had no way to avoid it after holding on for 3 minutes, and was knocked down and defeated by a pair of big hands that swelled twice. There is absolutely no way. Xiang Zhenhong left the court, and was still complaining to his desk-mate Yue Guanzhai. Soon, Izaya also came on the court, and his opponent was Kurama Shion. The Kurama family is also one of the famous families in Konoha. The special family blood secret technique of the 5 senses is very strange. Every generation, there will be 1 or 2 people who can awaken this powerful illusion ability. It is said that the family can be compared with Uchiha in illusion. Of course, the scale is far less than that of Uchiha. But Kurama Shion is only 4 years old. What is there to compare? Izaya went up and threw 3 wooden shurikens, and 1 hit the vital point. Then Kurama Shion pouted and was judged as the loser. The 4-year-old students in Class A are basically just extras in the actual combat training. The parents all smiled knowingly. In addition to Uchiha Tsurugi, this little girl's throwing skills are quite good. With 8 wooden shurikens and 2 wooden kunao, she defeated her opponent in the first round. But in the second round, she met Hitaki Sakumo, the White Fang who would almost suppress the young 3 ninjas in the future. At the age of 6, he was already quite extraordinary. With a wooden short sword in his hand, he swung it and knocked all the blades away, then rushed forward quickly and put the wooden short sword on Uchiha Tsurugi's neck. The stubborn little girl's eyes were red. Hitaki Sakumo's basic swordsmanship reached level 2. There was a lot of rules between the movements. The ninjas watching all admired him in a low voice, thinking he was a genius. The Hitaki family has always been relatively small, but there are often good seedlings. Rin also ushered in the second actual battle, and his opponent was Hyuga Akamoto, who also easily defeated his opponent. As mentioned before, those 6-year-old students have this huge advantage innately. What's more, Hyuga Akamoto is a child of the wealthy Hyuga family. Hyuga Akamoto is tall and strong, and like Yamada Teiyu, he has grown beyond the outline. There are already some signs of muscles on his body, which make his robe bulge. He is a rare muscular man in the Hyuga family. Rainya heard someone whispering about Hyuga Akamoto, saying that although he is a descendant of a branch family, he is indeed talented. Name: Hyuga Akamoto. Level: 4. Race: Human. Title: None. Affiliation: Human/Fire Country/Konoha Village. Chakra: 41/45. Attributes: Strength 0.9. Constitution 0.8. Agility 0.7. Intelligence 0.9. Spirit 0.9. Perception 1.3. Charisma 0.9. Skills: Chakra Refining Technique, C, Level 1. Basic Physical Technique, D, Level 2. Basic Throwing Technique, D, Level 1. Hyuga Gentle Fist, C1 Level. Abilities: Hyuga Branch Bloodline, C1 Level, a legendary bloodline. But it is relatively thin and restricted. Branch White Eyes, B1 Level, a mutation of the eyes brought by the magical bloodline, with keen observation. After opening the eyes, it has a wide field of view of nearly 360 degrees, and can see through matter and see the flow of energy. Items: None. Evaluation: the precocious boy is going to blow your dog head off. And Rainya's current attributes are: Name: Xingluo Rainya. Level: 3. Race: Human. Title: Son of Heaven, D Level, Punch Konoha Kindergarten, E Level, Chief, E Level. Affiliated Camp: Human/Fire Country/Konoha Village. Chakra: 38/38. Attributes: Strength 0.8, plus 0.1. Constitution 0.8, plus 0.1. Agility 0.6, plus 0.1. Intelligence 1.3, plus 0.1. Spirit 1.6, plus 0.1. Perception 1.4, plus 0.1. Charm 1.3, plus 0.1. Skills: Chakra Refining Technique, B, Level 2. Basic Physical Technique, D, Level 2. Basic Throwing Technique, D, Level 2. Thunder Hand, C, Level 1. Basic Cooking, E, Level 2. Substitution, E, Level 1. Ability: Primordial Fire, SSS, Level 1. Perfect version of the Venom Symbiote Transformation Suit, S, Level 1. Items: None. Evaluation: a worthless time traveler who is about to be beaten to a pulp. All attributes plus 0.1, which is the bonus of the Venom Symbiote suit. However, Rainya didn't want to expose the existence of the Venom Symbiote suit in front of so many people, so the +1 all attributes in the wearing state are gone. From the panel, Rainya seems to have some advantages. Except for the slightly inferior chakra amount, the others are a little stronger. And because of the super recovery of chakra brought by the Venom Symbiote suit, if it is really a war of attrition, Rainya will have a big advantage. But Rainya also noticed that in the ability column of Hinata Akamoto, there is a branch family White Eyes. I didn't expect Hinata Akamoto to have opened his eyes. Not yet when school started. Opening his eyes at the age of 6 is a very talented existence in the main family. When he entered school, Rainya looked at the attributes of all his classmates. At that time, Hyuga Akamoto did not open his eyes. The only uncertainty is the Byakugan. I wonder how effective Hyuga Akamoto can be. Chapter 28 Byakugan, Open. Xingluo Rainya and Hyaga Akamoto are opposite to each other and have formed a seal of opposition. Many people are watching this battle. First, in the first round of the battle, both of them easily defeated their opponents and showed their strong strength. Second, the battle between the genius of the Hyaga branch family and the children of heaven known to only a few people is indeed more interesting. Aizawa Arita looked at his two students on the field with his eyes drooping, and said in a low voice, "The battle begins." Hyaga Akamoto is more than a head taller than Rainya and rushed over first. He had just seen Rainyi's throwing technique, and he knew that he was far from being a match for Rainyi in throwing technique, so he did not intend to test Rainyi with shuriken. Instead, he approached directly and fought in close combat, which he was best at. If Rainyi was able to train basic physical skills and basic throwing techniques to level 2 and 3 in just a few months, it was because he was able to find the most effective training method and conduct targeted training through the training method that increases skill proficiency the fastest. Then Hyaga Akamoto's basic physical skills level 2 was purely the result of hard work and hard work. Hyaga Soft Fist requires a certain foundation in physical skills to learn. Hyaga Akamoto has a calm and introverted personality. He understood the difference between the main family and the branch family at a very young age, and also knew the meaning of a bird in a cage. That's why he trained himself hard when other children were still playing. He learned Soft Fist at the age of 6, which is the result of hard work. Because of his tall stature and long arm span, Hyaga Akamoto took advantage in close combat. He stretched out his hand and attacked Rainyi's face. His hand was empty, not a fist nor a palm. Rainyi raised his hand upward to block the oncoming attack, and suddenly felt a special force penetrating into his muscles, making his arm loose and unable to exert force. It was like being violently shaken and out of control. "Rainyi, this is the soft fist. This special force will make it extremely difficult to block. The force is very penetrating, and protective gear basically has no effect. What's more rare is that Hyaga Akamoto is tall and strong. This is not only soft, but also strong. Fortunately, he has only opened his eyes for a short time and has not mastered Bagwazang, otherwise, with the help of chakra acupoints, he would not be able to take his attack at all." Hyaga Akamoto's physical skills have already developed physical instincts, and his attacks are continuous. Relying on his height and strength, and quickly suppressed Rainya. In just a few seconds, the two had fought more than a dozen times. And Hyaga Akamoto relied on his physical advantage and richer fighting experience to suppress Rainya and make him retreat again and again. After each physical confrontation, Rainya felt powerless. Now he could only defend himself and had no power to fight back. "This won't work. We must keep our distance." Rainya fought back with all his strength, retreating a distance with the reaction force of this attack, and with a flick of his hands, he had already carried 2 shurikens each. Rainya had to admit that although his basic physical skills were also level 2, he was no match for the experienced and higher level Hyaga Akamoto in a real fight. However, his level 3 throwing skills were definitely a big advantage. In an instant, Rainya threw 4 shurikens. But before the shurikens flew away, another kunao and shuriken were thrown out. Rainya was not far from Hyaga Akamoto, only about 5 meters away. Such a short distance was not enough for Hyaga Akamoto to dodge. The first 4 shurikens thrown by Rainya had blocked his dodging space. At the moment when Rainya pulled away from him, Hyaga Akamoto also saw Rainya's plan. At this time, he had already drawn a kunao, but Rainya's speed was much faster than him, and he couldn't even interfere with the throw. At this time, 4 shurikens covered his upper body, and a kunao and another shuriken followed closely. Ding ding ding! Hyaga Akamoto held his breath and stared with full concentration. With the most extreme instinctive reaction, he forced 3 shurikens to fly away, and the last one was dodged by him. Hyaga Akamoto was so quick that he had already performed beyond his normal level and forced himself to sweat. At this time, the kunao and shuriken that followed closely also arrived, but they passed by him. Did it miss? He couldn't help but think, no. Just when everyone thought that the kunao and shuriken had made a mistake, the shuriken hit the end of the kunao. So the kunao changed direction in the blind spot of the left rear side of Hinata Akamoto's vision and shot at the back of Hinata Akamoto's head. Ding! At the critical moment, Hinata Akamoto swung back without looking back, and the kunao in his hand actually coincidentally hit the kunao. Then Hinata Akamoto and Rainya, who took the opportunity to rush forward, exchanged punches. Pa! The two separated. At this time, the people around him discovered that the veins around Hinata Akamoto's eyes were throbbing. Roll your eyes, open. He actually opened his eyes. Yes. He is only 6 years old. Even in the Hyuga clan, there are not many people who open their eyes at the age of 6. Just now, it was the Byakugan that saw the kunao behind him, right? Speaking of which, Xingluo Rainya is not bad either, and he actually used this kind of refraction move. I thought only some people in the Uchiha family could do it. Yes, that close-range refraction was indeed very sudden. After opening the Byakugan, you will have a 360 degrees perspective. So basically no one can sneak attack a Hyuga clan member who has opened the Byakugan. Moreover, the Byakugan will significantly increase the user's static and dynamic vision, and is the main force in Konoha village's reconnaissance. While everyone was talking, Hyuga Akamoto and Rainya had already fought in a group. This time, Hyuga Akamoto will never let Rainya pull away again. Under the supervision of the Byakugan, Rainya's movements were seen clearly, and Rainya, who was already at a disadvantage in close combat, was even more constrained. However, Linya was not anxious. The reason why I chose close combat is because close combat is not my weakness. Ha! Lin Yi's fighting style suddenly changed, and he began to fight hard with Hinata Akamoto. What was even more surprising was that he actually had the upper hand. Every punch and attack was accompanied by a shout, and the fists and palms were fierce and swift, and began to counterattack Hinata Akamoto. Now it was Hinata Akamoto's turn to be uncomfortable. Every time he fought, there was a strong force hitting him layer by layer. This force is different from the soft fist, it is more direct and the effect is more obvious. But the opponent's fierce boxing method is getting faster and faster. Although this thunder hand is not very high because it is not to my liking. But the thunder hand includes steps, palm techniques, and fist techniques. The moves are refined and the style is simple. It is a representative of the fierce boxing. In the early days, the soft fist could never beat the steel fist. As Rainya and Hyuga Akamoto started to fight, the fight became more intense. The two fought fast, neither of them took a step back. In a blink of an eye, the fight lasted for more than 3 minutes. Finally, Hyuga Akamoto's strength began to fail, and even his breathing became heavier. However, Rainya, who was younger and shorter, became more and more courageous. His shouts were deafening, his punches were like thunder, his palms were like gusts of wind, and his momentum was magnificent. At this time, Rainya noticed Hyuga Akamoto's weakness and launched a strong attack. Hyuga Akamoto was defeated in every move, and his posture was broken in a blink of an eye, and he was hit several times. Finally, Rainya broke through his double-arm defense with a punch, hit him on the chin, and knocked him down directly. Hyuga Akamoto was dizzy and fell. He was panting heavily on the ground, and his physical strength was exhausted. But Rainya was only slightly out of breath, and his condition was still very good. Xingluo Rainya, 1. Izawa Arita helped Hyuga Akamoto up. No one expected that Rainya, who was younger and had a disadvantage in body shape, would fight with Hyuga Akamoto in the end, and he actually won in the end. Many people think, this kid looks not tall or strong, but his physical strength is really strong. In fact, this is the hidden benefit brought by the Venom colonization suit. If it weren't for this amazing recovery ability, How could Rainya upgrade several skills in just a few months and catch up with these ninja children who have been training for 1 or 2 years? Xingluo Rainya, it is various plugins that have made me what I am today. The second round of actual combat ended quickly. Including Jiraiya, who had a bye in the first round, there were a total of 7 people. Hitaki Sakumo, Yamada Teiyu, Shimura Bracket, Sarutobi Sani, Ko, Akimichi Toyama, and Ceu Rainya. Among these 7 people, Yamada Teiyu and Ko are civilian students, and the rest are children of the ninja clan. Let's not talk about Hitaki Sakumo, the eldest son of the Hitaki family and the most outstanding genius of this generation. Shimura Bracket is the cousin of Shimura Danzo and the child of his uncle. His father is a special jonin. He is the problem boy with an awkward expression on his face when he entered school. Sarutobi Sani is a child of the Sarutobi clan and is related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akimichi Toyama is the youngest brother of Akimichi Toyama. Ceu Urin is also a second-generation fire. It is worth mentioning that among these 7 people, only Ceu Urin is also 5 years old, and the rest are 6 years old. In the third round of actual combat, Hitaki Sakumo defeated Yamada Teiyu, who made a living by his body, with his skilled swordsmanship. Shimura Bracket and Sarutobi Sani were evenly matched, and in the end, both of them lost consciousness. It was a draw, but both were eliminated. Orange Light faced Akimichi Toriyama, but was defeated by the pair of huge palms. He held on for 5 minutes and lost. He suffered from not knowing ninjutsu. The last Xingluo Rainya was a bye. So the top 3 in Class A were Hitaki Sakumo, Akimichi Toriyama, and Xingluo Rainya. As for Class BC, they finished earlier than Class A. The students in the 2 classes were still very hard-working, but they were a little worse in talent, not to mention that their foundation was even worse. Among the 6 people who stood out in the 2 classes, there was only one civilian ninja who also used a sword. He should have had a foundation in swordsmanship before entering school. What Rainya cared about was his name. This kid is called Guja. Chapter 29. Sorry, I'm Guabi. The name Guja is a little familiar? Could it be that I have seen it in the original work? Rainya thought about it and suddenly remembered that at the beginning of the original story, there was a 10,000-year-old genin. Yes. Isn't Guji the old man who took the blame? Because of his eagerness for quick success, he made the wrong choice and killed his companions. In the end, he vowed to be a genin forever. But he is very survivable. From the 2nd generation to the 4th generation, he killed the 3rd generation of Hokage. Rainya looked at the still very immature boy with a strange look. Brother, you are very lucky. But isn't this person a TV original? It's a mess, it's all messed up. The 9-person battle, in the end, as most people predicted, became a battle between Class A. Guji was lucky to get a bye in the first round and was directly promoted to the second round. And Rainya's opponent was the second in Class C, who was disturbed by his shuriken and rushed up to eliminate him with a move of Xia Festival 8-beat. In terms of physical fitness, the other 2 classes were much worse. In the first round, all 3 members of Class A beat the other classes, and all passed easily. In the second round, Hitaki Sakumo played against Kasuke. The fight between the 2 swordsmen was still very interesting. But Kasuke was not as good as Sakumo in swordsmanship, and was even worse in physical fitness. Sakumo suppressed Kasuke without suspense and won. However, Izaya faced Akimichi Toriyama. This battle was more difficult, because the multiplication technique had too high a bonus on strength and physique. Izaya first used blades to pull remotely, and after all 10 blades were consumed, he picked up his fists and fought hard against the opponent. In the end, he used up Akimichi Toriyama's chakra. During the period, Izaya was also hit hard several times, but thanks to the recovery ability of the Venom colonization suit, he successfully dragged down the opponent. Damn, it seems that the Venom colonization suit is still powerful. This higher-rated Jinyan is useless. In the third round, Rainya had a bye, and Sakumo eliminated another player from Class B. The final match was between Hitaki Sakumo and Xingluo Rinya. Hitaki Sakumo is usually a very ordinary boy, even a bit of a otaku, not very sociable, but very kind. However, once he enters the battle, he will become very calm. He can be said to be a very qualified ninja. Hitaki Sakumo, Xingluo Rinya's throwing skills are very good, but since he is fighting against Hyuga Okamoto, then he can't threaten me. Moreover, the actual combat test only gave him 10 blades. He couldn't gain an advantage by throwing. As for the fierce close combat physical skills, they were also restrained by my swordsmanship. He had no chance of winning with his extraordinary physical strength and toughness. Sakumo was very clear about his advantages. Although he was holding a wooden sword in his hand, his attack power was far greater than his fists and feet. He couldn't compete with Xingluo Linyi in physical strength, but defeated him in one go. In this way, the opponent's strong physical advantage would be gone. We can win this wave. Hitaki Sakumo thought to himself. Sure enough, the fight was just as he thought. At the beginning of the competition, Sakumo quickly approached and didn't give Linyi too many opportunities to open up space. Moreover, each person only had 10 blades in the actual combat test. Even if Linyi was quite good at throwing, he couldn't win with 10 blades. Of course, Sakumo only had 2 shurikens because he had an extra wooden sword. In close combat, Hitaki Sakumo had the upper hand, with the wooden sword in his hand flying up and down, as if he were an arm. This feeling of no restraint was experienced by Rinya when he reached level 3 in throwing. At that time, he felt that the blade in his hand was particularly obedient. And it flew wherever he was told to fly and shot wherever he was told to shoot. Hitaki Sakumo's basic swordsmanship skills were already proficient, and he only needed a little bit of insight and opportunity to reach level 3. Rinya barely managed a few moves with a kunao in his hand, and was forced into a state of embarrassment. The wooden sword swiped past his body, aiming at the vital points, and was very sharp. If he was hit by the sword, he would probably be judged as a loser. And using a short kunao against an opponent with skilled swordsmanship, this feeling was experienced by Sakumo's son Hitaki Wazan later. In the future battle of Wave Country, Hitaki Kakashi used kunao to fight against the rebel ninja of Mist Village who was holding a beheading sword, the demon Mamakai Zabuza. He lost his temper completely after being beaten. This is the huge advantage in weapons. That's because Zabuza is proficient in assassination. If he really took a kunao to fight against Hoshigaki Kisame holding the same Hada sword, it is estimated that Hitaki would have to say GG in laughter. Izaya was forced to retreat again and again by Sakumo's simple and fierce swordsmanship, and he had almost no power to parry. Finally, he threw out the kunao, and when Sakumo knocked the kunao away, he threw out 2 more shurikens. Izaya's shuriken are now very fast, and the angles are tricky and the power is huge. With Sakumo's skills in dealing with blades, he has opened up the distance. His hands passed over the blade bag, and 4 shurikens were clamped in his hands. Then there was a continuous sound of breaking air, and the remaining 8 shurikens all flew out. Is it the last fight? Hitaki Sakumo saw Izaya throw out all the blades and calmly judged the situation. He swung the wooden sword flexibly, knocking away 3 shurikens that were aimed at his vital points, and ignored the others that did not need to be dodged. But then there was a slight sound behind him. Sakumo swung his sword without looking back, and this sword was quite similar to the traditional martial arts of Suichin carrying a sword on his back, knocking away the shuriken that had been refracted by the collision. It's useless. This move will be useless to me if it is exposed. Sakumo was about to rush forward with the sword, approaching Izaya again. But his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something. Hitaki Sakumo felt a chill in his heart for no reason. This is not good. It's steel wire. Izaya pulled his hands hard, and the thin steel wire tied to the 4 shurikens pulled the shurikens that had already flown far away and shot them towards Sakumo's back. and the steel wire flew to the left and right of Sakumo, cutting off his possibility of dodging left and right. Shuriken manipulation technique. Pronounced CAO, don't get me wrong. Speaking of shuriken, the Uchiha brothers are the best in the whole comic. Itaka can throw in an arc, which can shoot the blade from the blind spot of vision like a banana ball. His younger brother Uchiha Najima also learned this ability later, and passed it to Uzumaki Boruto in the sequel Boruto. Izaya is still confused about arc throwing. But Najima mastered the art of shuriken manipulation right after graduation, and he started training early. To put it bluntly, this move is nothing more than using a very thin steel wire to connect the blade, so that the enemy can use the steel wire in his hand to control the blade for a second attack after dodging the throw. And this move can also be used to control the enemy. After the enemy is caught by the steel wire and trapped on something, some powerful ninjutsu can be used. The offensive and defensive momentum is reversed in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Izaya had failed in his gamble, a dramatic reversal suddenly occurred. Seeing 4 shurikens approaching Sakumo's back, the steel wires also closed left and right, trying to entangle him. Sakumo was about to lose. But Izaya saw that Sakumo, who was almost on the verge of failure, had a blank look in his eyes, his pupils dilated, and the whole person became erratic. This couldn't be. Before he could think about it, Sakumo suddenly became like a sword out of its sheath, his momentum increased sharply, and he moved his feet, and the whole person actually rushed to Reinyi as if teleporting, and the wooden sword in his hand chopped down at Reinyi's head. Heitaka sword technique * flash. At that most critical moment, Sakumo's basic sword technique, which he had never broken through, was upgraded to level 3. Then he understood the family sword technique that he had never been able to master before. Now if Reinyi looks at Sakumo's attributes again, he can see that he has 2 new skills in his skills, Heitaka sword technique, B, level 1, and flash, C, level 1. Reinyi has broken through. This is the treatment that most protagonists have. Fortunately, the gene lock is not opened. When most of the onlookers did not understand the sudden change, Sakumo's wooden sword chopped Reinyi's shoulder. Reinyi lost, and the title of chief can no longer be kept. This is of course impossible. Just when many civilian parents, even parents of average ninjas, thought that Izaya had lost, Izaya, who was stabbed, burst into a cloud of white smoke with a bang and turned into a piece of fresh wood. And behind the tree, there was a bang of dust flying, and Izaya stepped on a small pit on the ground, and appeared behind Sakumo as if teleporting. He waved the only wooden kunao in his hand in the air and gently scratched Sakumo's neck. Although you have a breakthrough in the battle that only the protagonist has. But I'm sorry, I'm a wall hanger. Chapter 30 Seemingly Invincible Substitution Technique. At this time, Aizawa Arata, who had been watching the whole process with his eyes drooping and a flat expression, spoke, "I declare that the winner is Zingluo Izaya." After that, it was scoring and so on, but it was completely unable to attract everyone's attention. Because Izaya ranked first in the written test, first in throwing skills, and first in actual combat, he was undoubtedly the first. They were all talking about this battle. After the kunao refraction was ineffective, Izaya's unexpected and creative steel wire and shuriken, Hitaki's flash at the critical moment was similar to the instant body technique and sword technique, the substitute technique that only a few elites such as Aizawa Arata noticed, and Izaya's speed of sudden explosion for no apparent reason. You know, Izaya was hiding behind a tree, and the sudden explosion even stirred up the dust under his feet. He was behind Sakumo in an instant, and after Sakumo used the flash that he had not yet mastered, he was frozen for a while and defeated him. Although it was just a fight between children, many people saw the potential of both sides. Everyone had this feeling that in a few years, these two children would become independent strong men. Everyone, these two are so terrifying, they will become great in the future. Because they have already demonstrated their potential and talent as ninjas with a few abilities in this battle. In the end, everyone said that the second generation's move to establish a ninja school was really wise and powerful. After the final exam, it will be a long vacation. There is only half a month left before the new year. In the evening, Rainya had dinner with Nanako, who always praised him, and returned to the house alone. He did not go to exercise again, but began to recall today's battle and make a battle summary. There were also other people who were thinking about today's exam. Hitaki Sakumo, there are many strong rivals among my classmates, Hyaga Akamoto, Sarutobi Sani, Shimura Bracket, Zingluo Rainya. Although my swordsmanship has broken through the previous bottleneck today, it is not enough. I need to work harder. Sakumo looked at the Hitaki secret scroll given to him by the family elder. Hyaga Akamoto, the reason why I lost is that I haven't trained myself enough. An elder of the Hyaga branch family found Hyaga Akamoto, who was practicing boxing. Sarutobi Sani, my classmates are working very hard, I can't fall behind. He went to his father to ask about ninjutsu. Shimura Brackets, I actually lost to this guy Sarutobi Sani. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shimura Brackets hit the wooden stakes frantically, and Shimura Danzo came over from a distance. Yamada Teiyu, in terms of chakra and ninja quality, I have fallen behind. Then I should play to my greatest advantage. Yamada Teiyu carried 5 sacks that only adults could carry, and moved them frantically. Jiraiya, damn it. I have to work harder. I don't want to be the last one. It was dark and Jiraiya was still practicing his throwing skills, but he rarely hit the target. Orochimaru, Sakumo and Izaya are both excellent classmates. But I won't admit defeat. The quiet little Orochimaru opened his densely packed class notes. Tsunade, Grandpa, let's make another bet. If you lose, you have to teach me a ninjutsu. Tsunade rolled the dice with a sly look on her face, while secretly cheating. Everything fell into Hashirama's eyes, but Hashirama smiled with great satisfaction. Die, the early bird catches the worm. The early bird catches the worm. Dai wore the red headband given by Izaya, with the word struggle written on it, and ran wildly on the streets of Konoha, sweating like raindrops fall. Rainya is also secretly examining his performance today. The biggest reason why I was able to win today is the substitution technique and cheating. The substitution technique is a ninjutsu that Rainya has just mastered for less than a week. It is also one of the 3 techniques that newcomers must learn that he recommended to Tobirama. In the original comics, this move is described as magical. Basically, it can be regarded as limited invincibility. Once the opponent has an attack that he can't avoid or withstand, he will use a substitution technique. This not only allows you to avoid the enemy's attack, but also catch him off guard when he is surprised, and turn defeat into victory. But when Rainya really understood this ninjutsu from the scroll, he realized, it's not the case at all. The basic principle of the substitution technique is to replace yourself with other objects, and use the transformation technique on them at the same time, and take the opportunity to lurk for the subsequent sneak attack. But how to replace the object becomes the key point. In fact, this ninjutsu is a trick. Detect the enemy's attack in advance, leave an object that turns into your own image to attract the attack, and jump to the side to avoid it. There are also a series of advanced ones such as Snow Rabbit Substitute, Snake Substitute, Soil Substitute, etc. The purpose is to create a target that attracts firepower. The effect looks abnormal in the animation because the user successfully dodges all of them, which of course looks cool. And those who failed were stabbed into skewers. In fact, if it is a skill that you can't dodge, then you have no substitute. Only when you predict the enemy's attack in advance, and then turn the prepared substitute materials into yourself to confuse the enemy. Then you can hide behind obstacles or underground and act according to the situation. This move tests timing and speed. You have to predict the timing of the enemy's attack, and then the speed must be fast. Just like the props in the hands of a magician. It's just a trick. There are only 5 simple seals to perform the substitute technique, Wei Hai Zhou Shu Yin. And you can prepare in advance. Moreover, for many people, this can be simplified for proficient ninjutsu. After all, the purpose of hand seals is to help mobilize the chakra in the body. Those ninjutsu that are well known are imprinted in the mind like physical instincts, and mobilizing chakra will be extra easy. There is no need to make so many hand seals. However, this trick is difficult to work for real masters, because you can't hide it from him. So it's better to simply dodge. This is also the reason why few people use the substitute technique in the later period of the original work. When masters fight each other, everyone is clear-headed and sharp-eyed. The substitute technique can't deceive people, and it may reveal flaws. At that time, Lin Ye was shocked when he saw Sakumo's blank eyes and dilated pupils. This is definitely not fear. Could this be the opening of the gene lock? Subconsciously, Lin Ye used his own substitute technique, and the substitute material was a wooden stake that had been prepared long ago. Later, he also relied on the venom colonization suit to win. He didn't want to be exposed, but he was really worried that the future White Fang would transform again, so he used all his strength. The venom colonization suit wrapped his feet, all attributes +1, and he burst into speed instantly and came behind Sakumo, ending the battle. Fortunately, it was winter now, and he was not wearing sandals that exposed his toes, and no one could see the changes in Isaya's feet. Of course, they would definitely guess Isaya's explosive ability. But there was nothing they could do about it. But it's all worth it. Isaiah looked at the title column in the attribute column with satisfaction. Chief, D-level, you successfully defeated all the candidates, and were recognized by most people, becoming a true chief. Your skill proficiency gain plus 16%. Note, if you fail to get the first place in a final exam, this title will disappear. During dinner, the news of the ninja school exam spread, and Isaiah's title was actually upgraded. 16% additional skill proficiency gain, this is nearly 20%. The efficiency of your own skill upgrade will far exceed that of others. Thanks to myself for not relaxing the 2 golden fingers of the golden flame and venom colonization suit during this period. Not to mention the daily wooden ball, the venom colonization suit also needs a lot of training to be able to put on instantly. Of course, the current venom is still small, and can only cover a small part of the body, and the division is very thin, with almost no additional defense bonus. You still need to let venom eat. Chapter 31, Extra Land. The 9 years of Konoha passed in heavy snow. Konoha village is now thriving, and the people live very well. In addition, there are no orphans begging on the streets this year, which makes people feel much happier. This year's snow came earlier than in previous years, but it is heavier. Once it snows, it is a continuous heavy snow. The genin in the village will carry out a wave of snow clearing tasks every time after the snow. Genin is simply a laborer who can do 10 things at once. Hachi! Hachi! Tsunade started from a distance shouting. The short 1-month winter vacation will soon be over, and the ninja school will start tomorrow. So today, Isaiah and Tsunade came to see Hachi. Hachi ran over happily on the snow with his tongue sticking out, wagging his tail and waiting for a pat on the head. Tsunade took out the grilled meatballs and other food in the paper bag and fed it to Hachi. Although they knew that Hachi would not be hungry and did not need to eat. But Isaiah and Tsunade would often let Hachi taste the delicious food of Konoha. No one cleaned the snow in the training ground, but there were already people training at the training stakes. Isaiah saw Dai was concentrating on hitting the stakes. He was concentrating on every punch and kick, ignoring the changes in the outside world, and did not even notice the arrival of Tsunade and himself. The snow under his feet had been stepped on and hardened. Dai's hands were wrapped in thick bandages, and his winter training clothes were steaming in the cold weather. The wooden stake that belonged to Dai in the training ground had been beaten by him day after day and became broken. Dai, this guy, is really hard-working. Tsunade couldn't help but admire. Even though she has worked much harder now, she still can't compare with Dai. If it were in a martial arts novel, Dai would be the kind of martial arts fanatic. He would either practice martial arts or think about how to practice martial arts all day. After the final exam, he worked especially hard. Even on New Year's Day, he did hundreds of push UPS and sit UPS at home. This may be the courage to know shame. Linya looked at Dai in a trance and said, Dai, he only needs to work hard and he will become a great ninja. In the new year, ordinary people are happy and look forward to the future. But many ninjas are also very worried. In the half-month before the new year and the few days after the new year, monsters occasionally invaded nearby gathering points. So much so that the ninjas of Konoha had to work overtime on New Year's Day. Damn it! These monsters are becoming more and more numerous. Everyone be careful! A Konoha Chunin shouted. He was ordered to lead a team to a nearby village to drive away the monsters in the morning. Monsters are the name given to these mutant beasts by the Konoha ninjas. These animals with abnormally strong bodies, no chakra but an uncomfortable power are called monsters. 5 genin and 1 chunin faced a huge wild boar. It was almost 1 person tall, with scars and bristles all over its body. 1 fang was broken, but it was even more ferocious. At this time, it was destroying the land crazily. The originally flat field was arched out of a big pit by it. It's not even February yet. The land was frozen hard and has not yet been thawed. The giant pig heard the chunin's cry, raised his head, and his eyes were full of madness and hatred. It screamed and kicked its 4 hooves hard, crashing into the 6 ninjas with a trail of snow. Disperse! Without waiting for the order from the chunin, several genin had already dispersed. If a beast of this size hits, no one can confront it head-on unless it is a humanoid muscle stick like the 3rd Reikage. Although the wild boar is heavy, it has an extremely fast sprint speed. It's just that it can hardly change direction when running, let alone turn around. So several Konoha ninjas flexibly hid to the side. As they dispersed, they threw shurikens to test. But the shurikens and kunao shot at the giant pig, and sparks actually bounced, and none of them could hurt the giant pig. Whether it is the head, face, back or abdomen, this giant pig has no weaknesses. It is wrapped in an inconspicuous rock shell, which protects it firmly. Don't panic, follow Plan B, the chunin shouted again. The monsters that appear now are not only more in number than before, but also more powerful. 3 out of 10 will have some strange abilities. Some can spit fire, some have claws sharper than swords, some run fast with a gust of wind, and some, like this wild boar, have amazing defense. Fire style * great fireball technique. The chunin quickly formed a seal and spurted out a large fireball with a diameter of 2 meters from the side. The fireball wrapped the giant pig in an instant, and the giant pig screamed. But the chunin knew that this level of ninjutsu might not be enough to kill it with 1 blow. Sure enough, the giant pig became even more furious after being injured, and actually rushed out with flames and green smoke, with 1 fang pointing at the chunin's chest like a bayonet, and the speed was 3 times faster. Captain! Get ready! A genin behind the chunin shouted. The chunin nodded heavily, and did not dodge, facing the giant pig that was rushing over. Bang! The chunin captain flew at least 10 meters away, but a burst of white smoke spread in the air and turned into a piece of wood. On the contrary, the giant pig was so powerful that it couldn't stop. After knocking the chunin away, it moved forward by inertia and fell into a big pit with a plop. Ha! Tighten up! The 5 genin tightened their grip. The steel wire tightly controlled the giant pig that fell into the trap. Senju Tobirama frowned and read the documents in the Hokage's office. The secretary beside him reported, "2nd generation sir, the number of monsters dealt with this month has increased by 20%. Among them, the strongest ones are at the level of elite chunin. Some genin have begun to be injured in the operation. And yesterday, another foggy area appeared near Hungtian Fan Lanta Island. This time it is still a small town with some surrounding land and several villages. The area that has appeared recently is getting bigger and bigger. Senju Tobirama signed on a document and replied, according to the old plan, no contact will be made first, and intelligence will be collected and further observed. Other forces and characters are prohibited from contacting the newly appeared areas. In the territory of the Land of Fire, 16 large and small strange areas have appeared in the past few months. Small ones are like a field, a forest, a village, and large ones sometimes have a small mountain, or even a small city with thousands of people. Those simple cities still have walls, and they look like they did decades ago. The people in them don't know how they suddenly appeared in an unknown world. The captured people were tortured and said that a fog suddenly appeared. Not long after the fog dissipated, a different world had already appeared. At present, this is a good thing, with more land and population. What do you mean that other small cities have city masters? Sorry, you are now on the land of the Fire Country. Either you recognize the rule of the Fire Country daimyo, or you leave. But people with eyes are worried. The mutation of this animal is getting more and more intense, and the area that suddenly appears is getting bigger and bigger. What if a big city with strong military power really appears that day? Who can guarantee what will appear in the future? As the largest military organization in the Fire Country, Konoha village has a heavy responsibility. But if this goes on, in less than 2 years, even the previous map will be unusable. What should we do? Chapter 32 The Legendary Sword of Lake Toya. Hey, Rainya. Why are you holding a wooden sword? Are you going to practice swordsmanship too? Is Sakumo putting too much pressure on you? Jiraiya approached Rainya with an expression that said, I see through your thoughts. What are you talking about? Rainya raised the wooden sword in his hand and said with a smile, this is not an ordinary wooden sword. Rainya's confident expression and words made Jiraiya curious, what's not an ordinary wooden sword? Is there any secret about this sword? Rainya looked around mysteriously, and then whispered, you're right. Jiraiya, we have a good relationship, I tell you not to tell anyone. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, patting his chest, don't worry. Don't you know me? I, Jiraiya, am the best at keeping secrets. Orochimaru, who was silently filling in his notes, couldn't help but look at him and shook his head. Now there is a saying in Class A, tell Jiraiya if there is any notice, and if Jiraiya knows, the whole class will know. Rainya pretended to caress the wooden sword in his hand, and then showed Jiraiya the words near the handle of the wooden sword. Jiraiya muttered in confusion, Dong. Yet. Lake. SHH. Keep your voice down. Rainya put his finger to his mouth, looking very surprised. Oh. What does it mean? Tell me quickly. Jiraiya was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Rainya tried to hold back his laughter, listen to me from the beginning. So, a 5,000 word made-up story was freshly baked. After all, Rainya often went around and chatted before crossing over, and this was just a basic operation. Jiraiya was stunned after listening to Rainya's vivid and bizarre story. And his mouth opened as big as a hippopotamus. You mean, you met a fairy from Lake Toya in your dream, and after going through his 12 trials, you were given this sword of Lake Toya. Jiraiya was surprised by this fantastic story, but the details and logic were quite reasonable. But this is just a wooden sword. Jiraiya was still a little confused. While he believed in those supernatural things, he couldn't help but want to find some unreasonable places in the story. Isaiah held the wooden sword with a pious look on his face. This is not an ordinary wooden sword. This sword is just a wooden sword for humans, except that it is tougher and heavier. There is no difference. But for those monsters, this is a magic sword that drives away evil and keeps righteousness. It is a sword that protects humans. Jiraiya suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder it felt so heavy when I touched it just now, it's not inferior to an iron sword at all. It turns out to be a sword specially used to slay demons and monsters. It only hurts demons and doesn't hurt humans. This kind of sword is a sword given by the fairy. Self-strategy is the best strategy. Brain supplementation is the best patch. Jiraiya's neck does not have a head at all, but a hole. In fact, this is not Lake Toya at all. This is the wooden sword that Rinya made. But it has been strengthened with golden flames. According to Rinyi's idea, he will also use golden flames to strengthen the wooden sword in his daily life and in battle, and finally he will be able to cut through the steel sword. This is the training plan he set for himself. Lake Toya is a complete spoof. Just fool Jiraiya. Can fooling Jiraiya be considered fooling? This is to strengthen his awareness of anti-fool. Sure enough, after Jiraiya knew the story of the wooden sword Lake Toya, the whole school knew it in one afternoon. Of course, other people are not as innocent as Jiraiya, and believe everything he says. But you can't stop Rinya from having a cheat. You said you don't believe that this wooden sword was given by the immortal, then how do you explain that the wooden sword can fight with the iron sword? Whose wooden sword can collide with the short sword of fine steel, making a metal collision sound and sparks from time to time? Why don't you explain it? On the practice field, the sound of swords clashing almost formed a line, and Rinyi was practicing with Hitaki Sakumo. Or rather, Sakumo was feeding Rinyi with moves. Since Sakumo's basic swordsmanship reached level 3, he has been extremely sharp. Unless Rinyi is wearing a venom-producing suit and crushing others with hard attributes, it will be difficult for him to win with a single skill. However, since the story of Rinyi's the Immortal from Lake Toya gave him a sword in his dreams spread, all the students who use swords want to practice with him. At least they have to feel the sword given by the Immortal up close, right? This led to Rinyi actually raising his basic swordsmanship to level 2. Rinyi then realized, it turns out that practicing and sparring with others has a great bonus for improving skill proficiency and gaining experience points. This is much better than simple training. So among the classmates who use swords, such as Hitaki Sakumo and Gekao Yat, Rinyi was pestered by them to fight at least dozens of times. Even the swordsmen like Guji from other classes were invited by Rinyi to spar many times. So much so that Xingluo Rinyi and Might Dai were called two idiots by everyone. Rinyi is a sword idiot and Dai is a fist idiot. God is merciful. The reason why Rinyi wants to spar with these classmates in swordsmanship is, first, to gain experience and upgrade skills in a legitimate way, and second, to train the golden flame. Every time the wooden sword Toyako collides with the opponent's sharp blade, he must use the right golden flame to strengthen Toyako. This rigorous training is very effective. Now, even if Rinyi picks up a brick, it can be turned into a +9 defense-breaking brick with the blessing of the golden flame. Ninjas don't die with bare hands. Big Squid Boss, give me 5 skewers of octopus balls and 1 bombed squid. I want the spiciest ones, no money if they're not spicy. Okay, the boss grilled the balls very skillfully, and threw the squids into the hot oil. He grilled the balls and sprinkled the seasonings on them, while constantly adjusting the squid's position to make it bombarded evenly in the boiling oil. With this skill of the boss, it's not difficult to earn $1 million a year and get a luxury car. Soon, the balls and squid that Lin also wanted were ready. The boss carefully brushed them with his secret spicy sauce, and the red sauce dripped down, which was extremely tempting. Here. Take it. I guarantee you'll enjoy the spicy taste. The boss was very proud. This was a skill he had honed for more than 10 years, and he had enough confidence. Lin licked his lips, took the skewer happily, and was about to take a bite to satisfy his craving. At this time, the big squid boss quietly leaned over and whispered, "Little Lin, yet I heard that you got the sword given by the Immortal of Lake Toya in your dream. You are worthy of being the top student of my Konoha ninja school." Beautiful. Don't worry, I will never tell ordinary people easily. Cough 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 cough. Lin Ye couldn't catch his breath and coughed violently. The big squid boss immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Are you okay? No. It's okay. It's just too spicy, I choked all of a sudden. I'm leaving first. Linya ran away and disappeared in a flash. As expected of the person chosen by the immortal. He runs fast. Big Squid Boss was still not satisfied. Well, no. I have to tell the blacksmith about this. We have such a good relationship, we can't be considered ordinary people, right? Thinking of this, he shouted to the shop opposite, "Hey! Blacksmith, come quickly, I'll tell you a secret." The blacksmith opposite, Sakamoto Ichiro, is a well-known blacksmith in Konoha village. He was forging iron with a bare board in the cold weather. He had just finished his work and was steaming all over. He replied, "Big Squid, don't shout. Why are you shouting so loudly across the street? I'm not deaf. Besides, what secrets do you have that I don't know?" The two were neighbors when Konoha just established a gathering place and had not yet established a village. After more than 10 years, the two bachelors are so close that they wear the same pants. Big Squid the boss is called Teppanyaki Chisai, and those who are familiar with him call him Big Squid. He said mysteriously to the blacksmith Sakamoto Ichiro, "Shh, keep your voice down, I'll tell you a story about the immortal of Lake Toya." The pedestrians and merchants on the road looked at the two big men, shirtless in the cold weather, huddled together, whispering in a steaming hot voice, and couldn't help but smile, and pricked up their ears. Oh my god! Jiraiya is too efficient. How come even the villagers know about it? I'm so stupid, really. I just thought Jiraiya was the trumpet of Class A, but I didn't expect that he was actually the little radio of Konoha. I just ran back to the yard, and before Izaya could eat the skewers while they were still hot, I heard Nanako saying something to Tobirama. Now, when I go out on the street, many people ask me about Izaya. They all say that he is the one chosen by the immortal of Lake Toya. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. They also asked me if there was anything different about Izaya. I told them that Izaya's meal could be equivalent to 5 adults. Sometimes there would be golden light coming out of his body. The neighbors were all stunned. Roar, roar, roar. Izaya, Nanako. I didn't expect you to be so gentle and virtuous. Apart from always wanting to help me pee and take a bath, you have no other shortcomings. But it turns out that you are a black-bellied person. How could you have the heart to deceive those simple and innocent villagers? Ask yourself with your conscience, doesn't it hurt? Nanako, touching her conscience at. There is too much fat, I can't touch it. Now many people are skeptical about the Toyako incident, only Tobirama Senju, Tsunade, and Nanako Senju know the truth. This Toyako immortal sword is simply fake. The three of them watched Rinya carve it out with a knife. P.S. The supporting role that book friends are speechless about, Sakamoto Ichiro, makes a grand appearance. Chapter 33 The Lotus of Konoha. At the end of the last school year, Aizawa Shintaka had already introduced the ninja's essential energy, chakra, to his students. This thing is naturally needless to say for the children of the ninja clan, they have known it since childhood, and most of them have already started to come into contact with it. But for civilian students, it is a completely new and unfamiliar concept. Moreover, at the end of the last school year, Aizawa Shintaka only taught the chakra refining technique to the students of Class A, and then it was the final exam. During the 1-month winter vacation, those civilian students can only rely on self-study. But this is exactly what Aizawa Shintaka is trying to do. Only the knowledge that he gradually comprehends after many setbacks is profound. And Aizawa Shintaka also wants to take this opportunity to test the talents of his students. Geniuses like Orochimaru naturally successfully extracted chakra during the holidays and became a reserve ninja. Even Jiraiya stumbled through the chakra extraction. Might Dai had a little more trouble. Even with the help of Izaya, he only successfully extracted chakra a week before school started. This once again confirmed that Might Dai was the stupid bird that needs to fly first. With chakra, it is natural to learn ninjutsu. In the new year, the study of ninjutsu began. Transformation, clone, and substitute are regarded as the basic ninjutsu of the three body techniques by teachers and students of the school. They are the ninjutsu they want to learn. These three ninjutsu are the least difficult, all of which are E-level. Although it does not improve direct combat power, it is of great help in complex situations during missions. However, learning ninjutsu is difficult. Even those ninja children who have been exposed to chakra more than a year ago have not yet learned ninjutsu. What's more, there are civilian students who have no guidance and do not have much information. If we say that in terms of blades and physical training, everyone is about the same as long as they work hard. There is no difference in the short term. Then in the study of ninjutsu, the gap between students began to widen. For example, Might Dai, for 3 whole months, when most students began to try the clone technique, he had not completed a decent transformation technique. Dai's talent in ninjutsu is really too poor. Talented students such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, Hitaki Sakumo, Sarutobi Sani, Shimura Bracket, etc. can basically complete the clone technique. Like Rin, he learned all 3 body techniques in just 1 week. Of course, he has a golden finger. It's a cheat. The evening sun was about to set, and the forest began to darken. At the Qian Shao training ground, I don't know if it's because of Xiao Ba's existence, there have been no monsters. But even so, the forest at night is still very dangerous. However, in this quiet evening, the sound of fists hitting wooden stakes still came densely. Damn it! No. This kind of exercise is too easy. Keep going. Move. Even though Mighty's fist was wrapped in thick bandages, it was still oozing red. His whole body he kept hitting the wooden stake, with beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks. He was exhausted, even his consciousness was beginning to blur, he couldn't see the wooden stake clearly, and his fist was numb, but he still didn't want to stop. Finally, he punched into the air. His exhausted body couldn't adjust the center of gravity, or his consciousness couldn't control his body. He fell down next to the wooden stake with a plop. Dai, who was lying on the ground, began to lose consciousness, but he was still mumbling something, damn, move, move. As the dumbest bird, only the most diligent flight can catch up with the others. Move. Wu Xiaoba whimpered sadly, looking up at Lin Ye who had been standing for a while. Lin Ye saw Dai fall down and walked over. Dai, don't be so stubborn. Dai barely regained some consciousness, and he explained to Lin Ye anxiously, No, Lin Ye, I am the stupid bird, I have to fly more diligently, I have to. Dai said, tears falling down. Damn, why am I so unsatisfactory? Get moving. I can continue to exercise. Wu. Dai burst into tears. He cried for his own unsatisfactory and his inferior talent. Even Dai, who was determined to be unyielding and bruised because of the hard training, shed tears because his dream was getting farther and farther away from him. Lin Ye sat cross-legged on the ground, sitting next to Dai, and he gently patted Dai's back until his crying gradually subsided. He said, Dai, do you remember the first time we met? Dai lay on the ground and nodded silently. Then do you remember when I asked you, what is your dream? Remember? Of course I remember. Dai raised his head. Then, what is your dream? Dai looked at Azaya firmly, my dream is to become a great ninja. Even though he knew that he had no talent in ninjutsu, Dai still did not hesitate when talking about his dream. Izaya smiled, very happily, Dai. Then I will tell you. You have to listen carefully. In this world, there are people who can become great ninjas by relying on physical skills even if they cannot use ninjutsu or illusion. He will grow up silently in the laughter of countless people. In the end, when those amazing geniuses were helpless, he stood up. Tell those people with facts that even if he only relied on physical skills, he could become a great ninja. Even the strongest ninja in the world should call him the strongest. Dai raised his upper body high, his eyes widened, and tears filled his eyes. Really? Can you really become a great ninja just by relying on physical skills? Reinyi nodded, of course. But it's not easy to do this. Reinyi smiled, touched Zioba who crawled over and lay beside him, and said, I have heard of a magical flower called lotus. This flower grows in the swamp and is unknown. It will not bloom for decades. Until it waits for the moment when it needs to bloom, endless brilliance will bloom from the flower. That moment is the brilliance that the lotus has been waiting for decades. It is a moment that even Buddha will be moved by this. Dai. Hang on. Even if you are unknown for decades, rolling in the swamp for decades, you will eventually meet the moment when you need to bloom. Because you are the lotus of Konoha. I. Dai still couldn't hold back his tears, although he had just made up his mind not to cry anymore. But when he heard Reinyi call him the lotus of Konoha, tears still burst out of his eyes. Linya patted Dai's shoulder, so, don't be anxious now, you must have a persistent heart, and be mentally prepared for a protracted war. Do you remember the key points of practice I told you? Yet. Dai nodded vigorously, eat well, drink well, and work hard. So. Don't hurt yourself again in the future. Exercise must be methodical, this won't work. Linya clapped his hands, got up and walked away. Dai looked at Linyi's back and secretly made up his mind, no matter what others think or say, I want to be the lotus of Konoha, waiting for the moment to bloom. After an hour, Linya rushed back to the Senju training ground, and heard a faint cry for help from the edge of the forest. Is there anyone help? I can't move. Woo woo woo. Xiao Ba surrounded Dai and turned around anxiously. Linya ran over from a distance. Ahem, Dai. I think you have realized your mistake, right? Now I will take you home. I was so busy improving my status that I almost left Dai behind. The lotus of Konoha has not even budded yet, and it has almost withered. Chapter 34 All 5 Styles. The ninja school founded by Tobirama has made those who are skeptical admit the excellence of this policy by virtue of the rapid growth of students' strength. Konoha's new student enrollment at the beginning of the 10th year, it also started in full swing on the eve of the start of school for Isaiah and his friends. And the 7 children of school age in Konoha orphanage also joined the entrance examination with the help of Hashirama. This entrance examination was a bit more complicated, with several tests. It also allows some children with talents in non-combat aspects to become ninjas. 4 of the 7 children in the orphanage passed the exam, including the little wild colt Katsuo who stole Yamada Teiu's purse and was caught by Isaiah. Katsuo has become the big sister of the orphanage's 40-odd orphans with her strong personality and care for other orphans. Now she is even more ambitious to become a ninja student. Katsuo, I want to trample all those hateful boys under my feet. I hope she won't become a Konoha technician in the future. Time flies, and it's June in a blink of an eye. The climate of the Land of Fire is very suitable for human habitation. In March, the climate was already very warm and humid. The trees sprouted early, and large tracts of forests turned green. Now, most of the first crop of the Fire Country has grown very tall. Of course, the various monsters that hid in the winter have also returned. It has brought a lot of trouble to the villages and towns across the Fire Country. According to the records of powerful monsters with the strength of Chunin, there have been more than 30 times. The biggest opponent of the Konoha ninja this year may be the monsters. Even because of the large-scale appearance of these monsters, all countries, big and small, are overwhelmed, and even the collisions in the missions have been reduced a lot. This change is impossible not to attract the attention of various ninja villages. Through their own means, they have each made certain research and summaries. These mutated creatures, not only animals, but also some small plants, are induced by an energy different from chakra. This energy will strengthen the body of the creature, but it will erode its thinking and make it extreme and irritable. Once this energy accumulates to a certain amount in the organism, they will undergo more drastic limb mutations. During this period, Senju Tobirama has collected a 3-meter-long two-headed wolf specimen, a 4-meter-high rock-armored violent bear specimen, and a 4-meter-high iron-feathered eagle specimen with a wingspan of more than 4 meters. These 3 specimens are the strongest monsters that Konoha ninjas have encountered so far, almost reaching the level of Jonin. And the iron-feathered eagle appeared near Konoha village, with a pair of iron wings that could fan up hurricane blades, destroying 2 villages and a town in succession. Because its feathers are as hard as steel and fly very high. Ordinary ninjutsu and blades can't hurt it, so in the end, Tobirama personally killed the eagle through the Flying Thunder God raid. Of course, the main strength of the monsters is still at the level of Genin, and only a few powerful ones can reach the level of Chunin. And like these 3, they can reach the level of Jonin, which is rare. And so far, there are at least hundreds of monsters that have fallen to the hands of Konoha ninjas. In fact, nowadays, ninjas will hardly encounter monsters if they are on a mission that takes more than 3 days out of the village. In the past, ninjas were relatively relaxed in the wild, because wild beasts would not attack humans. But monsters almost always try to attack humans. Not only the Fire Country, but also the other 4 countries are plagued by monsters. Now the biggest enemy of ninjas is not the ninjas from other villages, but these monsters. Alas! Hashirama put down the scroll he had corrected and sighed again. He felt that he sighed more this year than in his previous half of his life. The problem of monsters did not develop in a good direction, but instead developed in the worst direction, he thought. There are more and more monsters. And they are getting stronger and stronger. Some monsters even have a much higher IQ. This is a fatal threat to all civilians. From then on, the wild began to become extremely deadly, and the living environment was compressed. Although the ninja group is independent of the masses, it cannot exist independently from the masses. Now the entire human race is threatened. Although the status of ninjas has become very important again, overall, this is a bad phenomenon. The number of ninjas in Konoha has also begun to decrease due to the appearance of monsters. At this time, Izaya just walked into the main house wearing a yukata. Although the small courtyard of Senju Tobirama is not luxurious, it has everything it should have. The independent bathroom has a large bathtub, so you can take a very comfortable bath after exercise. However, once when Izaya was halfway through the bath, Nanako suddenly ran in, holding a towel to rub his back. From then on, Izaya developed the habit of locking the door when taking a bath, and always wrapped himself in a bath towel. What's wrong? The fog area appeared again. Izaya asked when he saw it. The fog area is another big problem. With the appearance of such fragmented and unfamiliar areas, some friction and conflicts naturally occurred. Those who suddenly left strange areas that appeared were not completely without forces and weapons, so conflicts with the original cities and villages nearby were inevitable. Although no one has been found so far that can compete with the ninja, they are all ordinary soldiers, at most some elite samurai. Ordinary Chunin can handle it. But Tobirama is also worried that there will be some bad results if this continues. In fact, there have been more than one such headache-inducing phenomenon. The 2 villages were less than 10 miles apart, but when I woke up one night, a huge lake appeared between the 2 villages. It takes 50 miles to go around. This is a complete break from communication. The map is unreliable now, and the merchants are just trying their luck. Tobirama adjusted his mood and said, "No, it's nothing. By the way, how is your ninjutsu practice going? Which attribute do you choose to specialize in first?" Rin also remembered the situation when the chakra test paper was just mature at the beginning of the year and he used the test paper himself. A small area was burnt, a small area was split, a small area became wrinkled, a small area became moist, and the last small area was broken. According to the hundreds of tests conducted when making the test paper, the test paper became burnt, indicating that the chakra attribute was biased towards fire, split, indicating that it was biased towards wind, wrinkled, indicating that it was biased towards thunder, moist, indicating that it was biased towards water, and broken, indicating that it was biased towards earth. Most people have about 2 attribute biases, and the range of the test paper affected can be used to distinguish which is the main bias attribute. In the future, when learning ninjutsu, you can also learn with a purpose. There is no doubt that Rin has 5 attribute biases, which is a good thing. It means that when he uses any attribute of ninjutsu, it will not cost more chakra, but the power will be greater. And another disciple of Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also tested to have 5 attributes. But not as evenly distributed as Rin. His attributes are mainly distributed in earth and fire, and the other 3 are just there. But even so, he can choose to learn 5 types of ninjutsu, so that he will not be restrained when he encounters any enemy in the future. In addition, there is the future Hitaki Wavyukai, who has 4 attributes. He has all except wind. In addition to the effect of the copy ninjutsu of the blood red eye, he is called the Konoha copy ninja. It's just that this one eye was ruined. The genius who graduated from the age of 6 and became a 12-year-old jonin became Hitaki Wavyukai living in someone else's world. Tobirama asked Rinya which attribute he planned to focus on. After all, even if he can fully exert the 5 attributes, he can't be too ambitious in the early stage. He needs to choose one attribute to specialize. The learning process of ninjutsu is from weak to strong. Mastering the C-level ninjutsu of the same attribute will play a role in learning B-level ninjutsu. It's probably that you have to learn the fire escape * great fireball technique first, and then you can learn the B-level dragon fire technique. Just like a person who doesn't know a quadratic equation can't learn calculus. And Rinya is planning to practice 5 types of ninjutsu beyond his ability. It is estimated that in the end, he will master all the C-level ninjutsu of the 5 types, while his classmates can already release A-level ninjutsu. I chose fire ninjutsu, and the early attacks are more sharp. Rinya's return disappointed Tobirama. After all, he is a water-attributed person, and is known as a person who can release powerful water ninjutsu in places without water. Among his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a 5-type ninjutsu, Shimura Danzo is a wind ninjutsu, Uchiha Kagami is a fire ninjutsu illusion ninjutsu, Yudatan Koharu is a lightning ninjutsu perception ninjutsu, Mito Kato-en is a fire ninjutsu, and Akimichi Tofu is practicing the family secret technique. Tobirama, do you think that I, the 2nd generation Hokage, will have no successor? Tobirama said helplessly, okay. Fire escape does have the most powerful attack ability in the early stage. You need to practice more. During the summer vacation at the end of this summer, I plan to let the school hold a survival exercise. Chapter 35 Wilderness Survival Exercise. Survival Exercise. Izaya was a little puzzled. Tobirama explained, you can think of it as a wilderness survival class, mainly to let you children experience some wilderness conditions. Nowadays, the world has changed so much that even adults like us can't adapt to it. You have to be more careful. Izaya knew about the existence of monsters. It's not surprising. After all, I have seen monsters, and monsters are nothing. Izaya once went to Konoha Hospital with Tsunade to deliver food to Tobirama. It happened that Tobirama and several ninjas were studying a huge 2-headed wolf corpse. The 2-headed wolf had been dissected and dissected. To be honest, it was bloody. But Izaya grew up in the countryside when he was a child, and he had seen pigs being slaughtered. I can still hold on. What I didn't expect was that little Tsunade didn't seem to care. I looked at the carefree little Tsunade and thought, how did you get hemophobia in the future? You are so foolish and bold. Look at the 2-headed wolf again. There is another head growing from its neck, as big as a cooking ladle. The internal organs were placed aside, and the ninja in a white coat splattered with blood was holding tweezers and an object similar to a magnifying glass, looking closely. Isaiah felt that if he got any closer, his nose would be stuck into the bloody internal organs. The internal organs of this two-headed wolf monster are slightly different, and its muscles and bones are very strong. There is a thick connective tissue under the skin, which makes it ignore the long-range attacks of small blades. It is said that this wolf was able to control the wind escape at that time, moving like the wind and attacking sharply. However, no signs of some special organs have been found in the body now. According to the memories of the Hyuga clan ninjas who participated in the siege at that time, after the wolf died, a small amount of natural energy of yin escaped from its body. It should be miasma. This shows that both monsters and monsters were born under the influence of miasma. At present, the monsters with rare numbers and strange abilities are higher in level. The biggest reason why Isaiah chose to specialize in fire escape ninjutsu first was because of the monsters, and miasma that appeared for unknown reasons. Tobirama has tried it many times. Among the 5 escape techniques, miasma is most afraid of fire escape and lightning escape. It may be because fire and lightning are both energy attacks. As for the remaining 3 types of escape techniques that are basically pure physical output, they have very little effect on miasma. The miasma that appeared inexplicably in this world and should not exist makes Rinya very nervous. If this is a simple Naruto world, the worst that can happen is that he can just muddle along. At worst, there are still the 2 protagonists with Halo, and he can fight against the sky, the earth, and the moon. Besides, it is now the 10th year of Konoha, and there are still 50 years before the original plot begins. By that time, I will be over 50 years old. If I can't make any achievements in more than 50 years, I'd better be a salted fish. But it's different now. This weird miasma, the monsters and monsters of unknown origin, and the sudden appearance of a foggy area from time to time. This is simply a precursor to the end of the world. If this is a world like Marvel, it may not be too late to form the Women's Federation now. Now Rinya has to be ready at any time to face things that don't exist in this world. He no longer held out hope that the world would develop in the direction he had imagined. In the classroom of Class A of Konoha School, the head teacher, Rinya Aizawa, was observing his students on the podium. Originally, these immature little guys were like young animals that had just left the cave. But after less than a year of study and training, they finally looked a bit better. Now, the 27 students have grown in height and physique. After all, chakra will catalyze physical development. Even their clothes and dressing have begun to mature. At the beginning, Tsunade had 2 small pigtails, but now they have become more capable ponytails. You have grown a lot after studying for half a year. You have all mastered chakra, and most of you have mastered the 3-body technique. Now I will give you a chakra test paper. It can detect your chakra attribute bias, which will help you choose your future path. Aizawa Shintaka's words made the students cheer and talk about it. Wow! It's actually a chakra test paper. Igarashi Kiyoshige, who always regarded money as his parents, had a glimmer of money in his eyes. Now a chakra test paper on the market costs 2 gold coins. If it can be transported to other ninja villages, the price will be several times higher. This is a specialty of Konoha that has appeared recently. If you don't use it yourself, you can sell it. Before she finished speaking, Aizawa Arata's voice came over. This test paper is for personal use only. If you don't need it, you can refuse it. Igarashi Kiyoshige immediately fell on the desk like an eggplant hit by frost. It's over. 2,000 coins flew away. Sitting next to her, Haru Yamashiden, who was her neighbor and childhood sweetheart, shook his head helplessly. Soon, a small piece of paper 2 fingers wide and 10 centimeters long was distributed to everyone. This is Konoha's specialty, chakra test paper. There is also Konoha's anti-counterfeiting trademark on it. I heard that chakra test paper is now in short supply in the black market. Except for the 4 major ninja villages that can get a little, other small ninja villages are watching eagerly. As for the reason for not increasing production, it is also very simple: hunger marketing. Who doesn't know a few words of English, right? Are you okay? Audiobook? Please sing these 2 sentences. Rainya just mentioned hunger marketing, and Senju Tobirama, who is a smart person, understood it. So the chakra test paper of Konoha village is getting more and more expensive. Rainya, what? You said that I invented the chakra test paper and benefited the ninja world? Oh, you are too kind. I am just an inventor who is interested in it. You can just call me Lei. Lei Jun. Those civilian students who can't afford the chakra test paper themselves shouted in surprise at their own chakra attributes. Those ninja children are General Lithe Tester, with a calm face, cooperated with Aizawa Arita to take notes. The students were asking each other about each other's attributes. Generally, people with 2 attributes would be stared at with envy and jealousy. Although most of these students didn't know the benefits of having more attributes, they looked cooler and rarer at a glance. And the test on Isaya's side made several people nearby stunned. Damn! 5 attributes. Wouldn't it be possible to learn any ninjutsu you want in the future? Tsunade and Dai, who were closer, also found that Isaya's chakra test paper had a very faint golden light. Damn! Yours even has a glare effect. Did you buy a platinum membership? The class was in chaos for half an hour before it calmed down. Many students stared at Isaiah endlessly. Many people were staring at his position as the top leader, wanting to take him down in the end-of-year exam this year. Unexpectedly, Isaiah was so awesome again because of his chakra attribute this time. If you continue like this, we won't be able to play happily together. Isaiah, please don't look at me like this. I also want to be low-key. But the conditions don't allow it. After testing the chakra attributes, Aizawa Shintaka looked at the time. It was not far from the end of school, so he knocked on the blackboard. Okay, school will be over soon. Students who don't want to stay in school for tutoring, please shut up. For a moment, the classroom was silent, but when Isaiah turned his head, he found that Dai, who was sitting next to him, was opening his mouth wide. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. What are you doing? Isaiah whispered. Didn't you hear Mr. Shintaka say that those who don't want to stay for tutoring should shut up? I want to stay for tutoring. Dai didn't even close his mouth when he spoke. You are really an honest little genius. Okay. Now I will announce the last news for the first half of the year. Summer vacation will start in 1 week. We won't have classes this week. Aizawa Shintaka's words made all the students secretly happy. Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have classes? We are going to conduct a 1-week wilderness survival exercise. Chapter 36 Run, Boy. Ding dong jing dong. The unique bell of the ninja school rang. The students in the school rushed out like a swarm of bees. This puzzled some parents who came to pick up their children and the merchants nearby. Although the students don't like school, they have never run like this before. Is there a dog in the school? Was it chased by a dog? As a result, the students got home and started to prepare in a hurry. Ah, the village organized a wilderness survival. We have to work hard. Personal items, spare clothes, emergency food, various ninja tools and medicines. Not only Aizawa Shintaka, the teachers of the other 2 classes only told the students to go back and prepare, but did not say what they needed to prepare. The teachers of the 2 classes were kind enough to tell the students where the survival class was held, so that the students were a little targeted. Aizawa Shintaka really didn't say a word. After a night of excitement, many students went to bed late and gathered with dark circles under their eyes the next day. Under the leadership of the 3 class teachers, the students set off with large and small bags on their backs. Of course, Tobirama secretly sent some ninjas to protect them and record the performance of those children. The 3 classes lined up in 3 columns and marched side by side. Under the gaze of many villagers in Konoha, they stepped out of the gate of Konoha village and walked into the distant forest. Not long after walking, Isaiah heard the teacher of Class B next to him whisper to his students, "Try to reduce the weight. This is a survival exercise, not a field trip. You can't walk far with so many things. Throw away all non-essential items." Isaiah turned his head and looked again. Jiraiya had a large backpack more than 1 meter high on his back. It seemed that he even brought a tent. "Why don't you bring an inflatable doll? This way you can even have night entertainment." This walk took 4 hours. Set off at 8 o'clock in the morning and walked until the sun reached the zenith. The 3 teachers discussed it and took many students to find a place to rest. It must be said that the ninja's legs and feet are very agile. Isaiah estimated that he had walked at least 60 kilometers along the way. Almost jogging all over the city. Even if they had mastered chakra, the students were already sweating and panting. Jiraiya even threw away his tent and his favorite frog pajamas. Because this way he basically didn't take the main road, he went into the old forest as soon as he went out, and the forest blocked the sky along the way. The forest in the Land of Fire is an old forest that is unknown how many hundreds of years old. The trees that 2 people can hug are the most common, and the towering trees that 4 or 5 people can't hug can be seen from time to time. On the contrary, those small trees that 1 person can hug are relatively rare. The trees are tall and dense, and even in the middle of the day it is not very bright. Looking up, you can only see some flickering spots of light. It is estimated that after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the forest will be completely dark. With the help of the self-made compass in his hand, Isaiah could barely tell that his group had left Konoha village and headed straight west. There was no sign of a turn along the way. While taking a break, Isaiah took out a water bottle from his backpack and drank 2 sips, then took out a map. This is the map that Isaiah copied from the bookshelf in Tobirama last night. Although it was a year ago, it is not particularly reliable because of the frequent appearance of foggy areas. But it is better than nothing. Isaiah gestured the distance and calculated his position. 20 kilometers in a straight line in the west direction. I once crossed a wider valley at 5 kilometers. That's right. That's a branch of the Nanhi River. So we are here. It's less than 150 kilometers away from the border of the river country. Here, Isaiah is surrounded by a few friends, watching him fiddle with the map. Aizawa Shintaka spoke. "Over there, I believe many students have already discovered it. You carry too many items, which has seriously affected the physical strength consumed during the march. I can tell you that we will have to accelerate the march in the afternoon. If you fall behind too far, you will be deprived of the qualification for the survival exercise. Of course, you can also ask for it yourself when you can't stand it." Aizawa Shintaka's words caused great dissatisfaction in Jiraiya, who would make such a request. "I plan to participate in the whole process. If you have any tricks, just use them." The students of the 3 classes stared at Jiraiya. "If you want to die, just find a ditch and die quietly. Why do you want to harm us?" Jiraiya saw so many people looking at him, it was simply a highlight moment. Suddenly he was a little floating. "Do what you say. This is my ninja way." He wiped his nose and laughed triumphantly, "He he he." Orochimaru next to him subconsciously rubbed away, "If you are beaten to death in a while, don't splash my blood." Aizawa Shintaka drooped his eyelids and glanced at Jiraiya. His expression of neither joy nor sorrow awakened Jiraiya, who was drifting. Ignoring Jiraiya's awkward smile, Aizawa Shintaka continued, "So, now is the time for you to make sacrifices. Bringing too many things will seriously consume your physical strength, but if there are not enough supplies, you will not be able to survive the next 5 days. You have to make a balance between them. Facts have proved that doing what you say is the ninja way of Aizawa Shintaka." During the afternoon march, the 3 class teachers gradually began to increase their speed, and later the students began to run forward. By about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the students could only keep up with them by running. At this time, every student cursed Jiraiya in their hearts. Jiraiya was considered to be a student with better physical strength. He was already panting and sweating profusely. At this time, he knew that things were not going well. So how could he dare to show his head? He hid behind Isaiah and pretended to be a wise man. Among the students in Class B and Class C, some of them could not keep up. Thanks to the help of some students with better physical strength in their respective classes. After starting at noon, the 3 teachers ran without saying a word. Non-stop running, fast consumption of physical strength, torture of not knowing the end, monotonous forest. This afternoon tortured these students. The Konoha ninjas in the dark drove away the beasts in front and cleared the way, and followed behind to record the performance of the students. They followed secretly, and the students did not notice. Fortunately, it got dark early in the forest. The 3 teachers finally stopped before 3 o'clock and ordered to set up camp. Suddenly, a large number of students fell to the ground. The whole day's rush was considered to have drained all the energy of the students. It seemed that there was no end to the running, and the body was getting heavier and heavier, and every second was tortured. Too tired. Even with the support of chakra in the body, this kind of tortured forced march was too harsh for students aged 5, 6, or 7. There are more than 90 students, but only about 10 can still stand naturally, most of them are from Class A. Students like Hitaki Sakumo and Sarutobi Sani are leaning on their knees, barely standing, and staggering. Might Dai is in a better situation. Although he is breathing heavily and sweat is dripping from the corners of his clothes, he can still stand up straight. An Anbu wrote Might Dai, Physical Fitness A in a small notebook. However, there is another student in the audience who looks calm and composed. Although there is some sweat on his forehead, he is not embarrassed at all. It feels like he can run for another 2 hours. It is the big cheater who forces Xingluo Rinya. When it comes to running, Rinya is not even convinced by Senju Tobirama. A month ago, he and Might Dai's daily running circle was 5 round trips on the second ring of Konoha. The second ring of Konoha is now about 4 kilometers long, which means 8 kilometers round trip. 5 times means 40 kilometers. This is why Lin Ye and Dai can still stand there. Diligence will not lie. Of course, cheats will not lie either. Lin Yi's venom colonization suit is constantly restoring his physical strength and repairing his tired and damaged muscles. If he really wants to play a protracted war, Lin Ye can run all day long. After all, Lin Yi's biggest wish is to survive, and he can't run fast or strong enough. Tonight camp here, we will guide you on what you need to pay attention to. You must study hard and remember carefully. Because after tomorrow's grouping, you will have to plan your own actions. At that time, This time, it was the teacher of Class B who spoke up. He looked like an enthusiastic teacher, unlike Aizawa Shintaka who would say as little as possible. Some students brought tents, but basically they lost them on the way. They really couldn't carry them. Like Jiraiya, he almost lost half of his things. After reluctantly listening to the teacher's explanation of some key points of camping outdoors, and under the teacher's guidance, we set some traps and warnings around, and finally started to cook dinner. After 2 hours of running in the afternoon, those with poor physical strength almost vomited. They all looked like they had low blood pressure and staggered from side to side. At this time, they all wanted to eat Jiraiya raw. Cook. Replenish physical strength. The students brought everything. Bread and sausages were very common, and candies were more expensive. Some brought a few pieces to share with good classmates. Some brought things like fried noodles. Most ninjas eat light meals in the wild, which are usually prepared, fried noodles with oil, salt, and diced vegetables. They can be cooked or fried. If there is no condition, it is the same to eat dry. Because they are all fried in advance. However, ninjas usually do not eat food during emergency tasks or combat. First, it wastes time and easily makes the body lazy. Second, it is easy to be discovered by the enemy because of the smell, fire, and other reasons. In this case, ninjas will eat special hunger-killing balls. Of course, after an extremely difficult task, a very rich dinner is very morale boosting. So, while many students were eating bread and dry fried noodles, Reinyi took out his leather bag. He took out a large iron pot, 7 or 8 kinds of ingredients and more than a dozen seasonings from the leather bag with a calm face. This bag. Some students were not calm. Tsunade on the side answered with a giant hand, I know, that is Reinyi's treasure bag. Might Dai nodded repeatedly, indicating that I knew it too. Facing the dull eyes of nearly 100 people, Lin was not panicked at all, and calmly set up the big pot. I have to eat well when I go out on a mission, this is my ninja way. Chapter 37 The Foundation of Gourmet Ninja Theory. He put on the chef's hat and white apron with dignity, and the kitchen knife and cutting board exuded the majesty of a chef. The knife fell, the knife fell, the knife fell. For a moment, the knife light was like a white silk, the cutting board made a thumping sound and formed a line, and the ingredients flew all over the sky, turning into blocks of different sizes. Heat the oil in the pan. Bah, not this. Linya held the spatula in one hand and made a seal with the other hand, fire-style * ignition technique. With a whoosh, a small ball of flame appeared between his fingers, and then he flicked his hand into the firewood pile. Ha ha ha! I guessed right. The hand seal is only to assist in mobilizing chakra, and it is not a necessary step to release ninjutsu. If you can mobilize chakra effectively, you can ignore the seal, or at least make it simple. In the original work, Mizuno Tsuki Haku, who is a subordinate of Zabuza and cannot tell whether I am a man or a woman, can form a seal with one hand and release a simple water escape technique, 1000 killings water flying. And Uchiha Itaki, who is invincible in ninja talent, can form a seal very quickly and simply, and can even deceive most people. He often hides his hands in his clothes, uses shuriken with one hand to attract the enemy's attention, and forms a seal with the other hand secretly. He can often release ninjutsu suddenly and defeat the opponent. Let the opponent not understand why he can release ninjutsu without forming a seal until his death. In fact, the existence of no seal ninjutsu has already shown that ninjutsu can be cast without forming a seal only if certain conditions are met. The reason why Rainya chose fire escape as the main attack direction at the beginning is that in addition to the fact that other attributes cannot restrain miasma, it is also because he has practiced gold flame for almost 20 hours a day, and has been familiar with fire escape and can control it easily. Originally, Rin's chakra was different. He and Tobirama both knew that his chakra was golden. The chakra of a normal person should be blue. This golden chakra should be produced by the influence of the golden flame. At present, in addition to the 5 attributes, it has excellent controllability. This has been very significantly demonstrated in Rin's training in the past 6 months. Because the golden chakra has excellent controllability, coupled with his familiarity with fire escape, Rin can use this extremely simple and low-profile beggar version of fire escape. This fire escape, which Rin called the ignition technique, can probably be classified as an E-level ninjutsu in terms of strength, mainly because there is no F-level ninjutsu. If we don't consider the one-handed seal, it is estimated that Dai, who has very poor chakra control, can successfully release it within a month. Stunned. The classmates, teachers, and Konoha ninjas in the dark were all shocked. This amazing knife skill, this one-handed seal, this solemnity with a chef's hat and a scarf, how can this be cooking? People would believe that Linya is offering sacrifices to the heavens now. No one spoke for several minutes. The soup in the big pot gradually boiled, and various ingredients were constantly sprinkled into the pot by Linyi's hands. Various spices fell like flowers from heaven. The fragrance came out. Gudong in the silence, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This action took the lead, and then the sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Take out the exquisite small iron bowl, which is handmade, exquisite and delicate, and double-layered without burning. This is the masterpiece of Ichiro Sakamoto. Lin Ye made a lot of things for Ichiro Sakamoto under the recommendation of the boss of Big Squid, so they became friends. This double-layer small iron bowl looks simple, but it actually tests the blacksmith's craftsmanship. If you can't do it with ease, you can't make such a standard and delicate double-layer iron bowl. Lin Ye filled the soup for several friends around him, and then tasted it beautifully. Ha, delicious! About 100 people watched Lin Ye drink the soup, and as he raised his bowl, their eyes moved. Lin Ye looked around, as if he suddenly found that everyone was looking at him, and said with a smile, "After a hard day, please come and have a bowl." "Really?" someone asked. Lin Ye showed an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, we are all classmates. I can't let you just watch. After all, I am not a devil." Yamada Teiyu swallowed a mouthful of soup and felt his body warm and his physical strength was recovering rapidly. Looking at the pot of thick soup again, it had been surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. In order to line up, they almost fought. "Good, delicious. Ah, the taste of my mother. Oh, my life is worth it." The students' various exclamations were endless, and they all had tears in their eyes and their eyebrows were emotional. They fell into a state of intoxication and couldn't extricate themselves. Aizawa Shintaka took a small sip cautiously. And the rich aroma burst on the tip of his tongue. The taste of the ingredients is independent and supports each other, forming an airtight attacking the depths of the mind. Aizawa Shintaka's defense line is about to be broken. He tried his best to concentrate his mind, and even used means to deal with illusions, and Aizawa Shintaka barely resisted the strange feeling of intoxication. "This is..." Aizawa Shintaka wiped his cheek, and it was wet. He actually shed tears. "It's the magic onion, I put the magic onion in the soup," Lin said. Aizawa Shintaka was shocked, because the magic onion is a very rare medicinal material, spicy and tear-inducing, and has a weak hallucinogenic effect when consumed. It is usually used when ninjas prepare drugs. This is why those classmates have tears in their eyes and look intoxicated after drinking the soup. Physical strength is recovering. Aizawa Shintaka found that his consumed energy was recovering abnormally, which shocked him. Before, Rainya discovered that there was no Hry Maru in Konoha village. When ninjas were performing tasks in the wild, they had to try their best to avoid physical consumption. Because the hunger pills can only keep you from being hungry, and the energy they provide is very limited. They can't effectively restore physical strength at all. If a ninja loses a lot of physical strength during a mission, it will be very troublesome. Generally, after the mission is over, they will recuperate in a certain place or return to the village for a day or 2. However, this soup can actually restore physical strength. Aizawa Shintaka, who always drooped his eyes and seemed to be in low spirits, widened his eyes. Rainya was not surprised at all by Aizawa Shintaka's performance. After all, Senju Tobirama, who was more cold and more high class than him, was also surprised. Magic onion stew soup. E-level food. Soup. Mild hallucination, E-level, which will cause the user to fall into a state of intoxication with tears in his eyes. Physical strength recovery, D-level. Physical strength recovery is greatly increased after consumption. Note, as a citizen of a country of big foodies, it's time to show your real cooking skills. My soup can restore physical strength. In my opinion, ninjas have greater consumption than ordinary people, so they must take in more nutrition and energy. Ninjas need to eat more delicately, accurately, and precisely. Take the nutrients we need from food with gratitude. So, eating is the basic skill of ninjas. Lin Yi's words stunned the classmates. The classmates in Class A are okay. They have been together for a long time and know that Lin Yi often says some things that they can't understand but feel super powerful. But the students in Class B and Class C were scared. Basic skills of ninjas, eating. Is my basic skills not up to standard? Although most people were shocked at the time and still felt unreliable afterwards, Lin Yi's remarks still gave several people great inspiration and feelings. After all, this soup is really magical. The effect. This is something I have never heard of before. The innocent boys who were attracted by Raine's remarks, Akimichi Toriyama, Might Dai, the civilian student Kasuke from Class B, and the civilian student Himiko from Class C. The Akimichi Toriyama family culture is eating, and they are very supportive of Raine's remarks. Might Dai has already started to supplement his diet under Raine's guidance. Naturally, he is his loyal fan. Kasuke is born with a yearning for food. Himiko thinks that cooking like this is so cool. If she can learn it, she will definitely be welcomed by many people. These 4 people plus Raine, a total of 5 people. They are the existence that was later called the 5 Eaters of Konoha. Dongfeng, Nande, Zigu, Baihu, Zhong Raine. It is the 4 inheritances of Konoha's gourmet ninjas. Chapter 38, Naming the Death Forest. The students still had soup to drink, but the Konoha ninjas hiding in the dark to protect the students could only record it in a small notebook, worrying that the fragrance would cause some trouble, and finally swallowing their saliva. The record is, Xingluo Linyi is an excellent cook, and the thick soup he made seems to have the special effect of restoring physical strength. It is recommended to pay close attention. He has a strong appeal. The worry is, although the area has been cleaned up, it is hard to guarantee that some monsters will be attracted by the fragrance. Not to mention swallowing saliva, I only ate a few hunger-killing pills after running for a day. I was used to it, but suddenly I saw a large group of people licking the soup pot, smelling the lingering fragrance. It would be strange if I didn't get greedy. At this time, Lin Ye walked into the forest with a small pot of soup. Thank you for your hard work, seniors, please taste the thick soup I made. As he said that, he put down the small pot and went back to continue to cook the soup. It would take several pots for each of the dozens of students to have a bowl. The students were still savoring the taste, and only 3 teachers noticed Lin Yi's actions. But they just looked at each other and said nothing. With the magic onion thick soup, everyone had an unforgettable dinner. After recovering a lot of physical strength, they began to prepare for sleep. After more than an hour of chaos, the camping arrangements were made. The 3 teachers announced, tomorrow, the groups will be divided, and then it will be a 6-day wilderness survival. Good luck! Because of the thick soup, the students of the 3 classes came into contact with each other. The atmosphere became much more harmonious. Originally, the 2 classes BC were still dissatisfied with Class A, but competition is competition, and now they have a certain friendship. Everyone gathered together to talk, and Rin's team naturally became the center of the crowd. Rin's team includes Rin, Tsunade, Dai, Yamada Teiyu, and Jiraiya. Now many people are listening to Rin's words. The teachers brought us out for survival exercises. They will definitely not let us spend the next few days too easily. Although we didn't encounter any wild beasts or monsters along the way, it should be that someone cleaned them up in advance. Tomorrow, we must be ready to fight at any time. Tsunade said, yes. We will be divided into groups tomorrow. Jiraiya said indifferently, after all, ninjas are not good at large-scale combat, so it's normal to be divided into groups. Yamada Teiyu smiled and said, the reason for the grouping is not just that. The supplies that each of us can take are limited and single. It is difficult to survive 6 days by relying on individuals. Yes. Rin said that teamwork is the kingly way. Dai clenched his fist firmly, this is youth. Bling. Everyone, ah. What is the thing in Daikokyuden that dazzled my dog eyes? It's all because of Rin Ye who instilled in him the idea that youth cannot be slack. Now everything Dai encounters is youth. According to their closeness, the students gathered around the campfires and whispered. But Aizawa Shintaka came out. The 3 teachers also gathered together to discuss. Class B teacher, Xingluo Rin Ye has mobilized morale. He is really a leader. Class C teacher, but in this way, we can't let the students suffer a little and strengthen their spirit as originally planned. So Aizawa Shintaka came out. Aizawa Shintaka was originally gloomy, and at this time, half of his face was illuminated by the fire and the other half was in the shadow. Coupled with his gloomy and low tone, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. This forest existed before. But as you know, since last year, all kinds of strange events have begun to appear in various places, and this forest has a name. Do you know what this forest is called? The students shook their heads naturally. It's called the Death Forest. It all started with a team of Chunin's mission to investigate this forest. Rin had to admit that Aizawa Arita was very talented in telling ghost stories. That calm tone was really creepy to some extent. Many girls were scared and huddled together, and many boys shrank. He looked around with his neck squinting. Aizawa Shintaka, okay, now we're back to the original plan. BC teacher, more than just back to the original plan, the students are more nervous than expected. Teacher Aizawa, are you an evil ghost? And why don't I know the name of the Death Forest? Aizawa Shintaka, oh, I just made it up. The next day, more than half of the students didn't sleep well. It was their first time camping in the wild, and they heard a heartfelt ghost story, so many people suffered from insomnia. After a day of hard work, they didn't sleep well at night, and most people's physical strength only recovered to 80%. Very good, let's divide into groups. Your task is to find the items marked on the map you have been assigned. Well, it turns out that it's not just about survival, but also about completing the task. This is a simple exercise for a field search mission. Aizawa Arita explained, ninjas have to complete various commissioned tasks, some in densely populated cities, some in sparsely populated villages, and some in the deserted wilderness. This survival exercise simulates a wild search mission. Each team not only has to survive for 6 days with limited supplies, but also has to find and obtain the mission items they need. This is not an easy exercise. You will taste some of the hardships of being a ninja in this exercise. There are about 5 or 6 people in a group, and the 3 classes are divided into about 16 or 17 groups. Izaya's teammates are Tsunade, Jiraiya, Dai, and Yukinotake. I and Tsunade are both at the top, while Jiraiya and Yukinotake's grades are lower, especially Jiraiya, who is at the bottom. In addition, Dai is in the middle. Is the grouping based on strength? Try to balance the strength of each group. Yukinotake is a girl, a civilian student, 5 years old this year, 1 year younger than Izaya and the others. It is inevitable that the youngest civilian girl will not do well in the final exam. However, this little girl is very polite, she calls seniors and classmates. She seems very sensible. Jiraiya patted his chest, his own, angrily, don't worry. I will protect you. Don't worry. Yukinotake scratched his hair awkwardly, Jiraiya's words are probably not to be believed. Facts have proved that the little girl is young, but her vision is still very accurate. Rainya took out the map sent to him and compared it with his own map. If his map is provincial, then the one sent to him is town level. The range is different. The activity areas of each group are adjacent, and the activity ranges are arranged with the camp last night as the center. Rainya and his destination are at least 40 miles away from the camp, the westernmost. Let's go, let's hurry up and set off. Get to the activity area before noon, and then check the enemy situation. Jiraiya asked, enemy situation? What enemy situation? Rainya pointed to the mark on the map, this is the item we want to take back, but do you think we can get there and take the quest item? Since the goal has been set, there must be certain obstacles. Either you need to decrypt or you need to kill monsters. I've played a lot of RPGs. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, hey Rainya started to say strange things again. What is a Pidgey? Rainya jumped onto a big tree and saw a small hill not far away. He checked the map and said, this is it. From now on, we will set foot on the activity area marked on the map. Everyone cheer up and be careful. If an accident really happens, the teachers may not be able to rescue us in time. Although Rainya guessed that Tobirama must have arranged people to follow each team. But this cannot be told to Jiraiya and the others, otherwise the meaning of the exercise will be lost. But Jiraiya didn't listen to what Izaya said at all, but asked hurriedly, Izaya, this, tree climbing. That's what you called tree climbing training? So cool. How did you do it? Izaya curled his lips and snorted, didn't you say, tree climbing training is childish? Chapter 39, Not a good ninja if you don't climb trees. It looks like it will take a day just to get to the location of the mission item from here. Tsunade complained. Now the group has arrived at their mission area, but there is still a day to the location of the mission item. The youngest Yukinotake said calmly, but we can't rush at full speed. After all, entering the mission area means that the environment has begun to become unsafe. As soon as Yukinotake finished speaking, Izaya flew out a shuriken. This shuriken was slightly curved and nailed behind a tree. Taiyu is right, it is indeed unsafe. Izaya walked over and pulled out the shuriken, and by the way, he put away a poisonous snake that was nailed to death. There was meat for lunch. Let's eat first and make a plan. Lunch was snake soup, seaweed plum rice balls, Lin Yi's secret sauce beef. Except for the snake soup, which was a spur-of-the-moment idea, the remaining two foods all have attributes. Seaweed plum rice balls. E-level food. Staple food / rice balls. Full of energy, D-level, within 1 hour after consumption, physical strength is enhanced. Note, sour taste, have you ever eaten it? Lin Yi's secret sauce beef. D-level food. Meat. Power surge, D-level, within 1 hour after consumption, strength is enhanced. Beef beer and cowhide, D-level, defense is enhanced within 1 hour after use. Note, a cow eats for a year, and it's only a minor injury. Full of energy can increase physical strength by about 30%, power surge can increase strength by 0.5, and as for the weirdly named beef beer and cowhide, it can make people more durable. Now Linya has grown up after half a year, and he is no longer the stinky little brother at the beginning. He is now level 4, and all his skills have been greatly improved. But what puzzles him is, my cooking skills have not been specially trained. How come they have improved so quickly? I only cook 5 meals a day. Children need to supplement their nutrition during the growth stage. His attributes are now. Name, Xingluo Lin Yi. Level, 4. Race, Human. Title, Son of Heaven, D-level, Punch Konoha Kindergarten, E-level, Chief, D-level. Faction, Human/Fire Country/ Konoha Village. Chakra, 58/58. Attributes. Strength 1.0, plus 0.2. Constitution 1.0, plus 0.2. Agility 0.8, plus 0.2. Intelligence 1.3, plus 0.2. Spirit 1.7, plus 0.2. Perception 1.4, plus 0.2. Charm 1.3, plus 0.2. Skills. Chakra Refining Technique, B, Level 3. Basic Physical Technique, D, Level 3. Basic Throwing Technique, D, Level 4, Level 4 Features, Arc Refraction. Thunder Hand, C, Level 2. Substitution Technique, E, Level 3. Clone Technique, E, Level 1. Transformation Technique, E, Level 1. Fire Style * Ignition Technique, E, Level 3. Fire Style * Great Fireball Technique, C, Level 2. Abilities. Primordial Fire, SSS, Level 3, a magical flame that changes matter and energy. Tri-Solaround Perfect Version Venom Symbiote Colony, S, Level 2, Passive, plus 0.2 all attributes, active, possession clothing plus 1 all attributes. Primary cooking, E, level 3, can make primary delicacies with special effects. Items. Reinforced fine steel kunao *4, level D. Lake Toya, level D. Evaluation, very fast progress, I mean your cooking skills. After a stupid eating spree, Rin not only grew in size, but also his venom colony grew a little. Scientific and efficient training has made Lin Yi's strength, physical fitness, and agility improve greatly. When it reached level 4, strength, physical fitness, agility and spirit increased by 0.1 each. In addition, the venom colonization suit was upgraded to level 2, and the usual attribute bonus changed from 0.1 to 0.2. Lin Yi's growth can be said to be very large. Moreover, because of the title of chief, Lin Yi's skill proficiency increased very quickly. Even the Great Fireball technique has been upgraded to level 2. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that cooking, an ability that was not blessed by skill proficiency, was upgraded to level 3 in a short time. This is very puzzling. Could it be that I have the talent to be a chef? Lin Yi was very proud of this great progress, but he also found a problem. The elementary cooking rated as E and the ignition technique that he simplified by himself, after being upgraded to level 3, there is no skill proficiency. In other words, it can't be upgraded anymore. After the connection was upgraded to level 4, the basic throwing technique with the feature selection appeared, and Lin also came to a conclusion. When the basic throwing technique was upgraded to level 4, the system gave 3 features for Lin to choose from. The first one is forced penetration, level E. The thrown blade has 6 points of armor penetration, and ordinary armor cannot block it. Thin armor is 6 points of armor. 6 points of armor penetration means that thin armor can be easily penetrated. The second one is throwing explosion, level E. The thrown blade will produce a slight explosion after hitting the object, causing 10 points of range damage. Although it is range damage, 10 points of damage is about the size of a heavy punch from a chunin, which is not too high. The third one is arc refraction, level D. The thrown blade can form an arc under certain control, and can perform a collision refraction without losing power. In the end, Rainya chose the third one. In his opinion, throwing is a skill, if you can hit the enemy. Those fancy things like penetrating explosions are unnecessary. If you really want to pursue power, how good is it to use ninjutsu? Besides, you must choose a high level. Therefore, Rainya also came to a conclusion in his mind: E-level skills and abilities can be upgraded to level 3 at most. When skills and abilities are upgraded to multiples of level 4, new features will appear. This is the difference in skills between different levels. Not only the difference in the skills themselves, but also the difference in growth potential. Skills will definitely be more powerful as the level increases, and every time they are upgraded to level 4, a feature will be strengthened. That's a big difference. For example, E-level substitution skills can only be upgraded to level 3, and then there is nothing. But the A-level raise nan can be upgraded to level 15. Not to mention the difference in effect between level 3 and level 15, the enhanced characteristics of levels 4, 8, and 12 are overwhelming. Although it is difficult to upgrade highly rated skills and abilities, the benefits are huge. Then my Jinyan, my venom colonization suit, isn't it awesome? But this upgrade is a bit slow. Jinyan himself is training almost every moment except sleeping, but it took nearly a year to upgrade to level 3. Is it because I don't have enough talent? Impossible. It must be that I opened it in the wrong way. Recently, the training effect of strengthening Toyako is not obvious. I have to study a new training method when I go back. What's funny is that Iana's wooden sword, Toyako, which was originally used for training, became a D-level weapon under an inadvertent joke. Lake Toya. D-level weapon. Sword/wooden sword. Tough, D-level. After multiple enhancements, this sword is extremely tough. Destroy evil, de-level, will cause a lot of real damage to demons and evil spirits. Evaluation: it was just an ordinary wooden sword. Who knew that bragging can also improve productivity? What is the saying, gossip can melt gold? An ordinary wooden sword that has been enhanced by golden flames has been blown into a D-level weapon by rumors. It can even kill demons. Crazy, crazy. This world has gone crazy. After dinner, everyone investigated. Yukinotake, there are many wild animals in this mission area. Jiraiya, no big deal. I'll protect you, no problem. Tsunade, some plants here are too lush, we have to be careful. Dai, I found a lot of edible wild vegetables. They are all youthful. Isaiah, no problem. We can hurry on. The reason why Isaiah said that he could hurry on is because he, Tsunade, and Dai have mastered the chakra tree climbing training. As famous training methods in the original book, climbing trees and treading water, Isaiah will naturally not miss it. After the chakra amount reached a certain level, he started training. And the friends around him also practiced more or less. Even Dai, who has the worst chakra control, has made the tree climbing training a physical memory with 10 times more effort than ordinary people. Jiraiya said that only children climb trees, which is useless, resulting in stumbling and falling from the tree from time to time. So, now, except for the little girl Yukinotake, the rest of the 5 people can jump on the trees. This is the way of traveling for ninjas. That's why Rainya said that he could travel at full speed. If he was on the tree, he could ignore most wild beasts. And Yukinotake was carried by Rainya, who had the best physical strength. There were many beasts in the mission area. In the afternoon, Rainya led 4 friends to travel at full speed and encountered several carnivorous beasts on the road. However, most of them were scared away. Only the wild boar head encountered during the break was stronger than iron, and it was determined to fight the 5 people. In the end, he was beaten up by the 5 people and put into Rainya's treasure bag, item bar, as the main material for dinner. Soon the dusk and sunset came, and the forest became dark again. This afternoon's full-speed travel was equivalent to the progress of a whole day. They are not far from the mission items now. Rest tonight, and officially start the strategy tomorrow. At night, Rinya was the chef, wearing a chef's hat and holding an iron spoon in his hand, and his momentum was rising. When he was halfway through cooking, he suddenly found that after the sun went down, there was something in the air. Rinya felt it carefully. Strange. This feeling. Could it be, is it miasma? Chapter 40. I like to dig holes, digging holes makes me happy. What's wrong? As the person who knows Rinya best, Tsunade noticed Rinya's abnormality at the first time. Rinya wore a chef's hat, held an iron spoon in his hand, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and looked solemn. Rinya didn't care. He shook his head, nothing. During this period, Tobirama has done a lot of experiments, and the limited information he has obtained now is, ordinary people cannot feel the special natural energy of miasma. Unless the concentration reaches a very terrible level, ordinary people are completely unaware of the existence of this energy. At present, only a small number of perception ninjas and special abilities such as the white eye can detect the existence of miasma. And miasma is generally not available during the day unless in a special environment. It will gradually appear at night. The evening is called Omo moment in Japan. It is probably when the yang energy decreases and the yin energy gradually increases, and it is easy for supernatural things to appear. Miasma does become thicker at night, but there must be miasma nearby. Could it be that there is something in this forest? A 200-pound wild boar was roasted after its 2 hind legs were removed. The rest was fed to the venom colonization suit by Rinya when he found an opportunity. In the past 6 months, Rinya found that it grew faster if he fed the venom colonization suit directly with meat. If you rely on yourself to eat, you still can't keep up with the growth. A mass of black gelatinous substance spread out at the feet of Rinya, and then a big mouth with jagged fangs appeared. He swallowed most of the remaining wild boar in a few bites, chewed it randomly, and swallowed it with a gulp. Then, Rainya felt a sense of satisfaction belonging to fullness. Back to the campfire. Rainya said, "This forest may not be safe at night. Jiraiya and I will set traps, and I will do some protection." Jiraiya and I took some blades and steel wires and set up several warning traps around. When I came back, I saw Rainya sticking talismans on the tree. Jiraiya laughed at his face. "Rainya, what are you doing? Why do you start to believe in those monks? There are temples in the land of fire, and some monks will write some disaster and disease eliminating talismans for believers. Of course, this is all nonsense. Ninjas are very clear about the tricks. But that was before. Since the miasma began to appear, the talismans of the monks have also begun to change. And the few in Lin Yi's hand are the ones left over from Tobirama's experiment." Lin Yi held the talisman in his palm and put his hands together. After a faint golden light, the talisman became upright. After the golden flame is strengthened, the talisman will become more powerful. He casually pasted the last one on the tree. "Okay, that's it." On the 4 trees near the bonfire, there are 4 exorcism talismans strengthened by the golden flame. Although this talisman can only dispel the miasma, it is also the only means. "You have a good rest, I'll go over there to investigate." Lin Yi rushed to the place where the miasma was more concentrated. In his field of vision, there were groups of purple-black smoke floating in the forest. But they were all heading in one direction. Just like a signpost. With this level of miasma, there should be a monster active nearby, right? After all, Rainya is close to the water and knows the moon first. He knows a lot of information about monsters and miasma earlier than the Jonin in the village. Tobirama also needs his help in some experiments. Rainya landed silently on a branch more than 10 meters above the ground, just in time to see a giant wolf in the distance. The giant wolf, nearly 2 meters long, was walking slowly in the forest, surrounded by miasma. It was a monster. Demon Wolf. Level 14 Demon Beast. Title: None. Faction: None. Demon Power 124/126. Strength 2.3. Constitution 2.7. Agility 1.7. Intelligence 0.7. Spirit 1.1. Perception 1.4. Charm 1.2. Skills: Horror Howl, D, Level 2, the horrible howl makes the enemy panic and fearful. Rotten Bite, D, Level 3, the bite will be eroded by the miasma and the wound will not heal naturally. Thick Fur, E, Level 3, the thick fur strengthened by the miasma has extraordinary defense. Ability: Demon Beast, C, Level 2, strong vitality, can instinctively use the miasma. Breath of the Wind, C, Level 2, comprehended the power of wind in the blood, can control the wind. Evaluation: the first monster, don't you go up and try? Such a powerful attribute. If I were alone, it would be difficult to defeat it without setting a trap. Lin thought about it, even if he chose to wear the venom breeding suit, he could only fight head-on. If he wants to win, he may need a handy weapon. Like the toy Akko on the waist, although it was passed down as a story by the villagers of Konoha, it has a D-level attribute evil breaking, which can cause additional damage to monsters and evil spirits. But in the final analysis, it is just a very tough wooden sword. It is used for training, not for chopping people. Although it is said that there is no gun head, it is also it can stab people to death, but it really can't be killed without a blade. Let's go back and make a long-term plan. When we went back, the friends were anxiously waiting, and they were relieved to see Lin Ye return safely. That's the situation. I think the quest item we want to obtain is likely in the lair of the demon wolf. Either find a way to kill the beast, or find a way to steal the quest item. The demon wolf requires at least 2 ninjas to cooperate to defeat it, so no matter what we choose, it's not easy. After hearing the information Linya had inquired about, everyone was frowning. What? Let us fight such a demon wolf. How can we be its opponent? Little Tsunade felt, this task may be embarrassing me, little Tsunade. Yukinotake whispered to comfort, it's not necessary to fight, can't we steal? She was a little embarrassed when talking about stealing, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Jiraiya looked fearless, we must fight. Kill this demon wolf and let the classmates envy us. Ha ha ha. He howled to the sky, already caught in the fantasy of being praised by everyone. I run fast, I can be a bait. Dai was very sacrificial. He always felt that people as stupid as himself should pay more. Rin waved his hand, don't be too nervous. After all, we are just ninja students who have not graduated. It is impossible for us to carry out two dangerous tasks. Besides, the task is just to get the task items, not to fight. Besides, the biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can use tools. The reason why we are given 6 days, in addition to considering the problem of the road, is to give us more time to set traps. Although the wolf is ferocious, if we fall into the trap, we can easily win. In the first camp, 3 teachers were chatting. Aizawa Shintaka said in a deep voice, yes, the problem that almost every team has to face is how to obtain the mission items. The general team has to go to the beast's lair to retrieve the mission items. And some teams of outstanding students have to face more dangerous battles. Among these 14 teams, 4 need to face monsters that can only be defeated by at least 2 genin. They have to make choices based on their own situations. Monsters. But is this too dangerous? The teacher of Class B asked hurriedly. Yes, some students may make irrational decisions when they get excited. The teacher of Class C also felt that if the students in his class faced monsters, it would probably be difficult. Aizawa Shintaka still looked the same, with messy hair, gloomy face, and a long grey scarf around his neck. Other ninjas secretly follow each team to ensure their safety. The next day, Rinya and his team began to act. On the 3rd day, it would definitely not work if they wanted to fight head-on. On the 4th day, with the attributes of the demon wolf, except for Rin, who could deal with it, the remaining 4 people were estimated to be about 10 seconds each. Jiraiya and Dai go dig a pit, I'll go explore the specific location of the demon wolf's lair. Rin assigned the task. Jiraiya was not convinced, why should I dig a pit? I want to explore the demon wolf's lair. Rin nodded quickly, okay. Then you go explore. Rin stuffed the map into Jiraiya's hand, and Jiraiya was immediately stunned. He was not even skilled in climbing trees, so what was the point of exploring? If he got close to the demon wolf, he would probably be discovered, and then he would be chased all the way. And he couldn't even run away. He sneered shamelessly, I'm kidding. Go away. I like digging holes. Digging holes makes me happy. Really? Don't force yourself. I like digging holes too. Really? I dig holes very well. Jiraiya picked up the folding engineer shovel, produced by Ichiro Sakamoto, patented by Konoha, that Rinya took out from the treasure bag without saying a word, and dug hard. Tsunade and Yukinotake laughed on the side. Jiraiya, damn it! I'll practice tree climbing when I go back. In the future, I'll jump from this hole and be bitten to death by a wolf, and I'll never dig a hole again. Chapter 41 Dai's Ninja Way. There is a cave on a small mountain that is not too deep, and there are many broken bones around it. Those are the bones left by the demon wolf. Most of the areas in this forest have been explored by Konoha ninjas. The few remaining monsters that have not been cleaned up are all kept for the students of the ninja school this time. Monsters are much stronger than ordinary people, both physically and in their crude use of miasma. Apart from anything else, even if a person escapes from the mouth of a monster wolf by chance, the wound will continue to fester. If no solution is found, he will die miserably in the end. This kind of monster with thick skin, great strength, and swiftness can probably only be dealt with by ninjas. Monsters will continue to grow in strength, although not very fast. But there is hope that they will become stronger. At present, it is not known where its limit is, but Tobirama certainly does not want to see this situation, so there is a special team that is popular in the Land of Fire. Action to eliminate demons. Some commissioned tasks such as eliminating demon beasts will also receive greater attention. This wolf demon this time can only be regarded as the most ordinary among the demon beasts. Of course, it is very stressful for Isaiah and the others. Are you ready? Isaiah asked. No problem. Jiraiya replied. Isaiah nodded to the little Tsunade standing on the tree, and Tsunade sent a signal. Soon, a wolf howl sounded from the cave in the distance. Dai, who had taken off his coat and was wearing a green tights, ran fast with his feet, the wind whistling in his ears, and the trees on both sides flew away in the blink of an eye. Behind him, a 2-meter-long giant wolf was chasing him frantically with bared teeth. Just now, after Dai saw Tsunade's signal, he threw a shuriken into the wolf's den and turned around and ran away. The demon wolf, who was originally very irritable, naturally chased him desperately. Facts have proved that even Dai, who runs circles on the second ring every day, can't outrun the 4-legged demon wolf. The demon wolf's claws, as big as rice bowls, can dig a hole in the ground with every stroke, and its speed is extremely fast. Although Dai ran ahead for dozens of meters, he was being quickly caught up at this time. Dai, take off the weight! Lin Ye shouted hurriedly when he saw that the demon wolf was running faster than expected. Dai gritted his teeth and untied the weight on his body. The 30 jin weight fell and stirred up a cloud of dust, and then Dai's speed suddenly increased a lot. Even if this sprint could not last long, it was enough to make the demon wolf lose its target. However, when the demon wolf saw that the prey was about to escape, it suddenly stretched its neck and howled wildly. And the wolf howl shook the leaves on the tree. Even though Lin Ye was far away, he felt that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated several times, and a very nervous feeling suddenly appeared. If a person is particularly nervous, he will have phenomena such as inability to exert strength, limbs not obeying commands, and rigid thinking. This is exactly one of the skills of the demon wolf, the terrifying howl. At this time, Dai, who was closest to the demon wolf, was undoubtedly the most seriously affected. Dai felt that his whole body was stunned, and his hands and feet suddenly became uncontrollable and uncoordinated, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. Because he ran too fast before, the whole person slid forward for several meters. No. I attracted the demon wolf, and Tsunade took the opportunity to rescue Dai. Isaiah ran towards the demon wolf that pounced on Dai, fire style * great fireball technique. A huge ball of flame spit out of Isaiah's mouth, spanning more than 10 meters and crashing into the demon wolf. Although the demon wolf's intelligence was not low, it was still a beast after all, and was very timid in front of the flame. This big fireball burned part of its fur and forced it away. And Isaiah, who followed closely behind, ran diagonally, allowing the fallen Dai to avoid the straight line between himself and the demon wolf. Then, 4 shurikens were thrown at random. Lin Ye's shurikens were now very fast, and each one was not aimed at the target. Instead, it moved forward in a slight curve. This would make it impossible for the enemy to predict the final landing point. The demon wolf was very swift and avoided 2 shurikens, but the remaining 2 still pierced into its flesh fiercely, and blood immediately appeared. This beast has such a thick skin. Lin Ye's current shuriken throwing can insert most of the shurikens into the wooden stake. The lethality can be said to be very large. However, most of the 2 shurikens in the demon wolf were still exposed, which could only be regarded as a minor injury. This demon wolf is harder than the wooden stake. First roasted by fire, and then stabbed by shurikens, Lin Ye's hatred was firmly pulled. The demon wolf immediately gave up wearing it and rushed towards Lin Ye ferociously. Lin Ye turned around and ran towards the trap. Plop! Yet! Jiraiya, who had been hiding for a long time, formed a seal with one hand, and the pit where the demon wolf fell into was ignited with a hissing sound of the fuse. Duan! Huge smoke and dust rose, and the pit exploded. At this time, Jiraiya felt an incomparable pride in his heart. Jiraiya, just with my gesture, the powerful enemy was wiped out. Awesome! So awesome! I love digging pits. Digging pits makes me happy. Digging pits smells so good. Be careful! Lin Ye threw Jiraiya, who was still intoxicated, to the side, and then a strong wind blew past his ears. Looking again, there was a 5 cm deep scratch on the tree trunk where Jiraiya was standing just now. The demon wolf actually jumped out of the collapsed pit. Still alive. Jiraiya was frightened for a moment after surviving the explosion of 3 detonating talismans. Half of the fur of the demon wolf was gone, and the exposed skin was bloody and burnt. It can be said that it was seriously injured. But injured beasts are also the most dangerous beasts. As long as they can move, they will become extremely violent and bloodthirsty. Who is on the verge of death and doesn't fight hard? At this time, the Dai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly rushed out, Konoha whirlwind. He kicked the demon wolf on the head, and the demon wolf was almost swept away. Taking advantage of its unstable center, Dai punched it with a horse stance. The fist wind blew past with a whoosh sound, like a muffled thunder. This punch was more fierce than the Konoha whirlwind, and it pierced into the demon wolf's chest fiercely, and the whole fist sank into the flesh. The demon wolf was thrown into the air and spit out blood in mid-air. Lin Ye had given the thunder hand to Dai at the beginning, and asked him to start practicing after the basic physical skills reached level 3. To be honest, this thunder hand was somewhat not in line with Lin Ye's mind, and he felt that it was not very compatible. Practicing martial arts also requires a harmonious heart. If you let Yang Kong, who is deep-minded and calculating, practice the 18 dragon subduing palms, it is not necessarily possible to achieve any results. On the contrary, the insidious 9 yin white bone claw was very easy for Yang Kong to practice. However, Lin Ye currently has no good physical training, so he will practice it for the time being. But he thinks that this kind of straightforward boxing is very suitable for Dai. Although it is only a C-level physical training, the Taizhi Chongquan in Xiaofeng's hands can also crush the heroes, right? Under Lin Ye's training, Dai now faces the morning sun and punches 10,000 times with full concentration every day, engraving the uprightness and grandeur in his subconscious and writing it into his boxing. Dai's fist is very hard, and he can break a wooden stake as thick as a bowl without the protection of chakra. This is very remarkable. Although ninjas sometimes have amazing destructive power, in fact, they are all blessed by chakra. Attaching chakra to the body surface for attack and defense is the most basic operation of ninjas. So often you can see a ninja smashing a big rock with one punch, or being hit more than 10 meters away, rolling 30 times on the spot, and still alive and kicking. But you don't let them try using chakra? Even Tsunade in the future, without chakra, can't show her strange power to smash the earth with one punch. But Dai is different. Dai's chakra control is really too bad. So far, I have never seen worse. If my control is 10 points, Tsunade is 9 points, and ordinary students are between 6 and 7 points. Dai may have less than 4 points. This is why Dai's 3 body techniques can't be released no matter what. He can't mobilize chakra too finely. When Dai almost collapsed, he really felt his powerlessness. But I also drew a line for Dai, asking him to move along this line, and abandon everything outside the line. This line is physical technique, including facing the rising sun every day, punching 1,000 punches with full enthusiasm and concentration, including completely giving up ninjutsu and illusion, and putting all the chakra into the body's offensive and defensive assistance. Only a few people like Tsunade know how Dai successfully trained in climbing trees and treading water for a week to a month for them. During those months, Dai failed to climb trees and fell down, and there was not a single piece of good meat on his body. Because he fell into the water because of the failure of treading water, he was soaked in the water for too long, causing some parts to be soaked. Lin Ye said that he forced his body to learn these two skills by instinct. Because the subconscious of Dai's body found that if he couldn't learn it, he might really die from training. Dai himself couldn't accurately control chakra to climb trees and tread water, so he relied on self-abuse to train these two abilities into instinct. Sometimes, Lin Ye sighed, this guy is really terrible. Now, Dai's hard training has finally borne some small fruits. Chapter 42. Take care of your hands like you would your lover. Dai punched out, and the bandage wrapped around his fist broke, and the whole fist was rising with heat. But what is surprising is that Dai hits the wooden pile sandbag tens of thousands of times a day, but his fist is actually white and tender. Shouldn't these hands be covered with calluses and scars? But in fact, Dai soaks his hands with some herbs every day, and then performs all-round massage and maintenance. This pair of iron fists is not only indestructible, but also white and tender. Because Lin also said, since you can only defeat the enemy with your fists, then your fists are your treasures. Take care of your fists, just like you take care of your lover. Of course, some people's fists and lovers are one and the same. Dai's punch is quite effective. Although it is just one punch, it directly breaks 3 ribs of the demon wolf, and the demon wolf's heart and lungs are damaged. Speaking of injuries, they were no less serious than those 3 detonating talismans. The demon wolf staggered and barely stood up, with its fangs bared, its eyes extremely ferocious, and sticky blood still flowing down its mouth. But even though it was seriously injured, the demon wolf was still full of vigor. It was different from humans. At this time, on the verge of life and death, it had no other choice but to fight for its life. The demon wolf's severely injured chest suddenly swelled, and then the demon wolf's raised wolf mouth suddenly sprayed out a gust of wind. Get out of the way! Lin Ye shouted. The gust of wind was in an irregular column shape, destroying randomly along the direction of the spray. It was like a horizontal column of wind made up of a large number of wind blades. The speed of the gust of wind was very fast, and it flew far away in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Dai was not a careless person and dodged it at the first time. There was a sound of destruction, and within a distance of 20 meters, more than a dozen large trees were destroyed horribly. The bark on the tree trunks was chopped and cleaned up in a messy manner, and deep scars were engraved on the tree trunks. Dai dodged in time and was not hit directly by this move. However, the gust of wind wolf was not well controlled, and many wind blades were scattered and splashed in the process of moving forward. Although the killing distance was greatly reduced, the range was increased. This move started as a line, but it soon spread into the shape of a trumpet. Dai was hit by several weakening wind blades, and her tights were torn open several times, leaving several narrow but not deep scars. Ha! At this time, Tsunade jumped down from the tree and punched the back of the demon wolf with all her strength. Although little Tsunade is not as specialized in physical skills as Dai, her physical fitness is there. The blood of the Senju clan guarantees her physical skills, plus her great strength. Although this punch will not penetrate the heart and lungs like Dai, it will also knock the demon wolf away. The demon wolf will definitely not be able to hold on if it is injured again. At this time, Yokonotake, who was hiding in the tree, also threw 4 shurikens. Unexpectedly, this very polite little girl actually has very good shurikens. 2 shurikens sealed the left and right, and 2 shurikens rushed to the demon wolf's eyes very accurately. Yokonotake knew that with her own strength, the shurikens might not pose too much threat to the demon wolf, so she chose the more difficult and also more deadly eyes. But the demon wolf was shocked, and a layer of wind suddenly wrapped around its body. The wind first swept wildly, blowing all the shuriken away, and then wrapped around its limbs, making the demon wolf's speed suddenly increase a lot. The demon wolf calmly jumped away and avoided Tsunade's heavy punch. Then it pounced on it like a gust of wind, biting into Tsunade's little head with its bloody mouth. The bloody mouth that was still bleeding and full of fangs was bigger than Tsunade's head. Izaya, who had been waiting for a long time, finally seized the opportunity to make a fatal blow. He blocked Tsunade in an instant, and then punched out. In an instant, Izaya's entire right arm became dark and swollen. That arm, which was only the size of a 6 or 7-year-old child, suddenly became like a prehistoric beast. The venom colonization suit was put on in an instant, wrapped around Izaya's entire arm, and then punched the demon wolf in the mouth. The wolf's fangs all broke, and Lin Yi's punch went straight into the wolf's throat. In an instant, the venom colonization suit exposed its bloody nature, turning into several spikes that suddenly pierced into the wolf's internal organs and devoured greedily. This move avoided the wolf's fur, muscles, and bones, and went straight to the weakness of the internal organs, killing the wolf. The battle was quick and fierce, and the actual battle lasted less than 3 minutes, but it was very intense. This is completely different from what the group of people had originally imagined. It was still a bit embarrassing for the first actual battle. The Konoha ninja hiding in the dark was also sweating. He didn't expect that this monster actually had the ability of wind escape, but he didn't notice it when he observed it at the time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be left as a test prop for ninja students. Fortunately, nothing happened in this out-of-scope exam. But what makes people worry is whether other teams will get into trouble. If the opponent is a team with ordinary beasts, it would be fine, but will the other 3 teams facing monsters have unexpected abilities like this monster wolf? If the students are seriously injured or even killed, it will be a big loss. Although ninjas are facing death, this first batch of ninja students is the benchmark for the second generation. If something goes wrong, it will undoubtedly affect the prestige of the Hokage. It can be said that what you fear will come true, and it really happened. It turned out that the team to the north of Izaya and his team also encountered big troubles. The members of this team are Yamada Taiyu, Orochimaru, Inyazuka Yan, Kurama Shion, and Cheng Guang. Inyazuka Yan is a girl. And Kurama Shion is only 5 years old this year. These 2 are lagging behind, while the other 3 are among the best. Their original opponent was a monster bear, which was 3 times thicker than the monster wolf that Izaya and his team encountered in terms of tough skin and flesh. As a result, Yamada Taiyu and his team tried several times and were chased all over the mountains. This is also a normal process. After all, according to the teacher's design, this monster usually takes several days of thinking and testing before it can be defeated. Even though Yamada Taiyu and Orange Water are both good fighters in Class A and are 7 years old. But the 2 they were all civilians, and they didn't have any powerful ninjutsu. So they couldn't kill directly like Rinya did. Originally, this was nothing, and it was a necessary process for students to grow up quickly. But who knew that on the 4th day of outdoor survival training, Orochimaru accidentally woke up a big snake hiding in a tree hole. The big snake was as thick as a bucket, 5 or 6 meters long, and was also a monster. It even looked a little stronger than the monster bear. It actually beat the monster bear that chased after it in a few rounds. But the monster snake was even more difficult to deal with, and these 5 people even had trouble running. It's just that the monster snake didn't know why, and every time it faced Orochimaru, it would become hesitant, with a look of "Are you my cub?" So these 5 people could still struggle. The ninja who was monitoring on the side had reported the situation to the 3 teachers. Originally, the teachers of the 2 BC classes thought that they should let the ninjas who were secretly protecting take action, kill the monster and bring the students back. But Aizawa Shintaka finally made a decision: issue a new mission to the nearest Xingluo Rinya group and ask them to support the Yamada Taiyu group. After Rinya and his team killed the demon wolf the day before yesterday, they found a scroll in the wolf's den. It should be said that the mission was completed, and they just needed to survive the remaining few days in the wild. While enjoying the wild game, they received a mission notice from the Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared: support the Yamada Taiyu group in the north. The world of ninjas is indeed full of surprises. Rainya and his team immediately set off and headed north. Chapter 43 Orochimaru, can you explain it? A low-frequency, extremely penetrating whistle sounded in the forest. The sound still traveled very far in the densely wooded forest. Every minute, Rainya blew the bamboo whistle in his mouth. Then he listened for any response. This was what Rainya did when he was free to coax Tsunade away from gambling. Linya thought, the reason why Tsunade is addicted to gambling is that she was first influenced by the first generation, so that she was addicted to the idea of taking a gamble, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. But in fact, she may not win once in a whole year. If there are some other interesting entertainment projects, the interests of Tsunade, who is not very experienced in the world, should be able to change back. But the facts have proved that the bad habit of gambling is simply engraved in Tsunade's bones. This bamboo whistle is very interesting to blow, but it only attracted Tsunade for 2.5 days. On the afternoon of the third day, Tsunade was so itchy that she wanted to roll the dice with Hachi. But unfortunately, Hachi fiddled with the dice cup 12 times in a row and won Tsunade 12 times in a row. Hachi, you want to ask me how I won? It's hard for me to explain to you. After all, I'm just a cute Akita dog god. Although he failed to help Tsunade get rid of her gambling addiction, Rainya used the golden flame to strengthen the bamboo whistle he made, giving it special abilities. The sound of this bamboo whistle is very low frequency and not noticeable, but it can be transmitted 2 kilometers away in complex terrain. So Rainya gave each of his friends one for communication. After jumping on the tree for a long time, Rainya suddenly stopped. I heard it, there is a response. Rainya stood on the branch and listened attentively. He was carrying a bamboo knot on his back that could not travel quickly. The little girl felt that she was a bit of a drag, and her face blushed with embarrassment. This way. We have to hurry. Taiyu and the others are in big trouble. The whistle can express not too complicated news. The response now means that there is a big trouble and support is needed. On the other side, Yamada Taiyu and Cheng Shui, one holding a wooden stick with a metallic sheen, and the other holding 2 kunao, were constantly restraining the 5 or 6 meter long, bucket-thick snake. This snake demon had a bulge on its head, like a big bump. It had tremendous strength, and when it got angry, it could break a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with its tail. Moreover, it was winding on the ground at a very fast speed, and the shuriken shot at it with a dinging sound was actually useless. The most important thing was that this giant snake was actually poisonous. The poison was very strong, and the saliva dripping on the ground was a wisp of black smoke, and it could spit out poisonous gas from its mouth, with a wide range. The demon bear before was injured by the poisonous gas and fled in a panic with a nosebleed. For some reason, this demon snake kept chasing the 5 people and had chased them for 7 or 8 miles. Normally, it should have given up long ago. For example, the demon bear went back to its den to sleep when it couldn't catch up. But this giant snake is very sticky. Even if it is temporarily shaken off, it will definitely catch up again in a short time. The Konoha Chunin who was guarding in secret couldn't help but take action several times, but for unknown reasons, the giant snake would look absent-minded every time it faced Orochimaru. This is why the stalemate has lasted until now. Everyone hold on. Izaya and the others are nearby and are already rushing over here. The morale of the 5 people plus Inyazuka Yan's little ninja dog Yoshimaru was raised a little. They had been chased by the giant snake for a whole day, and they didn't even have time to eat. They were already a little bit exhausted. Ding 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 ding. 4 shurikens hit the giant snake's scales and bounced off. The scales of this snake are extremely defensive. Izaya carried Yukinotake on his back and jumped out of the woods. What a big snake! Jiraiya, who soon caught up, shouted. Yamada Taiyu was shocked to see the reinforcements coming, and then shouted, everyone be careful, this snake is highly poisonous and can spray poisonous gas. Be careful. Got it. I'll attract attention, you give him a hard one. Isaiah put down Yokonotake and began to quickly seal, fire style * great fireball technique. A large orange-yellow fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was sprayed at the giant snake. The giant snake was a wild beast after all, and was very afraid of fire. Its whole body suddenly shrank and was about to bounce away. Yamada Teiyu and the others had seen this move before. This giant snake could shrink itself like a spring, and then suddenly bounce out at a very fast speed. Just as the giant snake was about to escape the range of the fireball, a water column suddenly appeared out of thin air, rushed over and knocked it down. Water style * water wave. It's orange water. At the critical moment, orange water suddenly used the sea level water style water surge to stop the giant snake. Water surge is not very lethal, but it is the starting point of many water style ninjutsu. It is the basic ninjutsu of water style. Orange water was able to interrupt the giant snake with the water surge at the most critical moment. Moreover, the water flow is urgent and has a strong impact, which is very high level at first glance. As expected, orange water can rank among the top in Class A as a civilian, and his talent is also very outstanding. Jiraiya did not expect that orange water, who is also a civilian ninja, also mastered an attack ninjutsu. For a moment, he was a little overwhelmed and murmured, "That, orange water, your water output is not small." Don't get me wrong, although Jiraiya has started to have some improper intentions, he is still a 6-year-old innocent little boy and doesn't know much about that aspect. He simply thinks that orange water can use water escape in a place without water to create a large amount of water, which is really amazing. The flames of the great fireball dissipated, and the ground emitted green smoke, just like the giant snake. This giant snake is not dead yet. The great fireball technique is worthy of being called the most merciful ninjutsu in the ninja world, and it has never killed anyone in its life. At the critical moment, the giant snake actually coiled into a snake formation and hid its head under its body, so although it suffered a lot of burns and the scales in many places were burnt, it did not suffer a fatal injury. If the system has a blood bar, the giant snake has lost about 1/3 of its blood now. However, Isaiah is not facing the giant snake alone, they are in a team to brush the boss mode. The fireball dissipated, and the scorching air had not yet dissipated. Yamada Teiyu had already leaped over there, holding the stick in his hand high, and went up with a move of Taishin pressing down on his head. The stick in Yamada Teiyu's hand was the same as the toyako in Isaiah's hand. They had been strengthened several times. They had the weight and toughness of a wooden stick, but were as hard as an iron stick. However, it was rumored that toyako was a gift from an immortal, which made this wooden sword more strange. Although this giant snake was very powerful, Isaiah, Orange Water, Yamada Teiyu and others all had the strength of genin, and there were several other classmates playing the role of a sidekick, so the situation was quickly controlled. The two Konoha Chunins who had met in secret breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was really full of twists and turns. The giant snake was steadily consumed and soon couldn't hold on. But at the last moment, the giant snake actually took the damage and rushed in front of Orochimaru. Then he stood up, spitting out his tongue, and just looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was holding a kunao in his hand and on guard, but this situation had happened several times before Isaiah and the others came. It was as if Orochimaru was something interesting that attracted this giant snake very much, and it just looked at him like that. In the end, Isaiah held the legendary sword Toyako, which was given by the immortal to slay demons, and pierced the giant snake's head with one sword. The giant snake fell to the ground with a smack, and it stopped watching Orochimaru. Jiraiya, who always spoke quickly and without thinking, and had a good relationship with Orochimaru, spoke, "I say, Orochimaru, what is going on? Shouldn't you explain it to me?" Folded arms, squinting, pouting. At this time, Orochimaru did not have the charm and evil spirit of the future. He was wearing a black robe, long hair, fair skin, and handsome features. He was just a little Lolita. I don't know why, and he was very weak. If this happened in my great China, Orochimaru's mother should have dreamed of a giant snake coiling around a pillar or a white snake entering her arms when she was pregnant with him. In any case, the crisis was resolved. The two teams joined together and went to the Taiyu team again. The bear's den where the mission items were located. That night, everyone ate the legendary bear paw. This time, Lin Ye was blessed with a divine mind, and he actually cooked 4 bear paws. After Lin Ye's cooking, the miasma in the demon bear's body was transformed into energy, which actually strengthened the bodies of the friends. Suddenly, Lin Ye felt that so many demon beasts were not necessarily a bad thing, at least the best ingredients were at your fingertips. Gourmet ninjas have a lot to do. Chapter 44 The correct way to open the system. Killed the demon bear and took the mission items. After completing the mission, everyone finally relaxed. It was late, and the two teams, a total of 10 people, shared the bear paws and dinner, and rested around the campfire. After the demon beasts here were eliminated, the miasma was very rare. There was no need for the monk's spell to dispel it. In fact, there was no more. The remaining residual miasma would be automatically dispelled by the flames. After a day of fighting and traveling, everyone was tired, except for Lin Ye who was on night watch. He was full of energy and had a venomous colonization suit on him, so 4 hours of sleep a day was enough for him. At this time, everything was silent. He opened the system log. You killed a level 14 demon wolf, you obtained an E-level demon bone, and you gained 120 experience points. You triggered the E-level achievement, Slaying Demons and Demons. Slaying Demons and Demons, E-level achievement. Participate in killing 10 demons of no less than level 10. Progress, 1/10. You killed a level 13 demon snake, you obtained an E-level snake skin, and you gained 100 experience points. You reached level 5, and you gained attribute enhancements, Strength 0.1, Constitution 0.1, Agility 0.1, Spirit 0.1, Charm 0.1. Slaying Demons and Demons, E-level achievement, Progress, 2/10. You killed a level 11 demon bear, you obtained 4 E-level bear paws, and you gained 75 experience points. Slaying Demons and Demons, E-level achievement, Progress, 3/10. Demon Bone. E-level material. Bone/enhanced items. Tough, D-level, this bone is very tough and can resist swords. Evaluation. The bone strengthened by the miasma in the demon wolf's body is extremely tough and difficult to destroy. Maybe it's useful. This bone is probably the big bone of the front leg, 20 centimeters long and as thick as a wrist, white as jade. Snake skin. E-level material. Leather/reinforced items. Deflection, D-level, this snake skin is tough and smooth, can cut attacks and reduce damage. Evaluation, a piece of scaly snake skin, maybe you can use it to make a bag. A piece of patterned snake skin the size of a square table, very smooth, even reflective. Bear paw. E-level material. Food/medicine. Strengthening, D-level, the strengthened demon bear paw, eating it can strengthen the body. Evaluation, such a good thing, don't waste it. What the hell is emoticon? Why don't you just post the picture? Would you, a system, be greedy? However, these 4 bear paws are indeed extraordinary. They were stewed for 2 hours with the secret seasoning made by Ryan Yi. Not to mention the deliciousness, you can see it by watching Jiraiya and Inyazuka Yan's dog fighting for bones. The main thing is that after eating, your physical strength actually increased. This is a permanent increase. Therefore, Ryan Yi's primary cooking, E, level 3, successfully advanced to intermediate cooking, D, level 4. When intermediate cooking reaches level 4, 3 level 4 characteristics appear to choose from. Aftertaste, E-level, the duration of the food you make is increased by 20%. Stimulate taste buds, E level the effect of the food you make is increased by 20%. Medicinal food, C level you can make some special medicinal food, which will have a permanent benefit to the body. Reinyi naturally chose the C level characteristics. At this time, Reinyi was overjoyed. It turns out that although skills and abilities have their own limits, there is also a chance to break the limits and advance to a higher level. Just like in the original work, Uchiha Itachi can play with clones in various ways, such as various clone explosions. It must be that the clone technique has exceeded the limit and produced powerful characteristics. Yesterday, after Isaiah killed the demon wolf, he saw a white fluorescent object on the ground. A closer look showed that it was a small icon the size of a coin, with a bone on it. Isaiah looked around and found that his friends seemed not to have seen it. Such an obvious light, it is impossible not to see it, it can only mean that they can't see it. That means, this is produced by the system? Isaiah pretended to copy it casually, and suddenly there was more information about the system in his mind. After 2 days of fighting, Isaiah learned a little more about this useless system. First of all, you can get experience and equipment by killing monsters. The experience provided by a demon wolf is equivalent to Isaiah's half a month of training. Of course, training can also bring skill proficiency, and it is related to the problem of attribute growth when upgrading. For example, this time he upgraded to level 5, it is probably because of the story of the Toil Lake Immortal that made Rinya widely known. As a result, his charm increased by 0.1. It seems that I have to pretend to be cool in the future. The more cool you are, the better your attributes will be. Then, you will get things when you kill monsters. For example, these useless E-level items in Renyi's hand are white. Renya guessed that D-level items must be green, and C-level items must be blue. After all, this is how they are divided these days, fashionable. Then there is the achievement function. Complete certain actions and get achievements. For example, I won the first place in the entrance examination before, and was awarded the title of chief. It can increase the proficiency of the skills I have obtained. For example, this E-level demon slaying. After completing it, it will permanently increase the damage to monsters by 8%. It's just that similar achievements need to be triggered. Before they are triggered, you don't know what to do to complete the achievement. Otherwise, you can just complete it directly. You can only rely on your feelings or luck. Just give experience. It saves me from training too slowly. It would be even better if I could get equipment. I don't have to rely on myself to make all the 6 divine equipment in the future. Is this the correct way to open the system? If I had known, I would have gone to work in the Konoha slaughterhouse. Comfortable. Just when Linya wanted to go to see Jin Chao, and his mood was up and down, a faint mist suddenly appeared in the woods. Linya immediately lowered his voice and said, "Hey! Something's wrong. Get up quickly." Not far from him, Zayashawan, who is worthy of being the future Cold King Orochimaru and the spokesperson of the Church of Science, has a very high ninja quality, and he is very light. He opened his eyes at once. And Zayashawan didn't say anything, and looked around carefully. Seeing that the mist suddenly appeared in the surrounding woods, he felt bad. There is no water system near this mountain forest, and the only few streams are far away. It shouldn't be foggy in the middle of the night. Zayashawan quietly pushed Jiraiya, who was not far away from him. Jiraiya arched his back twice, turned over, and continued to sleep. Little Snake Pill was helpless and exerted a little force on his hands. He, stop it. I'm going to become Hokage soon. Jiraiya drooled and muttered to himself intoxicatedly, and then he was a little sober. Hiss, what? It's dawn? How come it's so fast? What a pity, I almost became Hokage. Jiraiya was still regretting his beautiful dream. But when he looked closely, it was wrong. Isn't it still dawn? At this time, everyone was awakened and looked around the campfire vigilantly. It seemed that there was no fog here because there was a fire. but the surrounding forest was already shrouded in mist. The fog was like some sticky smoke, winding and flowing between the tree trunks and branches. Tsunade approached Isaiah and whispered, "Could this fog be?" Isaiah nodded, and then he said to everyone, "This fog appears strangely, don't take it lightly. Try to get closer and don't disperse. Let's wait until dawn to see the situation." People like Yamada Teiyu, Orange Water, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Uenotake, and Dai are all civilians. The news is relatively closed, and they have no idea about the sudden appearance of the mist. But Tsunade, Isaiah, and Inyazuka Yan have already thought of the worst possibility. Could this be a fog that will appear in an unfamiliar area? This fog will suddenly appear in a certain place, lasting from a few hours to dozens of hours. When it dissipates, a strange area will suddenly appear. It's like a piece that doesn't belong to a puzzle is suddenly inserted into it. This foggy area is not safe. Many people have been trapped in the foggy area and disappeared inexplicably. Now Isaiah can only pray that the Chunin who secretly protects him and his people can come out quickly. But, what a pity! The two teams joined together, and the two Chunin who secretly protected them also joined together. They did not choose to follow too closely. After all, if they were discovered, it would not look good. But when the mist appeared silently at night, the two Chunin found it at the first time, and when they rushed to the students 100 meters away, they could no longer find a student. The two Chunin lost the trace of the students in the mist. Chapter 45. Could this be the Sanzu River? Time passed by, and the secret protector that Isaiah and his people were looking forward to did not appear. Fortunately, there were a lot of dry firewood picked up in the evening, so the bonfire kept burning without extinguishing. The burning bonfire brought heat and also blocked the mist. There were 10 people in the group, and even the carefree Jiraiya did not dare to relax, staring at the surroundings with wide eyes. I don't know how many times the firewood was added, and the sky finally dawned. The mist quickly dissipated. By the time everyone was sure that the surroundings were safe, it was already daybreak, and even without the light of the fire, they could see everything around them clearly. Lin also explored the surroundings a few dozen meters, and then retreated. Alas, the worst may have happened. Fortunately, we spent last night safely. Lin Ye brought his friends to the distance. Here, the original forest has changed a lot. Originally, this was the most typical large forest in the Land of Fire, with ancient trees more than 10 meters high that could be hugged by 2 or 3 people. But now, 30 meters away from the forest, the dense forest that should have been the same has become a very sparse and ordinary woodland. The trees are all bowl-sized, with a variety of species, and most of them are several meters high. Inyazuka Yan said with a heavy heart, "Last night, there were very huge changes in places that we couldn't see. We didn't notice it at all." The little ninja dog in her arms barked, as if agreeing. Inyazuka Yan is a child of the Inyazuka family. Although the Inyazuka family is not a wealthy family, it is also a ninja family of medium size. Moreover, because of its taming of ninja dogs and the family's secrets that cooperate with ninja dogs, it is also well known in Konoha village. She had heard about the foggy area from her elders. Seeing that the other students were all confused and nervous, Lin had to tell them what was going on. That is to say, we were very unlucky last night and encountered this foggy area. But fortunately, we did not disappear inexplicably. Although it is not yet safe, the most dangerous time has passed. The main task now is to quickly find other teams or contact the teachers. The rest of the students were stunned by Lin's words. A large area of strange areas suddenly appeared? Is this a bit too mythical? If this happened in my great country, it would definitely suppress the housing prices. But it is not so beautiful in the Naruto world, which is already sparsely populated. Especially the area that appeared is likely to be with the original owner. In any case, it is irrational to wait in place. Who knows if they are still in the original position now? The group began to move towards the camp of the original 3 teachers. But after a while, the sound of flowing water came to everyone's ears, and the sound became louder and louder. It turned out to be a big river. Linya opened the map, glanced at it and rolled it up. This map is completely useless, because Linya saw the river and mountain peaks in the distance. This is a mountain forest, but the nearest mountain should be nearly 100 miles away. There are only low hills here. And there should be no rivers more than 10 meters wide nearby. These places are all new. If this strange land is squeezed into the land of fire, then these people, including the 20-meter wide forest covered by the bonfire, have squeezed into this new area. Looking at the big river in front of them, everyone finally confirmed that they might have traveled through time. Jiraiya was a little dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Is this the Sanzu River? Are we dead?" "Ah!" he screamed, but was punched in the head by Tsunade, which directly caused a big bump on his head and grew into a gourd shape. It stopped immediately. "Don't say discouraging words to me, you idiot!" Tsunade shouted with her hands on her hips. Jiraiya had a big smoky bump on his head, and he didn't dare to say a word. If he kept talking nonsense, he might really see the Sanzu River. The riverbank on Rhinya's side looked like a shallow beach and a swamp, with a lot of water plants and reeds. Rhinya walked forward a few steps, and suddenly saw a piece of white bones in the mud. He pulled it out and looked carefully, and it looked like a human thigh bone. "I think it's better not to get close to it casually." Several people didn't dare to approach the swamp, and walked upstream to the south along the direction of the river. Suddenly, the ninja dog Yoshimaru in Inyazuka Yan's arms cried out, with a little panic in his voice. Inyazuka Yan looked at everyone in panic. Yoshimaru said that there was a very strong smell of blood in the distance. Jiraiya was obviously confused by this series of changes, and he was anxious. He said, "You wait here, I'll go and take a look." After saying that, he was about to leave. But the usually quiet little snake Maru stopped him. "It's not a good idea to separate at this time." Although he always complained that little snake Maru was a boy and wasted his feelings, Jiraiya still cared a lot about his first friend. He said angrily, "What should we do?" Finally, Izaya made the decision, "Since it has come to this point, I'm afraid that we can't solve the problem. We are not ordinary people, we are ninjas. Let's go. Let's go and see." After walking for 10 minutes, a very low-lying terrain section appeared in front of them. The place where Izaya and the others were located was several meters higher than the one below, and below was a large piece of plain wasteland. But now this place is full of crooked and incomplete corpses. These corpses were obviously killed in a fierce battle. Not only were their limbs incomplete, but blood was flowing out in large pieces, almost painting the land red. Yamada Teiyu said calmly, "Look at the attire, almost everyone is wearing armor. They should be soldiers. And there are 2 different styles and paint jobs for their armor, so it should be a battle between 2 forces." Orange Water continued, "There are probably about 120 of them." Orange Water has a very sensitive talent for numbers, and he counted the approximate number of corpses in a short time. Jiraiya gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and Orochimaru lowered his head with a sullen look. The 3 little girls, Tsunade, Uenotake, and Inyazuka Yan, were already retching. When a person was torn into pieces and thrown on the ground, turning into a bloody corpse, it was very shocking for the onlookers. And when 100 incomplete corpses fell together and the blood gathered into a stream, this shock would be 100 times magnified. This cruel shock was really a bit stimulating for a 5 or 6-year-old child who was still in the ninja school. However, Izaya didn't feel anything special, not because he was born to be suitable for the cruel battlefield, but because this harmful nausea and nausea reaction was suppressed by the venom colonization suit. Since Izaya got the venom colonization suit, some discomfort and malignant reactions have been suppressed, his digestive ability has become extremely strong, and he will no longer get sick. Woof! Inyazuka Yan's Yoshimaru barked again, and Inyazuka Yan quickly looked into the distance, then pointed at the distance with wide eyes, "Look! Everyone looked closely and found that there was a person on the edge of the battlefield in the distance. This person was carrying a bamboo or wooden backpack, which was a mountaineering bag in ancient times. Ancient people carried this thing when they went on long journeys. It was like a box on their backs, which could hold a lot of daily necessities. Some also had a canopy to block the sun and rain. For example, the one carried by Ning Kechen in a Chinese ghost story. At this time, the man put the wooden backpack aside, squatted down, and was doing something to a corpse. Because the distance was too far, even if the venom colonization suit enhanced his vision, Lin couldn't see clearly. Is it to make money from the dead? No wonder Lin would think so. In many cases, there would be people who relied on picking up some dead people's things on the battlefield to sell for money to survive. From time to time, the man opened his wooden backpack on the ground, took out something, and fiddled with the corpse. Then he put his hands together and saluted. Finally, everyone discussed it and decided to go closer to take a look. After all, it was not a good idea to rush in like a headless fly. It was rare to meet a living person, so we had to try to communicate. A group of 10 people approached cautiously, and soon the weirdo also heard the noise. He turned around and found that there were actually 10 children. The oldest of Lin Yat, Yamada Taiyu and Cheng Shui, were only 7 years old, and the others were only 6 years old. For example, Kurama Shiin was only 5 years old. In this cruel battlefield, 10 children with strange clothes were seen. The weirdo also secretly became alert. This man was quite tall, with a square face and beard, wearing a turban hat. His clothes were a little tattered, and there were several patches on his pants. He wore leggings and clogs. The corpse next to him had very sophisticated wooden prostheses installed on the missing parts. Is this rather lonely uncle completing the body parts of these incomplete corpses? At this time, the lonely uncle asked, "Who are you? Why are you on this battlefield?" Lin Ye answered first, "We got lost in the fog last night." "May I ask where this is?" The uncle looked at Lin Ye and nodded. "Fog?" The fog last night was indeed very strange. As for this place, this is Daigo Ryo. The daimyo is Daigo Kageko. Chapter 46. The first mission is triggered. It is really hard to accept that a group of people are chatting on a battlefield with corpses everywhere. The uncle Xiao Hai, who claims to be a doctor, asked Lin Ye and others to wait aside first. He would install prosthetic limbs on these corpses to help them become Buddhas in the next life, and then talk to them. In Japan, there has always been a saying that some people become Buddhas after death. The main source of this saying is Japanese esoteric Buddhism. In fact, it is the same as what we say in our great country to be reborn in paradise. It does not mean that they have really become Buddhas. But they went to the Western paradise. It is really a bit too uncomfortable to see the bloody corpses everywhere here. Several girls in the team did not even dare to look at the ground. Lin Ye turned around and said to his friends, "Taiyu, Cheng Shui, take your classmates to the side to rest first. I will stay and help Uncle Xiao Hai." The friends were stunned when they heard this, looking at Isaiah like a madman. Jiraiya blurted out, "Isaiah, you are not scared crazy, are you?" "Crazy, sister? I won't be crazy even if you are crazy. I just think this matter is very meaningful." In the end, Isaiah persuaded his friends to leave and stayed on the battlefield. "Uncle Xiao Hai, let me help you." The ragged but deep-hearted Uncle Xiao Hai hesitated and said, This is not something a child should be exposed to, right?" Isaiah thought about it. "I wanted to laugh. I don't know what happened to Uncle Xiao Hai, but your behavior is noble and kind. I hope to do my best." Xiao Hai stopped talking, with a sad face as if he recalled bad memories. "As for my age, Uncle Xiao Hai, do you know where this place is?" Isaiah asked back. Xiao Hai replied with some surprise, "Where is it?" "Daigo Ryo. I heard that Lord Daigo Kagemitsu got married a while ago." "No. I mean a larger area." This is the land of fire. Then Isaiah told Xiao Hai the specific situation. So, now it is Daigo Ryo or other areas, and it has appeared in the land of fire in another world. If Uncle Xiao Hai moves in this direction, you will see a huge forest of towering trees in less than half an hour. Xiao Hai was stunned. You mean, we are no longer in the original world? How is this possible? Land of fire, Konoha village, ninja? These. Xiao Guang was a samurai in his early years, and he killed countless people on the battlefield. But one day an unarmed woman died in front of him. The doubts, confusion, shame, and regret accumulated over the years finally came to his mind. As a person, why should I kill my own kind? My first half of my life was full of sins. What is the meaning of a person like me? In the end, Xiao Hai jumped off the cliff by the sea in regret. But he did not die, but was saved by a passing merchant ship. Xiao Hai felt that this might be a revelation from God. He still had an obligation to fulfill. So he gave up the idea of committing suicide to atone for his sins and started practicing medicine to atone for his sins. He hoped that he could do something within his ability before he died. He practiced medicine everywhere, making fine prostheses for those poor people with broken limbs for free, so that they could still work like normal people. And he began to wander around various cruel battlefields, repairing the bodies of those who were incomplete and died with their eyes open, and burying them in peace. But even though Xiao Hai had traveled to many places and seen many strange or cruel things, it was still difficult for him to accept that the whole land suddenly came to a strange world. After all, not everyone is used to reading novels on Qidian.com and can easily put together a guide to time travel. For Xiao Hai, who is very much like an ancient man, this experience is simply incredible. However, after Lin Ye performed a clone technique and a benevolent fireball, Xiao Hai finally half believed and half doubted. Although there were many monsters in his original world, and there were also some people who slayed monsters, he had never heard of such an ability to split himself into two and spit out a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. This child, and even those children just now, are definitely not ordinary people. As for what this child said, he will personally verify it after he finishes his work here. The two began to get busy. Xiao Hai tried not to let Isaiah touch the incomplete, bloody, and hideous corpse, but asked him to cooperate in installing wooden prostheses. The prosthesis made by Xiao Hai is very powerful, flexible, and convenient. Isaiah fiddled with it for a while, and then he thought of the puppet technique that has not yet appeared. The puppet technique in the ninja world is said to have been developed by the second-generation Kazekage shaman. This second-generation Kazekage has not yet taken office, but I heard from Tobirama that the first-generation Kazekage's body was severely injured by the one-tail in his early years, and it was already very bad. It is estimated that it is not far from the second-generation Kazekage to take office. Uncle Xiao Hai's exquisite prosthetic skills really make people think of puppetry. If Xiao Hai had chakra and developed chakra lines to control puppets, he would probably become a puppeteer in a minute. However, Xiao Hai has long been tired of fighting and killing, and he probably won't develop that kind of lethal puppet. While thinking about all kinds of messy ideas, Lin Ye cooperated with Xiao Hai to install prosthetic limbs on corpses without arms and legs, or put wooden eyeballs in empty eye sockets. Make the corpse look as complete and decent as possible. This job feels like a mortician. Lin Ye looked at a assembled corpse and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this hideous corpse is much more peaceful. This may be Xiao Hai's original intention? Let the dead rest in peace and make the world less resentful. Lin Ye took another look at the semi-transparent system log. Comfort the corpse 4/100. The reason why Isaiah decided to stay and help Xiao Hai was certainly not out of pure kindness. Isaiah felt that although it might be a bit pitiful for these people to be exposed in the wilderness, at most they would just be burned and dust would return to dust. The reason why I helped Uncle Xiao Hai was not because I was moved by his kindness, but because the mission was triggered. So far, Isaiah has completed 2 missions. The first mission is to choose a camp to join. At that time, Isaiah was taken back to be raised by Tobirama while he was unconscious. This was completed automatically, and the lottery was also drawn automatically by the system. I got the S-level venom breeding suit. The second task was automatically completed after passing the entrance exam, and I also completed the achievement at that time. I won the C-level Thunder Hand in the 2 draws, which strengthened my physical skills, and the life skill Cooking. Cooking was even upgraded to D-level 2 days ago, and I can make some food that can be permanently enhanced after eating. Speaking of which, why do I feel that cooking is more valuable? Just now, after Linya and the others had a conversation with Xiao Hai, the system prompted Linya that the task was triggered. The pain of the living, the sorrow of the dead. B-level task. Description: born in a turbulent time, wars and fighting never stop, human life is worthless. Bones are exposed in the wild, corpses are exposed to the sky. You happen to meet Xiao Hai, who is kind and righteous, and intends to do his best to atone for his sins. He is repairing the broken corpses abandoned on the battlefield so that they can leave the world with dignity and become Buddhas in the next life. You can't be indifferent to this. Goal: help Xiao Hai appease 100 corpses and eliminate their resentment. Progress: appease corpses 4/100. Reward: 360 experience points, a copy of Prosthetic Manufacturing Manual, and a CS level lottery. Note: the incomplete corpses died with their eyes open and carried deep resentment. Repairing their bodies and letting them leave with dignity can help them become Buddhas in the next life. This is the first time that Linya has actively triggered a task. And it's a B-level task. The range of the lottery is C-level at the lowest, and even S-level at the highest. The most important thing is that this task looks relatively simple. Although it's a bit bloody to clean up these corpses, it's actually a noble and great act. You just need to overcome your psychological discomfort to complete a B-level task. Where can you find such a good thing? Xiao Hai noticed that Isaiah was absent-minded and said, "Little Isaiah, don't let your guard down. I don't know what the situation is in the Land of Fire, but in my original world, there are many vicious monsters. These monsters are very difficult to mess with, and they often appear on battlefields with corpses and deep resentment. We have to be more careful." I see. I will be more vigilant. Isaiah quickly agreed. He didn't expect that there were monsters in Uncle Xiao Hai's original world, and there were quite a few. Could it be that the reason why monsters and miasma appeared in the Naruto world, is because they traveled through these strange areas together? Just as Isaiah and Xiao Kai were concentrating on collecting the dead, the weather suddenly turned gloomy. Tsunade and others in the distance shouted at Isaiah. "Isaiah, be careful." Chapter 47. How could a B-level mission be so simple? Not long ago, Yamada Teiyu, Tsunade and others hid far away from the battlefield, waiting for Isaiah and Xiao Kai to give the corpses their final decency. Everyone didn't quite understand Isaiah's thoughts, but out of trust in him, they didn't say anything, but waited quietly. Oh, not quietly waiting. For example, Jiraiya kept pouting and complained to Orochimaru that Isaiah had gone insane, saying that madness was a disease and had to be cured. And the two little girls, Yukino Take and Inyazuka Yan, were hugging each other to comfort each other. The bloody hell-like scene just now was really cruel for a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Even for a reserve ninja, it was too much of a stretch. Yamada Teiyu was observing the surroundings and never gave up his vigilance. Cheng Shui closed his eyes to rest and refine his chakra. Tsunade was watching Isaiah in the distance, watching him concentrate on assembling the remains of the corpse with his hands covered in blood. Dai, on the other hand, took the time to practice boxing. Every morning, he would face the rising sun and practice 1,000 punches with passion and concentration. Although he was unable to practice today due to some reasons, he had to make use of the fragmented time now. He was immersed in a certain idea, concentrating on punching the Sunday. Just when Uncle Xiao Hai was telling Isaiah that there were monsters in his world and they often wandered to the battlefield, Tsunade suddenly noticed something strange in the distance. She first concentrated, and then her eyes widened. At this time, Yamada Taiyu also found something unusual, and the two shouted together, "Be careful!" Lin Ye heard the sound and looked up suddenly, and saw a trace on the other side of the battlefield, near the river bank, and something rushed out, as if a knife had split the entire reed marsh. Xiao Hai also found something wrong, and when he turned his head to look, he saw the monster rushing out of the reeds. It was a huge skeleton monster that seemed to be formed by many bones gathered together. It was more than 2 meters tall, and the whole head was very huge, the size of an ordinary family's big black pot, and it was very narrow and long, with the chin far away, making the black hole mouth look extremely huge. The body of this skeleton monster is composed of many miscellaneous dry bones, messy and disordered, with 2 large dry bone hands that are abnormally huge. The weirdest thing is that its lower body is actually like a spider. Insect body, with 4 legs. The head, shoulders, legs of this monster are broken, protected by rusty armor. It is similar to the corpses lying on the ground, all of which are Japanese armor. Xiao Hai pulled out the knife on the side of the wooden book and shouted, "Be careful! This is a wild skeleton. It is a foot soldier who was killed on the battlefield." Because no one buried the bones, the resentment gathered and the bones turned into a huge skeleton monster. It not only eats fresh corpses and old bones, but also likes to eat people. The wild skeleton is really like what Xiao Hai said, it likes to eat fresh corpses very much, and likes to eat people even more. It ran to the edge of the battlefield, then picked up a corpse with both hands and stuffed it into its big mouth, crunching and chewing, blood splashing everywhere. Then, without waiting to swallow the corpse in its mouth, it rushed towards Xiao Hai and Lin Ye in the distance. This ugly and weird skeleton monster is definitely not here to say hello. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Fire style * great fireball technique. Lin Ye formed a seal quickly, and a huge fireball spewed out of his mouth, flying bigger and bigger, and hit the 4-legged strange wild skeleton. The wild skeleton didn't expect that the 2 pieces of food, one large and one small, could actually spit out such a big fireball, and suddenly he could only jump and dodge. The 4 white skeleton legs equipped with broken black leggings kicked the ground suddenly, and the whole body flew up into the air. However, the monster's reaction was still a step slow, and all 4 legs were affected by the flames, burning black and emitting bursts of green smoke. The wild skeleton landed with a thud, and a mouthful of black smoke sprayed at its 4 legs. The 4 white skeleton legs that were roasted crispy and falling down were saved a few points. The wild skeleton seemed very angry, and shouted to the sky, but the shout was extremely low. Then it rushed towards Xiao Hai and Lin Ye again. Practice Shuriken Jutsu. Rainya fired 4 kunao in an instant, but the kunao did not hit the rushing Arasuk, but missed. However, Rainya pulled the thin steel wire in his hand suddenly, and the 4 kunao flew in an arc, and the steel wire tied to the ring at the end of the kunao wrapped around the Arasuk several times. The steel wire was tightened, and the Arasuk, who was running fast, was tied up tightly, and then Rainya raised his sword and pointed, "Explode!" Doing the detonating talismans wrapped around the handles of the 4 kunao exploded. The flames of the explosion lit up, and the surging air waves blew Xiao Hai's big beard, which surprised him. Such a young child is so strong. Even not weaker than some legendary exorcists. Is that Konoha village so powerful? He began to believe what Rainya said. Before the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, Rainya's friends all rushed to his side. Although it was the first time for them to see such a terrifying and strange monster, none of them was afraid. Lin Ye looked at the dust that had not yet dispersed cautiously. "Everyone be careful, the wild skeleton is not dead yet." Because Lin Ye has not gained experience yet. Sure enough, when the dust dispersed, most of the broken armor on the wild skeleton's body peeled off, and most of the bones that made up the body had cracks, and many of them had broken and fallen. But the wild skeleton was picking up the nearest corpse and stuffing it into its mouth. When the corpse was stuffed into the black hole, the cracks on its body began to recover. Moreover, it would directly grab the stumps on the ground and stuff them into its body. Those stumps would soon fall off and become bones and become part of the wild skeleton. "Stop it from eating corpses!" Linya shouted and rushed over. "This monster can eat corpses to recover quickly. Let's not talk about whether it will be very difficult to fight if it eats too much, and whether it will become stronger. What if Linya eats too much and fails to complete his own mission? Where can I find another corpse to comfort him?" When Isaiah rushed forward, Xiao'erhei also rushed forward. He couldn't watch a child like Isaiah fight in front of him. As mentioned before, Xiao'erhei was a samurai in his early years and had been on the battlefield for a long time. His swordsmanship is very good. Sprint. Crouch. Start from the lower part, reverse cassock chop. The sharp blade in his hand slashed diagonally upward on one of the front legs of the wild skeleton. The knife flashed, and several bones of the front leg made of bones were broken. Then Xiao'erhei rolled to the side and dodged a huge claw of the wild skeleton. The wild skeleton has 2 white bone claws the size of a pot lid. If Xiao'erhei, an ordinary person, was caught by these claws, he would probably die on the spot. "I'll control it." Yamada Taiyu took out a strange thing from his backpack and threw it out with all his strength. Lin Yat, who was about to rush to the front of Huang's skull, suddenly saw something flashing by. He looked again and found that it was 2 iron objects similar to weights, connected by a thin iron chain in the middle. At this time, the object spun and hit the 2 hind legs of Huang's skull. Suddenly, the 2 weights swirled up, driving the iron chain to tightly entangle the 2 hind legs of Huang's skull. It was Yamada Taiyu's comet fall. It was like a piece of iron chain with a weight tied to each end, and the attack range was very large, extremely wide, and can wrap up the target when it hits. This is a ninjutsu that can only be used by people with natural strength like Yamada Taiyu. Even for Rinya, it is difficult to throw this meteor fall 10 meters away. But Yamada Taiyu can throw this thing 20 meters away. He is simply a genius in the world of chain hammers and shot puts, and can be called a natural talent. The 2 hind legs of the wild skeleton were entangled together, and it suddenly lost stability and sat back. At this time, Rinya was in front of it. Rinya, who was not even as tall as the wild skeleton's waist, could only attack the wild skeleton's legs. The 2 forearms turned black and thick, and the toil lake in his hand ignited golden flames. Horizontal slash. Rinya felt that the toil lake in his hand was shaking constantly, and the next second, one of the front legs of the wild skeleton had been broken into 2 pieces. The cut was very smooth. The ability of toil lake to restrain monsters, which was praised by everyone, was revealed at this time. A wooden sword, but sharper than the fine steel blade in Xiao Ha's hand. The hind legs of the wild skeleton were tied, one of its front legs was injured and the other was disabled, and it almost completely lost its mobility. But its 2 white bone claws were not idle either, and both grabbed Rinya. Rinya was about to dodge backwards, and the wild skeleton opened its mouth and blew out a mouthful of black smoke, covering the surroundings. Rinya immediately held his breath, but he still felt dizzy, and the scenery in front of him began to blur. At this time, the 2 white bone hands had already grabbed over. Water style * water chaos. Orange water sprayed a torrent of water at the head of the wild skeleton. Earth style * earth return. Tsunade slapped the ground with both hands, and a huge rock suddenly rose up, just in front of Rinya. Orange water's water chaos hit the wild skeleton backwards, and one of its bone claws slanted out. And Tsunade's earth return just blocked the attack of the remaining bone claw. The bone claw grabbed the boulder, and the broken stones flew everywhere. The strength and hardness of the bone claw far exceeded other parts. At this time, everyone else threw out blades to interfere with the wild skeleton. Although they had no killing power, they were still somewhat effective. Jiraiya and Dai jumped over, one on the left and one on the right to hold Rainya, and then jumped away. P.S. The God of Broken Chapters protects me. Chapter 48 Mission completed. The large amount of black smoke spewed out by the wild skeleton was extremely toxic. Even Dai and Jiraiya, who had already held their breath, were hit in the short time they saved Rainya. After jumping back to a distance, they all felt nauseous and vomited, dizzy, and their faces were blue. The black smoke actually caused the two to have a violent reaction just by contact. Almost half of their combat power was lost. But Rainya was much better at this time. Although Linya was caught off guard and poisoned by the black smoke, in just 10 seconds or so, the venom colonization suit in his body decomposed the toxin and produced antibodies. If this black smoke was not simply poisonous gas, but a demon poison transformed from miasma, Linya would not have been affected at all. Linya quickly took out a tightly stuffed small bamboo tube from his arms. Here. You two drink it quickly. Dai and Jiraiya trusted Linya very much, and did not ask what it was. They each took a big gulp and drank all the liquid in the small bamboo tube. Ah, what is it? Why is it so bitter? Jiraiya pinched his neck and stuck out his tongue, as if the water was poisonous. Even the corners of Dai's mouth twitched violently. Good medicine tastes bitter, but it is good for the disease. Haven't you noticed that the symptoms of poisoning have disappeared? This is the recipe I got from a man named Urha who specializes in selling chrysanthemums. Then I specially prepared chrysanthemum tea. It has very good detoxification and detoxification effects. Urha's detoxification chrysanthemum tea. D-level food. Drinks. Good medicine tastes bitter. E-level, Urha's chrysanthemums are very bitter, and ordinary people can't appreciate it. Clears away heat and detoxifies. D-level, after drinking it, it can eliminate many poisoning effects, and it also has a relieving effect on high-level toxins. Note, chrysanthemum, tea from a failed businessman who specializes in selling chrysanthemums. This man named Urha is a civilian who dreams of becoming a big businessman. This man specializes in preparing chrysanthemum tea, and occasionally sells some honey and mountain products he gets. Unfortunately, reality is very cruel, resulting in Urha's chrysanthemum sales not being very good, and the business is always half dead. Linya felt familiar with his name and helped him make several deals at the Senshao family. Later, I got the recipe for making chrysanthemum tea from him, and accidentally created this detoxifying chrysanthemum tea recognized by the system. During this outdoor survival performance, Rainya made some according to his instinct and carried them with him in case of emergency. Jiraiya and Dai are getting better here, and the wild skeleton is also much better over there. The vicious black smoke it spews is a deadly toxin for living things, but it is a tonic for itself. The injuries of the original 5 fatigues and broken legs have been made up by the black smoke. Except for the leg that was cut off by Rainya, it has not yet healed. The other injuries have actually healed a lot. This thing is really hard to deal with. Everyone, be careful, don't let it continue to eat corpses. Yamada Taiyu shouted. He also saw that the wild skeleton could recover by eating corpses. And he was determined not to let it touch the corpses again. I believe that relying solely on the black smoke in the body, this huge skeleton monster will definitely not be able to recover too many times. Because of the corrosion of the black smoke, Yamada Taiyu's meteor has been broken free. At this time, this weird wild skeleton has 3 legs and the big head is shaking and roaring. Obviously, the previous attack has angered it. 2 potlet-sized white bone claws waved and rushed towards everyone. I'll attract attention. Taiyu attack its front leg. As he said, Linya rushed up with Lake Toya in his hand. The huge bone claw slapped down, and Linya held the back of the knife with both hands to withstand the blow. Suddenly, I felt my knees sink, and the ground under my feet was concave. At this time, Yamada Taiyu, under the cover of his friends, rushed to the other side of the wild skeleton, and swung the +16 ground-level stick in his hand, sweeping towards the front leg that was seriously injured by Xiao Hai before. Crack! With a crisp sound, the front leg that had been severely injured was cracked. Both front legs of the wild skeleton were broken, and the whole body fell forward. The other white bone hand took advantage of the situation and slapped Yamada Teiyu. Teiyu seemed to be unable to dodge and was hit. But a puff of white smoke came out, and Yamada Teiyu under the white bone giant claws became a wooden stake that was beaten to pieces. At this time, the wild skeleton saw that it was not good, and tried to use the same trick again. It opened its mouth to the extreme, and a thick black smoke was about to spew out. "You retreat!" Lin Ye shouted, and the whole person jumped into the air and looked down at the wild skeleton. At this time, the toil lake in his hand had been inserted into his belt without knowing when. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, fire style * great fireball technique. The big fireball from above hit the wild skeleton, and Lin Ye tried his best to activate the chakra in his body to increase the firepower of the great fireball. Sure enough, this highly toxic black smoke is afraid of fire. Lin Ye's great fireball directly wrapped the wild skeleton, not only burning those dry bones with crackling sounds, but also annihilating the black smoke. The fireball had just dissipated, and the heat wave was still there, and Lin Ye had already swooped down. He held Toil Lake high with both hands, urging the golden flame to attach to the wooden sword, and for a while, golden flames ignited on Toil Lake. "Look at my move, split the head." One knife went down, like hitting rotten soil. The huge, deformed skull with a helmet was split in half by a knife. Watching a puff of black smoke evaporated by the burning golden flames of Lake Toya, the dry bones on the wild skeleton were scattered all over the ground. The dry bones on the ground were also yellow and crispy, 10 times crispier than the crispiest biscuits. They were broken into pieces with a slight touch. Everyone was panting and sweating on their foreheads. Not only was their physical energy consumed, but they were also under mental pressure. After all, for these rookies, this was a real life and death battle. Everyone was relaxed and felt happy and proud. It was a very satisfying thing to defeat a strong enemy. Xiao Hai on the side was already stunned. Although he had severely injured one of the wild skeleton's legs with his superb knife skills and experience at the beginning, he could no longer get close to it later. The poison gas of the wild skull cannot be removed at all. Ordinary people have little chance to escape when they encounter such a monster. And the ability of those who spit fireballs and rapids, and can raise a huge rock in the distance with a clap of their hands, and suddenly turn into a wooden stake to resist damage, is completely beyond Xiao Hai's imagination. These children are not only far superior to ordinary people in all aspects of their bodies, but also have very special abilities. Konoha Ninja Village? It's amazing. After the fierce battle, Tsunade Jiraiya and others hid aside to rest and restore chakra. Xiao Hai took Izaya to continue to embellish the incomplete skeleton. Finally, Izaya suggested cremation. First, it avoids the trouble of digging a pit, and second, it saves wild beasts from digging out the corpse and eating it. If there are monsters like the wild skull that feed on the resentment of corpses, it will be even worse. So in the end, Izaya put the corpses together, collected some firewood, and then killed it with a fireball. Looking at the blazing fire, Izaya was full of relief. It was like doing a good deed without leaving a name, but writing it down in a diary. This mission is finally completed. And the equipment is also dropped. At this time, the sun was already setting, and everyone found a place to eat some dry food. Xiao Hai took Lin Ye and the others back to their residence and stayed for one night. The fog area that appeared this time was much larger than before, otherwise Aizawa Shintaka and the others would have found it by now. Uncle Xiao Hai would not have failed to notice that he and the land under his feet had traveled through. In fact, because the entire land was transferred together without making a sound, Xiao Hai and the others did not find any abnormality in a short time. At this time, Aizawa Shintaka also brought the support of Mu Leaf ninjas are searching for the 2 missing teams. A ninja who trained a ninja hawk reported, according to the rough reconnaissance of the ninja hawk, the newly appeared foggy area is at least as large as 3 ordinary 10,000 stone territories. The Land of Fire also has fiefdoms, and stone is generally used as a unit to evaluate size and strength. Stone, Dan, 4th tone, is a unit of measurement for rice. A 10,000 stone territory is probably a small city or a large town, with some surrounding villages and land. To give an inappropriate example, if Konoha village is not a ninja village, but a fiefdom of a fire country noble, it would be about 50,000 stones. Konoha village is not just the place in the village, the surrounding large forests, mountains, plains, villages, and towns are all directly under Konoha. However, Konoha has a good geographical location and its grain production exceeds the average level. So it is much smaller than other 50,000 stone territories. After hearing the report, Aizawa Shintaka felt even more depressed. It will take a long time to search such a large area. The search ninjas of the Inyazuka family have already found a powerful monster. If they delay for too long, those children will be in danger. Damn, we have to speed up. Chapter 49 I can't do it anymore, I want to kill monsters. You completed the B-level task. Pain of the living, sorrow of the dead. You got 360 experience points. You got a copy of the prosthetic limb manufacturing manual and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Demon Slayer, E-level achievement, participate in killing 10 monsters of no less than level 10. Progress, 4/10. It's worth it. This skeleton monster is really worth it. The experience is actually more than half again. When the demon wolf was killed, Rinya was upgraded to level 5, and then he killed the demon snake and the demon bear one after another. The experience is very rich. This time, the experience of the wild skeleton, plus the experience given by the task, actually made the newly upgraded Rinyi's experience value reach 4/5. It seems that he will be able to upgrade to the next level in a few days. Sure enough, it's the gold belt for murder and arson. Other protagonists kill people everywhere as soon as they cross over, become first-rate figures in a few dozen chapters, and become invincible in less than 200 chapters. Sure enough, I opened it the wrong way. Training is nothing but clouds, killing people everywhere is the kingly way. Rinya looked at the slot machine in front of him, and then looked at the blue bar in the experience bar that was about to be full, and made a fierce decision. Anyway, I am the protagonist and I can't die. I still concentrate on training. At the last moment, Rinya was still scared. There is no way, if I am the protagonist, no one can guarantee that the novel will not be suddenly abandoned. What should I do if I kill myself in a plot and finish the whole story? In this cruel and indifferent world, the only thing I can do is hold Nanako tightly. I mean, the few recommendation votes can give me courage. Bah! Stop talking sour. Take a look at my spoils first. Linya put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and opened the 2 light spots in the inventory. The 2 light spots were the size of coins, one glowing green and the other glowing blue in the inventory. Linya concentrated and said in his heart, "Open." The green coin was opened, and inside were 8 shurikens made of bones. These 8 shurikens were stacked together, all bone white, and were made of bones. They looked quite creepy. Bone shurikens *8. D-level weapons. Darts/throwing weapons/disposable. Armor piercing, D-level, +5 armor penetration. Bone poison, D-level, the strength, constitution, and agility of the target hit are reduced by 0.5. Up to 3 stacks, lasting 5 minutes. Evaluation: shurikens made of bones soaked in miasma can easily penetrate light armor and are accompanied by debilitating resentment toxins. Linya secretly took out this pile of bone-white shurikens to play with, feeling quite satisfied. This thing is good. The same D-level armor penetration, this bone shuriken has 2 more points. So, the same level of attributes are also different. And the bone poison can be stacked 3 times, which means that strength, body, and agility are all reduced by 1.5. I have 8 shurikens in my hand, and the duration can be maintained for a long time. If I really encounter a boss fight, it will probably be very useful. Lin Yi's understanding of throwing skills was slightly biased before. He thought that the most important thing about his throwing skills was change and hit. Because although ninjas are stronger than ordinary people, that kind of extraordinary combat power is produced under the blessing of chakra. The real basic quality is not much higher. And once hit by a shuriken, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. So there is no need to pursue huge lethality. After all, that is excessive damage. But now it is different. There are monsters in this world now. Ninjas who can kill with a single shuriken are all good, but how to deal with those monsters that are so huge that even 2 cuts are like tickling? Facing such an opponent, throwing skills seem to be powerless. However, this bone shuriken did remind Rainya that he could think of a way to throw blades. Rainya has already investigated the basic attributes clearly. According to Rainya's investigation in Konoha during this period, he concluded that the average chunin probably has 2 or 3 of the 5 attributes of strength, body, agility, fineness, and sense that are above 2. Only a few people can reach 3 in a single attribute. These people are what we often call elite chunin. They are the ones with super long combat effectiveness among chunin. And jonin like Aizawa Arata have no shortcomings. At least 3 or even 4 of the 5 attributes reach 5 points. Other attributes are not too low either. Of course, the basic attributes are only the most basic. It seems that the jonin has reached 5 times that of ordinary people in some aspects. But it is completely different when they really fight. The comprehensive gap of 5 times is already invincible. And the increase of chakra for ninjas is very large. That is a percentage increase. The act of smashing a boulder with 1 punch is not based on physical strength, but on chakra that increases attack and defense. You know, Might Guy finally opened the 8 gates, and in an instant, he obtained a huge chakra that was hundreds of times more than the cage level, and then he kicked Night Guy and almost kicked 6 Paths Madara to death. At that moment, it was not that Guy's physical fitness increased 100 times, but that his chakra increased 100 times. The result was that with 1 kick, half of 6 Paths Madara's body was kicked off, and 1 of Guy's legs was also comminuted. He was rescued by Naruto with Yang release, and he could only use a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So, most of the combat power of ninjas is reflected in the increase of chakra. Of course, with the same chakra increase, the higher the basic attribute, the more powerful it is. And the great power of ninjas is reflected in ninjutsu. But it must be admitted that ninjas are still human beings. Except for a few like Hashirama, most of them cannot reach the level of Superman. Even Captain America can't reach the level. So, the question is, if Isaiah shoots 3 bone shurikens at himself, even if he is a jonin, his strength will be greatly affected during the duration. Even if there is any large monster, Isaiah can weaken it. Good. This thing is good. If used well, the effect exceeds that of B-level ninjutsu. Isaiah happily put away a pile of bone shurikens, intending to keep them for boss fights in the future. Then he opened the blue coin again. This coin shows a skull. After opening it, a black skull appeared in Isaiah's inventory. Corrupted skull. Sea-level props. Disposable props. Corrupted poison burst, B-level. After throwing it out, it will spit poison gas within a range of 30 meters in diameter, causing 5 points/second of resentment toxin damage, which lasts for 30 seconds. Units that die from resentment toxins will have a small-scale explosion, erupting more resentment toxins. Evaluation: be careful with this skull, don't drop it by accident. 5 points per second for 30 seconds, ordinary people will definitely die, even ordinary genin can't survive it. And this toxin is called resentment toxin, which is not an ordinary poison, and the effect of using antidote is estimated to be not very good. Although this thing is lethal, it is very picky about the conditions of use. The effect may not be brought into play. Linya thinks it is not as good as the D-level bone shuriken. But it's okay. It's a big killer anyway, as long as you are careful not to accidentally hurt friendly forces, it's still very powerful. Chapter 50. If you are a non-African, come and beat me. In addition to the 2 equipment dropped by the Wild Skull, Linya also got a book as a task reward. Prosthetic Manufacturing Manual. E-level items. Books/information. Records all the experience of Dr. Xiao Hai in prosthetic manufacturing. Evaluation: Xiao Hai didn't make figures, wasting his talent. This book is about 1 centimeter thick, and it is a bound book written by brush. It is simple and rough, as if Xiao Hai wrote it himself. Linya flipped through a few pages, and there were a lot of records of prosthetic structures, production points, precautions, and annotations. When Linya helped Uncle Xiao Hai to put prosthetic limbs on the mutilated corpse, he found that the prosthetic limbs made by Uncle Xiao Hai were very exquisite, as flexible as real people, and could be controlled. They were not just installed for appearance. After arriving at Xiao Hai's residence in the evening, many nearby villagers came to bring food to Xiao Hai. Linya also saw that some people were wearing prosthetic limbs. Those hands, feet, and arms were all movable. Put it away first, such exquisite technology may be used in the future. In fact, Linya had already thought of puppetry, but the technology of chakra lines has not yet been invented. If you want to control puppets to fight through chakra lines at a medium distance like in the original work, there is still a long way to go. Then Rinya touched the toy lake beside him. This wooden sword has also been upgraded. What started out as a joke ended up giving this ordinary wooden sword a special meaning. In this battle, Toil Lake, which already had a restraining effect on demons, cut the wild skeleton in 2 with 1 sword under the blessing of the golden flame. Lin also noticed that the black air in the wild skeleton was absorbed by Toil Lake at the end. As a result, Toil Lake really changed. Toil Lake. Sea-level weapon. Melee weapon/wooden sword. Toughness, sea level. After multiple enhancements, this sword is extremely tough. Breaking evil, sea level, causes a lot of real damage to demons and evil spirits. Bone blade, D level, can be transformed into a bone blade, causing yin attribute damage to the enemy. Evaluation: it was just an ordinary wooden sword. Who knew that bragging could also improve productivity? The toughness of sea level has exceeded that of ordinary steel swords, and the breaking evil of sea level has greatly restrained demons. The newly released bone blade should be a new ability generated by absorbing the resentment of the wild skeleton. Being able to turn into a bone blade to cause yin attribute damage means that it can also be lethal to people in normal times. This upgrade is really good. A monster with only level 32, Elite Chunin level, has brought me such a big gain. Otherwise, kill more monsters? I still have a lottery left at the end. Isaiah covered his mouth and laughed silently. Little Orochimaru is a sensitive and subtle child. Although he performed well in cultural courses and other aspects, his performance in some combat aspects is not the best. Even in this battle with the wild skeleton, he is worse than the civilian students Yamada Teiyu and Orange Water. In fact, Orochimaru's father is still a Chunin. Although he is a civilian Chunin, he is better than pure civilian students such as Jiraiya, Yamada Teiyu, and Orange Water. Now little Orochimaru looks like a smart and talented, but not the top ninja student. Perhaps only Isaiah knows that Orochimaru is a late bloomer and a scientific research genius. Only when he gets enough information and materials, he will make progress that others cannot believe. Of course, compared to Jiraiya, who is the last one, Orochimaru is already an excellent student. Orochimaru is a very meticulous person, so much so that after today's battle, he was the only one who discovered the ordinary action of Isaiah's hand. Isaiah was picking up the equipment dropped by the wild skeleton. Because others can't see or touch it, Isaiah can steal the equipment with peace of mind. Stealing equipment, it's so natural. Although Orochimaru didn't understand Izaya's actions, he kept paying attention to Izaya afterwards. At night, everyone was crowded in Dr. Showerhei's small house. Several boys naturally had to give room to the girls, so they squeezed in the living room at the entrance. And Orochimaru was not far from Izaya, and he didn't sleep at night. He was thinking about something with the snoring of Jiraiya beside him. At this time, Orochimaru found that Rainya was not asleep, and was rummaging around. Sometimes he seemed to take out something to look at, and sometimes... Wait! Rainya, what are you doing? What did Orochimaru see? Rainya curled up, his face facing the wall, his body moving. Ah! I didn't expect you to be like this, Rainya. Orochimaru quickly covered his eyes with a red face and turned away. I can't look at it anymore. If I look at it again, my eyes will go blind. At this time, Rainya was hugging Lake Toya, covering his mouth to hold back his laughter. Rainya? Why do I suddenly feel aggrieved? Never mind. The lottery is important. The slot machine appeared in front of Rainya again. That arrogant lever, that dazzling screen with a small box in the middle CS. It seemed to say to Rainya, if you are a non-African, come and draw me. Linya was furious, I'm going to beat you to tears today. I pull. The slot machine started, and the colorful icons on the screen began to spin quickly. Stop. Purple. It's purple. A level. A level. You have obtained the A level ability, Master Level Enchantment. Master Level Enchantment, A, ability/business skill. You can disassemble the excellent equipment you have collected into various materials, and apply temporary or permanent enhancement effects to weapons, armor, and other equipment. Note, it is directly Master Level, awesome. Awesomely Layla's fat cat legs. Even if you give me a B-level combat ability. Now you give me a Zen Master Level enchantment, it will not help me improve my current combat power. A level. A good A-level reward has become such a side job. Oh my god! It took a long time for Linya to recover, and the whole person relaxed, like a salted fish. The little snake pill in the distance just happened to see him twitching for a while, and then he looked bored. Little snake pill. Suddenly, Rainya remembered something. No. This enchantment requires disassembling equipment to obtain materials, and it also requires an enchantment rod. Where can I find an enchantment rod? Ah, my heart hurts. Little snake pill suddenly widened his eyes, because he found that Rainya began to twitch again. This time the time was shorter, and Rainya soon calmed down again. Forget it, things have come to this point, enchantment is also good. Directly master level, without upgrading the level bit by bit, maybe it will be of great use soon. Let me see. Wait. Where is my master level enchantment? At this time, Rainya's attribute column did not have the ability of master level enchantment at all. Dry pear wine. System, you are blackening my ability. I will fight you. So Orochimaru soon found that Rainya began to twitch again. And it was very violent. Orochimaru, you're still here? People say you have good stamina, now I know. After finally calming down, Rainya finally found out that his golden flame level had reached level 4. Primordial Fire, SSS, level 4, level 4 feature, enchantment, level A. How did it suddenly level up? And the level 4 feature is enchantment? Could it be because of the master level enchantment? Later, Rainya confirmed that the enchantment ability was indeed absorbed by the golden flame. The next morning, everyone got up and busied themselves preparing breakfast. However, Tsunade found that Rainya, who used to be fully focused on cooking and as serious as gambling, actually looked listless and distracted. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. Rainya came back to his senses, with faint dark circles under his eyes, and said weakly, "No, nothing, I didn't rest well." Not far away, Orochimaru, who was picking vegetables, stopped his work. His dark circles were also very heavy, as if he had applied eyeshadow. The efficiency of Konoha ninjas was very high, especially with the reconnaissance ninjas from the Hyuga family and the Inyazuka family accompanying them. As soon as Izawa Arata discovered the foggy area and the disappearance of the two teams of Izaya and Yamada Teiyu, he sent Ninja Eagle to the village for help. He once went into the foggy area alone to search, but the fog would confuse the sense of direction. He himself was lucky not to get trapped. The support sent by the village arrived a few hours later and immediately started the search and rescue. It was just dawn, the fog dissipated, and a new area appeared. The area was surprisingly large. Although Izaya and his team were not found immediately, the search and rescue team found the two Konoha Chunins who secretly protected the students but got lost in the fog. The search and rescue team did not gain anything on the first day, but on the second day they found the correct area and found traces of ninjutsu release on the battlefield not far from the bank of the river. So at noon, Izaya and his companions were found by Konoha ninjas near Dr. Showerhei's house. Showerhei was a little nervous when he saw the Konoha ninjas in front of him, whose clothing style was completely different and whose spirit was completely different from that of ordinary people. This is the Konoha ninja. The logo on the iron sheet must be the logo of the Konoha ninja village. What is the attitude of these ninjas with far more power than ordinary people towards us? What is this world like?